Chapter 1. Return? No. One way. The booking office clerk raised his spectacles and looked out through the security screen. The foyer behind the man, foyer is what the new regional inspector liked them to call it, was dimly lit at the best of times. Now, on a wet evening in early October, it was dismal. The posters on the walls were all out of date, and so were the timetables. Nobody used them any more. Everyone looked at their phones or their laptops. The period return is much more cost-effective. You've got up to 3 months. A single, please. Somehow the please sounded like a warning. You do your best. You hear all the complaints about the rip-off train franchises hiding the cheapest fares, but you just can't help some people. This character wasn't smiling. He wasn't anything. Just waiting. But the fist that held the notes, a bit odd, almost everyone uses a card these days, was big, all bone and knuckles, resting on the narrow shelf on the other side of the screen. Single from Bodmin Parkway to London Paddington, £61 and 10p. Straight through, no changes. 4 hours and 33 minutes if it's on schedule. It usually is this time of night. The fist opened and pushed the notes through under the screen. A tattoo on the back of the hand, words beginning east of something, somewhere probably, but it looked like a foreign name, beginning with a K, and after that some numbers, but the hand had been withdrawn before he could read it properly. As the ticket printed, the clerk counted out the change, £8 and 90p, which he placed on top of the ticket before pushing everything back under the screen. Usually he would have said something more, made a comment about the weather, or even inquired in a friendly way about the purpose of a traveller's journey to the capital, but there didn't seem to be any point. The man opened a leather wallet, put the notes at the back of it, and then the ticket in another compartment. He turned, took 2 or 3 steps, and then stopped and looked back before saying, "Thank you," as if he had just remembered himself and his manners. The clerk nodded and watched him go on through the open doorway to the platform. West Country by the sound of him, a little above medium height and broad-shouldered, jeans, denim jacket and heavy walking boots, with a rucksack on his back that he wore as if it wasn't there, like a soldier, used to it. There were no more passengers for the London train. At 10 o'clock the clerk put the small takings into the safe and closed the ticket booth. Out in the foyer the recently installed machine would take over for the night, and in about 6 months' time, so the rumours went, it would take over for good. 16 years he had given this place, and that's the thanks you get. As always, he went out onto the platform for a last look around before going home, but it was a Tuesday, and there had been hardly anyone through. Fridays and Saturdays it can get a bit untidy. On the bench near the door a young couple sat close together, but there was no sign of the third passenger, the man with the rucksack. The clerk stared along the platform, and thought he must be in the tiny waiting room. Curiosity got the better of him, and he walked in that direction. As he passed the couple, the girl turned her face away into her partner's shoulder, and the clerk saw that the young man had his hand up inside her T-shirt. He moved on as if he hadn't noticed. 16 years in this job. You get to see worse than that. The waiting-room light was on, but it was empty, and the door to the single toilet was ajar. The clerk frowned and looked back along the platform, but no one else had reappeared behind him. The digital screen, installed at the same time as the ticket machine, told him that the London train was due in 4 minutes, and there was no sign of the man who had brought a one-way ticket for it. The clerk waited there, and the train was on time. The couple got on holding hands, but still there was no one else on the platform. He thought he'd better check inside the toilet anyway, but as he turned he saw the light of a cigarette approaching from the end of the platform nearest to him. The man had been waiting, right out in the darkness and the drizzle, beyond where any modern train stops. The cigarette dropped to the ground, and a boot crushed it without even breaking stride. The man reached for the first door and swung himself easily up into the train, the rucksack still on his back. The door closed, and seconds later the train began to pull away into the night. Just a bit of a loner, then. You get to meet all sorts in this job. Robbie McKendrick's brother had given him a key to the office eventually, An act of trust, all things considered, and it was a trust he had not betrayed until now. Almost a year staying out of trouble, and of course he felt guilty about what he was going to do, but no one would have understood if he'd tried to explain. You have to have been there to understand. There was a security camera overlooking the showroom's forecourt, but he made no attempt to avoid it or disguise his identity, because Alexander would realize straight away what had happened. Alex would phone their mother's home and be told that Robbie had disappeared. 2 + 2 = Robbie going off the rails again. He'd looked at the old Vectra a few days ago, when Rashi first got in touch, and he'd thought, if I need to go in a hurry, that one will do. Alex had taken it in a pointless part exchange, and it would probably be heading for the scrapyard anyway, so the two of them would make a good pair. And then, this afternoon, when Nick called him and said that Rashi had been in touch again, it was action stations. The sports bag, slung over his shoulder, had been packed in 10 minutes. Inside the office, he switched on the light and went through the filing cabinet until he found the paperwork for the Vectra. It would be there because Alex was meticulous, and this was probably the straightest car dealership on the west side of Glasgow. That's one reason why Robbie wanted to check that there was tax and an MOT on the Vectra. Taking it away was bad enough without landing Alex a fine. Insurance was not a problem. Robbie was a named driver because of the work he did collecting and dropping off vehicles. The other reason for checking was that the last thing he needed was to drive through an ANPR camera on the motorway or on a police interception vehicle and get pulled over. The offence on his own record didn't matter a bit, but he'd promised Rashi he'd be there tomorrow morning, and Nick had done the same. You do not fail to make a rendezvous. He might have been able to scrape together the train fare, but a vehicle made more sense. No need to worry about timetables, and if he drove through the night when the roads were empty, it would be quicker too. Also, the situation down south wasn't clear. Nick had said that, and some wheels might come in handy. The paperwork all checked out, and the old girl had even had a recent service, which was a bonus. He took the keys down from the board, put them into his pocket, and then sat back down at the desk. Was there any point in leaving a note, in trying to explain? He found a piece of card and wrote a few words in his awkward, angular hand. When he reread them, he realized that he'd been right in the first place. He tore the card into tiny pieces and dropped them into the waste bin. He left the office key where Alex would see it easily. That was probably enough of a message. He needed the gate key to lock up once he had the Vectra outside in the road, but he'd get that back to Alex somehow. It's bad, letting down your own brother, but there are stronger ties than that. Not much fuel, but enough to get him to the filling station on the M74, then south all the way, 7 hours if he didn't take a break, but going steady, not attracting any attention to himself. That's how you move through enemy territory. When there was a purge of the names of the tower blocks in the London borough of Newham, Wilson House was one of the survivors. No one could be absolutely certain that it had been named after the Labour Prime Minister, and he was not especially left-wing, but following much discussion in council chambers he was given the benefit of the doubt. His eponymous building is in the Plaistow North Ward, at the centre of the most ethically diverse district in Britain. According to the 2011 census, Newham has the lowest white British population of any local government area in the country. And that, thought Rashid Bahmani, might be one reason why I'm sitting here doing what I'm doing tonight. The apartment that was the Bahmani family's home was on the 4th floor, looking south towards the river, but a little too far away from it to have benefited yet from the wave of gentrification that began in the early part of the new century. Rashid's gaze left the glow on the southern horizon, and stared down instead into the concrete courtyards that separated Wilson House from its neighbours, Livingstone and Ham. The former was probably not named after the explorer of Africa, and the latter had caused much controversy. The effort to reflect the ancient history of settlement here was thought by some to conflict with the need not to offend the religious sensibilities of many of its occupants. Rashid Bahmani knew and understood these things. He was becoming an educated man. Driving the taxi in the hours that suited him, he had made good progress with the remote learning course. In another 2 years, he could make his application to the Chartered Institute of Legal Executives, and then he could officially begin to look for a company that would sponsor and train him as a solicitor. So sitting here, watching the courtyards and the walkways lit by the sodium lights, wondering who might have come up the fire escape ladders tonight, out of sight but far from out of his mind, with the baseball bat at his side, was wrong in so many ways. He had already threatened them with the bat. They were not the sort to report that, obviously, but if he had to use it and that resulted in charges, he could forget all thoughts of a career in the law. And now, for the first time, he was behind with an assignment because of the need to watch and to keep guard. There was no one else to do this through the night, with his father gone. This was his responsibility now, his role, to protect the family. But the cost could be beyond what even his mother could understand. She had spoken to the other families, to the cousins in the ward, but they were not going to help. This is a gang, they said. We cannot fight such people. Abbas and Sahir must pay what they owe. Rashid could find some money out of his earnings for some of it, had offered to pay something every month, but that had not been enough. They wanted more. They wanted payment with interest. They wanted it to be more than he could pay, so that they could end it another way. And besides, one of them, one of the leaders, was interested in Yasmin now. That's when it became serious, and he realized he needed help from his old life. He would not be able to watch all night, and because it was a Tuesday it might not matter. Later in the week things usually got worse. By then the men he had called upon would be here. There was no doubt of that. He closed his left fist and read the tattoo. That's why they would be here. If and when the day of his interview came, the interview to become a solicitor, he might need to find a way of explaining it or covering it up. But now, tonight, he was glad that it was there. Chapter 2. Look at this. Do you have doubts about your partner's fidelity? Are you sure he can be trusted in an age when making new friends is just a matter of a few clicks online? Do you know there are apps that can put people in touch for a casual encounter within minutes? If you need to know, we can find out for you. Our discreet fidelity checks have helped hundreds of women. Call now or email Zoe for full details and our price list. But what price can you put on peace of mind? Lane stared at the screen for a few more seconds, as if she couldn't quite believe her own eyes, and then she slowly shook her head and clicked the mouse. There's more. Sign up now for one of our special online honey traps. All we need is a list of your partner's social media contacts. We'll do the rest. All this, look at this. Their investigators have their own blog spots here on the site. The cheating epidemic and how to spot the signs. How to end things safely and securely. Special offers on background checks for online dating. It just goes on and on. Some case histories with names changed to protect the guilty. Emily, you couldn't make this up. It's appalling. Emily Willows didn't respond straight away. Instead, she poured her second cup of tea from the pot on the tray in front of her. There was no point in offering Summer Lane another, because she only ever had one cup. Lane took a little milk in her tea, and was probably concerned about the number of calories in it. Not that she was vain about her looks, quite the reverse it seemed, most of the time. But the extra few ounces perhaps made a difference if one was intent on running 100 miles every week. Oh, I couldn't agree more. That's the really pink private detectives agency, isn't it? There are several similar ones on the internet. That suggests to me that there is a demand out there. I'm sure there is, but look what it's a demand for. You cannot seriously be considering anything like this. Emily sipped more tea, and at the same time took a surreptitious look at her watch. 10 minutes to 3. 10 more minutes to keep this conversation going. To be fair to them, the really pink women also go after men who are not paying child support, which is more worthwhile. And they also investigate identity theft, which is a growing problem. That would be more interesting, wouldn't it? Lane found the cross in the top right-hand corner of the screen and shut the really pink private detectives agency down. From the dining-room table, where Emily had set up her laptop, one had a fine view of the immaculate lawn and the beautiful borders. Autumn roses were in full bloom, and the rain had ceased for now. But each time the winds from the sea found their way into the garden, a few more petals fluttered down to the wet ground. Emily, you've brought up this subject several times. I appreciate your trying to help, but it's not necessary. You don't need to pay me back. What happened with Small and Skinner, well, it just happened. It was more my fault than yours, as it turned out, so you really don't owe me anything." Several times was probably an understatement. Which part of no didn't this woman understand? Even now it was clear that the message hadn't got through. Emily was nodding and smiling, as if Lane had actually asked when they were going into business together. Summer. Still the insistence on the first name, just one more reason why working with Emily Willows would be impossible. "Let's make sure that we understand each other. I am not trying to pay you back, even though you probably saved my life. I should, but I'm not. I'm being selfish. I believe that I have spotted a business opportunity." Lane sat back and folded her arms, ready to hear the arguments that were becoming familiar. The nearest advertised private investigations agency was more than 30 miles from Polcombe. There were many retired and well-off people living along the coast of Cornwall, and the start-up costs were minimal, especially now that so much could be done online. Emily would say that the house was too large for her anyway, and running a small business from one of its spacious rooms would make perfect sense. But this time Emily took a different line, one she had only hinted at before. "It would be good for you, Summer, as well as for me. It would give us both something to do. Neither of us should sit around all day doing nothing. I've been doing just that since Ronald died. And the end result is that I've grown so plump I could hardly run away from someone who wanted to do me serious harm. I need something to focus on, to get me moving. It would be a reason to get up in the morning." Lane had to smile a little as she took another look at the garden. The old dear was more resourceful and crafty than one first imagined, and that last remark, though apparently about herself, was aimed directly at her next-door neighbour. And it struck home. A life of idleness was not for her, apart from the fact that she couldn't live forever off the last of her capital. She would have to do something eventually. "Emily, it's like I said last time. You can't just do these things. It's a regulated business. You cannot advertise that sort of service unless you're licensed, and they don't hand those out casually. You have to show competence in a number of areas, and there has to be comprehensive insurance and legal cover, which is going to cost an arm and a leg, never mind all the other set-up costs. I looked into it the last time you—" That was a mistake, and Lane knew it the moment she said it. "Did you? Good." "That doesn't mean I looked into it trying to save you some money, a lot of money. I don't think you realize what's involved." "And I think I do. Of course, I've only costed these things in a general way, and I wouldn't go any further without meeting with my accountant and my bank manager. I should arrange meetings with them, and we can both attend. I can probably get in to see them next week. You can ask all your questions, and—" Lane was on her feet. "Emily, I don't mean to be rude, but have you seen Dragon's Den on TV? Your pitch is brilliant, but I'm out. It's a no from me. The fact I was a copper doesn't mean I'd be any good as a private eye. It's a different ballgame entirely." "No, it isn't. Not entirely. The majority of people working privately have had police experience. I checked. You said one has to show competence, and you clearly could do so. I have an understanding of business, enough to run that side of things, and you could do the legwork. That's what they call it." "Oh, is it? I never knew that." There was a pause in proceedings, and Lane, looking down at Emily Willows, felt a little guilty, but she needn't have bothered. The woman was a force of nature. "The reception room through there is never used. It would make an ideal office, with a nice view of the garden. I have a surprisingly good broadband connection, and, as I say, excellent relationships with my financial advisers. Most importantly, I have a substantial amount of money in savings accounts that is earning me very little interest. My idea would at least be interesting, even if it didn't get me any more interest than that." You can only say no so many times. Then you just walk away. "I have to go. I'm late for my run." Someone was ringing the doorbell. The look they exchanged was inevitable after what had taken place just a couple of months ago. The hours they had spent trapped in this same room with Skinner and Small would never be erased from their memories. That had all begun with a stranger at Emily's front door, and so when she said, "Would you mind waiting just a moment?" there was no hesitation on Lane's part. And when she was alone, waiting and standing at the window, she thought, so what the hell am I going to do? Polcombe is as charming as everyone says, and I have one of the most beautiful places in the world to run, along those cliff tops in the early morning. But what am I going to do? Not about the money, don't care about the money. But I only have one skill set, and only one job has ever allowed me to forget myself and find myself at the same time. And I can't do it any more. No police force here is ever going to take me on now. Maybe abroad. Half-consciously, Lane had begun listening to what was going on at the front door. It sounded as if it was going on in the hallway now. 2 women's voices, Emily's and another, and there was familiarity in the exchange, so it was someone that Emily knew. This was an opportunity to escape then, and she was heading for the hallway herself when Emily brought someone with her back into the lounge. "Summer, this is an old friend of mine, Stephanie. Stephanie, this is Summer Lane, my next-door neighbour." Stephanie was taller and thinner than Emily, as tall as Lane herself, and as the 2 of them shook hands, the look that Stephanie was giving her was wrong for an informal introduction. Lane looked at Emily as she let go of the hand, and Emily looked away, smiled, and invited her friend to sit down. As she did so, Stephanie said, "Well, it's good to meet you at last. Obviously, we've all heard a great deal about you." Emily was still avoiding Lane's stare. "All of it much exaggerated, I expect." Now Emily had taken a seat as well, leaving Lane standing on her own. Simply to walk out would be ill-mannered, and so Lane sat back in the chair she had occupied earlier. Stephanie said, "I'm sure that every word is true. Emily is one of my oldest friends, and we're all very grateful to you for what you did." Lane shrugged, and looked again in the direction of the said oldest friend, but there was still nothing coming back at all. In fact, Emily was saying to neither of them in particular that she would go and put the kettle on, and as she left the lounge, Stephanie leaned forward in her chair and said earnestly and quietly, "And thank you for seeing me." Making that particular pot of tea seemed to be taking Emily longer than usual. It had taken only a moment, however, for Lane to guess what had gone on, but there was nothing she could say to Stephanie's words of thanks, and so she simply nodded and waited, with one eye on the entrance into the kitchen, and a dagger of a look in readiness. Stephanie said, "I don't know how much Emily has told you." "Very little." "I see. I'm sure that's very wise. No danger of Chinese whispers that way." Lane controlled her breathing and did her best not to show her annoyance, but if this friend of Emily's turned out to be concerned about what her husband was really getting up to when he said he was playing the 15th tee, these proceedings would come to an abrupt and awkward end. She managed to force a small smile. "Emily said that you might be able to help, with your experience, and I know that she has plans to go into business with you, which is terribly exciting. Imagine, here in Polcombe. That's why when she said she would ask you, I didn't mind. We would much rather pay you for your time." "Pay me to do what, exactly?" In the corner of her eye, Lane saw Emily's head appear in the doorway, but it was gone again before she could catch her. She would be listening in, choosing her moment to return. "This is about my nephew, my sister's eldest son. She is very worried about him. We all are." "Why?" "He has disappeared without a word to anyone." Oh joy, a runaway teenager would be the next worst thing after a golfer with a naughty 9-iron. "How long has he been missing?" "Since last Tuesday. No one has heard from him since Tuesday morning. He spoke to the estate manager where he works and said that he needed to take a few days off, and that was it. Not a word of explanation to anyone in the family." Lane made herself stop then, and a silence grew. Still no sign of Emily, which was entirely deliberate and devious. She was trying to give Lane no option but to speak to the woman. Trying, obviously, to get Lane involved, and every time she asked a question, that's what seemed to be happening as far as Stephanie was concerned. Eventually Lane said, "What is his job?" "At the sawmill on the estate. There's a lot of forestry there.
He more or less runs the mill, but he won't let them make him manager, or so my sister tells me. He's a responsible person, Miss Lane. This isn't like him."
"How old is he?"
34.
"And presumably someone has contacted the police?"
"Yes, on Wednesday morning. They asked a few questions and made a record of the call, but they didn't seem—"
No, thought Lane, they wouldn't have been. Unless it's a minor or someone with special needs or a history, they won't exactly be putting the system into overdrive.
And they even told my sister that if they discover his whereabouts, they won't reveal them without his permission."
"That's correct." Stephanie seemed a little disappointed to have this confirmed, and then Emily reappeared with the tea tray. She looked at them both and said,
"So, how are we getting on?"
as if she hadn't heard every word, but still she avoided looking directly at Lane.
Stephanie said, "Miss Lane, Summer, has asked me some questions." "Well, that's a good start. I expect there will be lots more."
And now they were both looking at Lane, with Emily able to take cover behind her friend's need to be treated a little kindly. One small part of Lane's mind began plotting revenge. The rest sighed, shrugged, and gave in to the inevitable, at least as far as this afternoon was concerned. She said, "The fact that your nephew told his employer he was going to be away for a few days suggests he was rational. It's a planned absence. The fact that he didn't tell the family is a matter for them. Families are complicated. Unless there is a particular reason to be concerned about his safety—" "I'm sorry, what is your nephew's name?"
"Nicholas. Nick Pascoe. We do have reason to be concerned, Miss Lane."
Emily said,
"You must call her Summer, Stephanie."
This time the two brown eyes caught those of Emily Willows in a full, unblinking stare, but Stephanie was too wrapped up in her own concerns to notice.
"We do have reasons to be concerned, Summer. We are very worried about him."
"Okay, why are you worried about Nick?" Stephanie was about to wobble for the first time in the conversation. She went to reach for the cup and saucer, and changed her mind, and then Emily reached across and put a hand on her arm as she said,
"You should tell Summer everything. Nick is a strong character in many ways. I mean, he certainly is physically. One soon realizes he is a tough man, especially after all the training. But 18 months ago—"
Whatever happened 18 months ago was difficult for her to say. Lane waited long enough and then said, "What sort of training?"
"In the army. Nick did 11 years. He was in Afghanistan."
"Right. He knows about tight corners, then. So what happened 18 months ago?" Emily's hand was still resting on her friend's arm, and Lane saw the squeeze of reassurance.
"Nick left the army 4 years ago, when they came back in 2012. It hasn't been easy for him, you know, making the readjustment. He's not alone in that, is he?"
Not really my area, thought Lane, but something in the fragments of Nick Pascoe's story echoed with her own experiences, and had Emily guessed that? She wouldn't put it past her. Lane shook her head and waited for Stephanie to continue.
"As I say, he has had some difficult times. His marriage broke down. He has a young daughter, too. Anne couldn't settle in a job. 18 months ago, in the spring of last year, he tried to take his own life. We were all so shocked, and my sister was heartbroken. Since then, he seemed to have turned the corner, what with the job but a week ago, my sister says, his behaviour changed, and now he is gone. We're all thinking the worst, and—"
Emily was on her feet, bending down and comforting her tearful friend. After a moment or two, she looked up at Lane and said,
"Never mind, Stephanie. Never mind. I'm sure there's something we can do."
Chapter 3. The Pascoe family lived in Bodmin, and an hour later Emily was driving the three of them there in her brand-new red Skoda Citigo. She had paid for it herself. The insurance company will come through eventually, she said, but they are having a little difficulty accepting quite what happened to the previous one. In the back seat, Lane maintained her silence, but she could sympathize with the insurers. She still had difficulty accepting it herself, and accepting, too, where that extraordinary sequence of events had now led her. Life would have been simpler, she reflected, if I'd just let them get on with a straightforward kidnap and hostage scenario. Only once in the journey was Lane unable to restrain herself. Emily had said to Stephanie, "I did wonder whether to mention this to Robert. I know he's in criminal investigation, but he might be able to put in a word." Lane said, "No, I wouldn't if I were you. The last time you and your son worked a case together, it didn't turn out too well."
"Oh, I think it did. We're here, aren't we? Still in one piece. And those two monsters will be locked up for a long time. We did the public quite a service."
Their eyes met in the rearview mirror, Lane's still annoyed and Emily's perfectly sincere. On top of everything else, Emily Willows was an optimist. Lane wondered then whether the only escape might be to move house.
"My husband will be home in just a couple of minutes. Would you mind waiting?"
Abigail Pascoe, Stephanie's sister, was as tall, thin, and angular as her sibling, and when the two of them embraced, they resembled a couple of folding step-ladders propped one against the other. Abigail must be the younger of the two, but the worry of the past few days had aged her, and there were dark circles under the woman's eyes. Lane looked around the Pascoes' home. They were ordinary working people, to whom family was the most important thing. Lots of photos of each other, and of children, and of, presumably, the wider circle of relatives. Everywhere was clean, but not particularly tidy, and Abigail fussed a little as she showed them into the lounge, moving magazines, straightening cushions, and picking up shoes and slippers from the floor. Decent people, Lane concluded. Not a family that thrives on sarcasm, undercurrents, and tensions as some do. If Nick Pascoe had tried to end his own life 18 months ago, that must have shaken them to the core. William Pascoe came through the front door no more than 5 minutes later. He was breathless, carrying the weight that his wife lacked, and had plainly hurried, thinking no doubt that this meeting was an important development, and Lane was annoyed with Emily again, this time for giving them false hope. When he took off his jacket, Lane noticed the ID badge. Pascoe was a section manager in a supermarket, and had probably had to make some excuse to get out at short notice. Now there were 5 people in the room, 2 of whom were superfluous, but Lane could hardly ask Emily and Stephanie to leave, and the 4 of them were waiting, looking at her. She had to set them straight on a couple of things. "You all," with a look directly at Emily, "need to understand that I'm no longer a police officer. I haven't been one for some time. Also, when I was a police officer, I did not work on missing persons, ever, and I have no specialist knowledge in that area. I'm only here because—" A difficult sentence to finish. "Because Emily thought that I might be able to help. But as I say, I really can't promise anything, except that Stephanie promised payment earlier on, and I can promise you that that is not going to happen." Behind the Pascoes, who were sitting side by side on the sofa that faced her, on an old-fashioned sideboard, Lane could see a silver-framed photograph of a soldier. He was handsome, every inch the firm-jawed professional army man, and he was wearing the maroon beret of the parachute regiment. That image could have been used on a recruiting poster. So why had he... and when had... Damn you, Emily Willows! All right, then. Can you tell me some more about Nick, starting with his time in the army? William Pascoe was proud of his son. He knew all the details of Nick's service, and probably the history of the regiment in which he had completed it. He explained to Lane that 16 Air Assault Brigade is based in Colchester, and that it's the largest in the army, with more than 8,000 personnel. Nick had also been a member of a specialist unit, the Pathfinder Platoon, under the direct command of Brigade Headquarters. These men operate in groups of 4, and they are reconnaissance and communications specialists, locating and marking drop zones for paratroopers and landing zones for helicopters. The Pathfinders are always at the leading edge of any attacking manoeuvres. Nick Pascoe had served twice in Afghanistan, the second time from 2010 to 2011, at his own request. Lane said, "Whereabouts was he based, Mr. Pascoe?" "He worked in all the main locations. They had to be mobile the way things developed. Camp Bastion, Kandahar. But he finished up operating around Kabul. From the way the young woman nodded, Pascoe could see that these place names meant something to her. Perhaps she would be one of the people who understood. There aren't many who do. And as if she were reading his thoughts, the two of them exchanged a glance that the other woman in the room might not even have noticed. "Thank you, Mr. Pascoe. And then—" "Please, call me William." "Okay. Then, when the army returned that brigade in 2012, Nick left. Excuse me for asking, but was that his choice?" "Yes. Or at least he never gave us cause to think otherwise." "Were you surprised that he left?" He was certainly surprised by that question. William Pascoe looked at his wife before he answered it. "I suppose I was, a little. The army was the making of him." Lane sensed something and waited. It was Abigail Pascoe who ended the silence. "I used to think that. Now I think it was the breaking of him." William covered his wife's hand with his own as he spoke again. "Nick had problems with authority at school. Nothing terrible, he wasn't expelled, but other boys tended to follow his lead, so I'm sure you get the picture. It's familiar enough. Anyway, he didn't do well as a result, which meant no college or university and only ordinary jobs. He drifted for a couple of years, and then one day he went into a recruiting office in Plymouth, just as an impulse off the street as he was walking by, and that was that. When he came home on leave after basic training, he was a different man. It was all he could talk about, and he couldn't wait to go back." Lane glanced at the photograph again, and it seemed to confirm everything that William Pascoe had told her. She said, "So he was serving for 10 years or thereabouts. That's long enough for most people, I'm guessing, especially after seeing action twice somewhere like Afghanistan. But you were surprised that he'd left. Did he tell you why he came to that decision? I know that all this might have nothing to do with what's going on at the moment, but it seems a sensible place to start, so—" Pascoe's look told Lane that the story of his son's leaving the army had everything to do with what was going on at the moment. He said, "We talked about it a lot at the time. He used to joke and say that 10 years is about what you get for armed robbery, and he'd done his time. He said he needed to make a fresh start but to be honest with you, I don't think he wanted to leave. Something had got to him." "Miss Lane, he has PTSD. It's as simple as that. He knew it was coming, and that's why he left the army, rather than present them with the problem. That's how he viewed it." Abigail Pascoe had removed her hand from that of her husband as she said those words, and she had straightened her back. She looked around at the little group of people as if ready for an argument. Lane said to her, "Thank you. Has Nick seen anyone? Has he had support?" "Yes. The army offers some help. Nick went along with it, but I can't say that it made any difference. We have always been here for him, and we've suggested seeing someone privately, but that was... well, we tried again after he... but he has shut us out of that part of his life." And Lane thought, what the hell has Emily got us into here? These poor people need counsellors and cognitive behaviour therapists, not a done-for ex-DI who still has a few issues of her own. Christ! She said to them both, "I doubt if that's any reflection on you. It's a part of the condition, isn't it? People who have suffered this sort of trauma simply cannot talk about it openly. There is survivor guilt, self-blaming, self-loathing, and a sense of shame." Emily was watching her with a changed expression, something close to pity, and then she realized why. At some point soon she was going to have to put that woman straight, but it couldn't be now. Lane said, "Okay, it must be painful going over this, and I'm sorry. So Nick must have seen intense action on the front line." William Pascoe nodded. "Do we know whether the problems he's had since then are related to a specific incident? They might not be, obviously, but they were. She could see that in their faces as soon as she said it. Abigail said, 'When they lost their captain. When they lost Captain Newey.'" William Pascoe had taken up the story. The Pathfinders work in groups of 4 men, all highly trained in reconnaissance and communications. These groups are permanent, and because they face dangers and risks on a daily basis once deployed to forward positions, the relationships that are forged in that fire are unlike those that most of us experience in our modern lives. It is a given that these soldiers will sacrifice themselves for their comrades and for the mission. That is how they are chosen for elite forces in the first place. Early in 2011, Nick Pascoe's patrol had been operating out of Kabul in some of the worst fighting that British troops had seen in Afghanistan. It was led by Captain Julian Newey, and the 4 men in that patrol had been acting as a unit for over a year. Whilst marking out landing areas for helicopters, they had come under fire from the Taliban. They held their position for 2 hours, but then somehow Captain Newey had become cut off and taken prisoner. William Pascoe said, "That's what they feared more than death. Being held captive. They knew they would be tortured. They were afraid of giving up anything that would be used against their own men." Abigail Pascoe was weeping silently. Lane caught her sister's eye, and between them Stephanie and Emily managed to get her off the sofa and away into the kitchen. Lane said, "How did that end?"
"Nick and the others held their position until backup arrived. They knew it was on its way. They had called for air support. Then, when that had arrived, they decided to go forward under fire, just the 3 of them, to where Captain Newey was being held. They killed several of the Taliban as they did so. They found Captain Newey, but it was too late. I won't go into the details of it, but they brought back his body. Nick did that himself. He flew back to RAF Lynham with his captain."
Lane stood up and moved to the window that overlooked the small, neat back garden. She had turned her back on William Pascoe because he needed a moment, and perhaps because she did too. She must have done so, because when Pascoe started to apologize a minute or 2 later, she felt a stab of anger and wanted to tell him to shut up. Instead, she took her seat again. "Did Nick go back after that? Back to Afghanistan?"
"Yes. He finished the tour of duty. They all did. But they were all affected by it, and they all came out at more or less the same time the following year."
"By they, you mean the other 2 members of the patrol?" William Pascoe nodded, and Lane asked, "Do you know much about them? Do you know if Nick has remained in contact with anyone?"
"I don't know if he has been recently. Since he moved into the cottage on the estate, we haven't seen so much of him. But they were in touch after they left the army. I know they met up a couple of times."
"And can you remember anything about them? Names would be useful."
"One was a Scottish boy. For the life of me I can't recall his name. But the other was Rashid. He came and stayed here one night when they were on leave. He was a good lad. Nick had a lot of time for him. He admired his courage. Said it took a lot of bottle to be Asian and join the army, never mind going to fight in Afghanistan."
Now that the sound of a kettle boiling had come to an end, Lane could hear the voices of the women in the kitchen. It sounded as if Emily was asking questions and conducting her own inquiries. Someone needed to put a stop to this Miss Marple fantasy before any serious damage was done. "Right, William. That's useful. You don't have any contact details for Rashid, or you'd have told me by now."
"No, I'm sorry."
"Or a surname?" Pascoe shook his head. "I think we're almost done. Just 2 more things. Someone said that Nick's behaviour had changed recently. About a week ago?"
"Yes. I didn't think anything of it, except that it was a good thing. Abigail still does some of his washing. She drove up to the cottage with it one evening last week, and he wasn't there. She waited and worried, as she does, and then he turned up. He'd been out training like they used to do, you know, running with the full pack. She said he must have been pushing himself really hard. He used to be very fit, but hadn't bothered much since he left the army."
"Anything else?"
"Yes, but it's probably nothing, just a trivial thing."
William Pascoe looked at her again, and she thought, he's wondering about this now, wondering who this woman is, poking around just because she happens to know Emily Willows, who happens to know his sister-in-law. A woman no older than his son, who's unemployed and in receipt of a police disability pension. It's a joke. She should... But Pascoe, presumably, had seen something else.
"When she went inside the cottage with him. We have a key, but we don't use it. Everything had been cleaned and tidied up. Abigail said it was spotless, which was new because, as I said, for a long time Nick hasn't bothered, not since he left the army. So we were pleased, you know. He has a decent job, and up at the estate they think a lot of him. Abigail was laughing and said all he needs now is a nice young woman, and we even wondered if that's what was going on."
The sounds of teacups and clinking spoons from the kitchen. Lane needed to get this done before they came back in. Mr. Pascoe, William, I'm sorry to ask this, but you don't have to answer. Can you tell me anything about what happened 18 months ago? The circumstances under which Nick tried to end his own life? The pain of hearing that took his eyes from her own and down for a moment to the floor, and she hated herself. But he came back up, with his own kind of courage. He said, "The police didn't ask about any of this." "No, they have their protocols. I'm sure they will, if and when." "It's all right. I wasn't being critical. Will any of this help you to find him?" "I have absolutely no idea." Pascoe smiled and said, "I can't fault your honesty, Miss Lane. Abigail has been terrified ever since that Nick will make another attempt." "But you don't think so?" "No. I think this is something else." A face appeared briefly in the doorway to the kitchen, but it had gone before Lane could see who it was. Then there was silence in the kitchen, as if they were waiting to see whether the conversation in the sitting-room was over before they came back in. Lane said, "It's okay, then. If you don't think what happened last year is relevant, we don't need to go there." Nick Pascoe's father said, "No. I want you to know everything that might be of any use. It happened on the estate where he works now. He didn't then. One of the gamekeepers saw him." Chapter 4. Saw him throw a rope over the lower limb of an oak tree in a quiet glade of Huntsman's Wood. The keeper called the estate officer, and within a matter of minutes Bill Jackson, the estate manager, and another keeper had arrived. The three of them watched from a distance for a few more seconds, just to be sure that this trespasser was intending to hang himself in their pheasant coverts. When he began to build underneath the rope a platform with the short sawn log stacked at the side of the glade, they walked down, the three of them, and spoke to him. One of the keepers brought the Range Rover along the track, and they drove the man back to the estate office. Throughout the encounter, they reported, he was perfectly reasonable and polite, doing what they suggested without argument. Bill Jackson said this was the oddest thing about the whole episode. When they arrived back in the office, intending to call the police non-emergency number to get some advice, it happened that Colonel Saunders was there, wondering where everyone had gone. He listened to Jackson's story, watching through the office window as the man sat in the back of the Range Rover, and then he, Colonel Saunders, ex-guards and fifth-generation owner of the Trebrown estate, told them to bring the man through to his private office. Only two men know what was said behind the closed door, but whatever it was, it took them an hour and a half to say it. When they came out, the Colonel asked Bill Jackson to give Sergeant Pascoe a lift back to Bodmin, and the following morning, at 8 o'clock precisely, Nick Pascoe turned up for work at the estate's sawmill. 6 months ago, in May, the latest of the estate's cottages to be renovated became available, and Nick had moved into it. In winter, after the leaves had fallen, it would be visible from Bill Jackson's office, but throughout the summer and early autumn it was a retreat, tucked away among the oaks and beeches, close to one of the many little streams that run down the hillside before joining with the river in the valley. After calling at the office and making themselves and their purpose known to Bill Jackson, and it was fortunate that William Pascoe had met him previously, Lane and Nick's father had walked down to the cottage. Last night on the drive back to Polcombe, after this had been arranged, Lane had made it clear that this would not be another group visit, and Emily had made no objection whatsoever. Lane knew why, of course. Emily was convinced that she was winning Lane over to the idea of working together in future, of setting up a private investigations agency. Well, there would be plenty more opportunities to put her right on that. In which case, thought Lane, as she watched William Pascoe unlocking the cottage door, why exactly am I here this morning? She still felt like a fraud, and in her own mind she was sure that whatever had caused Nick to leave home last Tuesday, it was not to carry out another attempt at a suicide mission. She felt sorry for the family, but at the end of the day this was surely family business, no one else's. On the other hand, when William Pascoe had asked her directly if she would look at Nick's home to see if there were clues that they had missed, she had not been able to refuse. When the door swung open, William turned, looked around, and said, "It's a beautiful spot, isn't it?" As if somehow this made Nick's disappearance from it all the more puzzling. Lane didn't really do countryside, ever since her parents had made her grow up in it. but she could see the beech leaves turning to bronze and the oaks becoming 1,000 shades of copper and gold, and she could sense that sharper autumn morning edge in the air. She nodded, and then William Pascoe went into the cottage and she followed. It was all still new, of course, but money had been spent to make it feel old and in keeping with its history. There was a little ingle-nook fireplace with a stack of logs ready to burn, lots of bare stone walls inside, flagstone floors, a beamed ceiling, wicker and cane furniture with fabric cushions, and low doorways which made Lane duck as she went through into the kitchen. Lane saw the washing machine, new like everything else, and thought about Nick Pascoe still taking his to his mother. The man who could operate modern communications equipment could probably operate that washing machine, so taking it home was a way of keeping in touch with his own base. Everything was as tidy and organized as she had been told yesterday evening, but the place lacked emotional detail. That's how she put it to herself. No photos, no decoration, no pictures, no plants or flowers, nothing personal. It's a male thing, obviously, but her own place was more or less the same, even though Emily had made her unpack all the boxes now. William Pascoe stood in the centre of the kitchen, with his hands at his sides, looking at Lane. Perhaps he had realized the futility of this now. She opened some drawers and cupboards, and found that Nick had enough of the basics to get him through most of the winter. Rice, dried pasta, lentils, beans, tins of soup. From there she went to the fridge, and found it to be almost empty, which was odd, until she worked it out. He knew he was going some days in advance, and he had made sure that there were no perishables left. This also suggested that he knew the trip would be longer than just a day or two. Lane closed the fridge, turned and leaned back against the edge of the work surface, her hands in her jean pockets. Because she wasn't looking directly at him, William Pascoe studied her face. A small frown gathered on her brow and then gave way to slightly raised eyebrows as she thought about what they were doing and finding. He wanted to ask, but did not want to interrupt. Everyone knew the story of what she had done the night the two men tried to abduct Emily Willows. She looked too young to have been a high-ranking specialist police officer in the Met, but apparently she had been, and so, whether she was now retired or unemployed, they were fortunate that she was taking an interest. Now she seemed to have drifted further off. The look on her face was almost wistful. High cheekbones, large dark brown eyes that were intense when they looked directly at you, but they often didn't. He had noticed that last night. That was because she didn't want you to see into her soul, or was it because she did not want to see into yours? William Pascoe found himself staring, wondering whether she ever wore makeup. She wasn't beautiful, but... "Does Nick have a car?" Pascoe gave a start before he answered. "No, not now. He sold his last one when he was struggling for money a couple of years ago. He used to borrow mine occasionally, and now he gets to use one of the estate 4x4s whenever he needs one." She pursed her lips as she slotted the latest piece of information into place, and then Pascoe added, "He's a good driver." Lane said, "They seem to think a lot of him, the people on the estate." "Yes. It started off as the old soldier thing, I'm sure, Colonel Saunders helping out because Nick had served his country. But since then Nick has fitted in and made himself quite useful. When I first phoned Bill Jackson, he told me Nick had produced cutting plans for the next fortnight. As he hadn't had any holiday since he started work here, that's another reason they were happy for him to go off for a few days." Lane was looking directly at Pascoe now. "Really?" He nodded and waited. Lane pushed herself away from the work surface, shaking her head a little as she said, "Mr. William, he's decided to take some holiday. For some reason best known to himself, he hasn't told you where, but it's still the most obvious explanation. I don't know what sort of holiday involves training with a full pack, but he left things tidy here. He's planned work to help the estate, and there's no reason to think he isn't coming back." When they came into the cottage, they had left the door open. Pascoe went to it now and looked outside before he closed it. Walking back towards Lane, he reached into his trousers pocket and took out the keys again. He didn't look reassured by anything she had just said. In fact, he looked more worried than ever. Pascoe said, "I wanted you to look around first. A fresh pair of eyes and all that. But there's something you need to see." "That's a gun cabinet." It was fixed securely to the wall, as it had to be by law, and it had been placed inside one of the built-in wardrobes in the bedroom that Nick Pascoe used. As he found the correct key, William said,
"Yes, Nick paid for it to be put in. It's all official. The police inspect them annually. But I expect you know that."
He put the key into the lock, but seemed reluctant to turn it without giving Lane more of an explanation.
"Nick had never fired a gun before he signed up. I doubt if anyone in our family ever had. But he had a talent for it. He used to shoot competitively before Afghanistan. He came second in the Army operational shooting competition. Said he didn't mind because he was beaten by one of the Gurkhas. Everyone knew they were the best shots, he said, so there was no shame in that. We have his trophies at home."
William Pascoe looked at Lane, and saw that she was staring at the cabinet and waiting. How much had she guessed already? As he turned the key, he said,
"Anyway, when he left the army, he said it was something he would keep up, just as an interest, maybe join a club. As far as I know, he didn't, but he did get a shotgun for use here on the estate last year. I know he went out with one of the keepers sometimes."
Lane said, "That's trusting of them, in view of how they all first met."
"As I said, Miss Lane, he's come a long way in the past year."
Pascoe hadn't meant that to sound as sharp as it did, but the young woman seemed oblivious to it. She was waiting for him to open the cabinet properly. He did so, and pulled back so that she could see. "And that's Nick's shotgun, I presume?"
"Yes."
Lane crouched a little, and took a closer look. Then she said, "Okay, he left the gun behind. I'm not sure—"
"He did and he didn't. When he showed this to me in the summer, there was something else in the bottom of the cabinet. I don't think I was meant to see it. It was a black leather holster with a pistol in it. And it isn't there now."
She reached into the cabinet and lifted the cleaning cloths at the bottom, but there was nothing underneath them. The shotgun was properly secured, but there was no sign of another weapon. She said, "All privately owned handguns have been illegal in the UK for 20 years.
"Yes, I thought they were. I looked it up afterwards, after I had seen it."
"And did you speak to Nick about that, when you knew? Because he could go inside just for possessing one." Lane's manner had changed. William Pascoe would have described it as disconcertingly direct.
"Yes, I did. He told me it was just a souvenir. He could see that I was worried, and no doubt he had guessed why. He said he had no ammunition for it. It was a sort of pistol he had used in the army, he said, in the competitions, and when I asked how he had got it, he said I didn't need to know."
She couldn't be sure, would need to check herself, but it might be a Browning or a Glock 17. "So, getting this absolutely straight, he has an illegally held weapon which he keeps in a firearms cabinet which can be inspected by the police."
"Nick does things properly, Miss Lane. I expect they usually give notice, and he would have removed it. I told him to get rid of it, and perhaps he did."
"And have you mentioned the handgun to anyone else?"
"No, not then and not now. I never told Abigail. When we came up to the cottage on Wednesday evening, when we couldn't get in touch with him, I looked in here, but I never told her what was missing. But I haven't been able to think about anything else since. If he didn't get rid of it, what on earth is he intending to do?"
Lane didn't answer. She watched Pascoe locking the cabinet, and thought, never mind what Nick intended to do. What we should do now is call the county police HQ at Bodmin. We have a highly trained ex-paratrooper gone AWOL, with suicidal tendencies and possibly armed with a semi-automatic sidearm. That's one way of looking at this. Another is that he has just gone off to see a friend, or maybe a woman. Lane couldn't know for sure that relationships in the Pascoe family were as sound and open as they appeared to be. If they alerted the police and told them about the pistol, the police would act without a doubt. If they found Nick with the gun, souvenir or not, they would prosecute, and then he'd lose the lot. This place, his job, his liberty.
"Miss Lane, can you tell me what you're thinking?"
At least the Pascoes hadn't fallen for Emily's attempts to get everyone to use her Christian name. "Just Lane will do, Mr. Pascoe. You told me earlier that Nick has a mobile, but that it goes straight to voicemail. It doesn't do that normally, does it? He would usually answer."
"Yes."
"Does he have a laptop?"
"I don't think so. He has a tablet thing, an iPad. He's brought it to ours sometimes."
"Okay, let's have a look around and see if anything like that's been left behind." Lane was looking for a contacts list or a conversation on any connected device, or any sort of notebook where Nick Pascoe might have written passwords if he didn't use automatically generated ones. If she could access a cloud account, she might get contacts that way. As she went through drawers and cupboards, she was also making a mental list of the ways in which Nick might have left the area. The estate would have said if he had borrowed a vehicle. He might have just walked, of course. He might be up on the moor, roughing it on his own, reliving the bad old days. But there were some odd aspects to this. In a bedside cabinet she found a mobile phone. She opened it, but there was no charge in the battery, and then she called William Pascoe up from downstairs. "Do you know whether this is Nick's phone?" He took it from her and examined it closely. "I don't think it is, or at least I don't think it's the one he uses now. Probably an old one." Lane looked through the drawer where the phone had been, but there was no sign of a charger. There never is when you need one in a hurry. Holding out her hand, she said, "Do you mind if I hang on to the phone for now?" He gave it back to her and said nothing, but the look on his face was easy enough to read. She had known before she asked for the phone what he would think. As she pushed it into her back pocket, she turned away from William Pascoe and pulled open the next drawer down in the bedside cabinet. He continued to stand behind her in silence. After a few more seconds, and still without looking back at him, she said, "I'm not making any promises. To anyone." Chapter 5. "I don't like the way you landed me with this, Emily. And I completely understand, Summer, but when Stephanie told me what was happening in that family, I thought of you. They are good people, and Nick Pascoe is a brave man who has risked his life for the rest of us." "Right, and it was nothing to do with the fact that you've been on about setting up an agency since what is beginning to seem like forever." "Not at all. It's simply one of those oddly fortuitous turns of events." Lane was standing by the window again, and Emily Willows thought she often does that. I do wonder whether she is a little claustrophobic. That might explain the obsession with running as well. You call it oddly fortuitous then, Emily. I call it highly suspicious. "I do not, however, understand at all what you are saying now. Do you think I arranged Nick's disappearance in order to entrap you? That the whole matter is an elaborate charade designed to persuade you to throw in your lot with me? That's absurd. In fact, I can tell you that I had all but given up on the idea before Stephanie called me yesterday morning. Quite given up on it. You are right. We could never work together." Lane turned away from the window and fixed a long look on Emily Willows. The old dear could be devious, she'd learned that much, as well as mind-numbingly persistent. This was a trick. Lane was now meant to say, "Oh, why couldn't we, Emily?" as if she were the one who really wanted to set up Polcom Private Eyes, or whatever it was Emily had in mind. Emily said, after returning the stare for long enough, "Anyway, it's 11 o'clock. That phone will need a few more minutes to charge, and it's time for coffee. Come into the kitchen and tell me what you were going to do to find Nick Pascoe. I might be of some use, even if it's only to ask the stupid questions. But then, you know, Ronald always used to say that the only stupid questions are the ones not asked." Emily's face had lit up half an hour earlier, when Lane had arrived and produced the mobile that had perhaps belonged to the missing man. "It's a Samsung," Lane said, "the same as yours. I wondered if you had any older-style chargers." "How do you know my phone is a Samsung?" "Not sure. I must have seen it one day. Or maybe it's just intuition. Chargers?" Emily left the room, went into the kitchen, and came back with a handful of black cables. The first one Lane tried had fitted, and they left the mobile charging on the work surface. Now, as the kettle began to boil and Emily warmed the cafetiere, Lane checked and saw that the phone was powering up. Would it open? The phone was too old to have thumbprint security, but Nick Pascoe might have set a code, in which case this was going nowhere. Lane pressed the key and a security box appeared, but it already had 4 asterisks in place. It was evens now whether Nick was one of those people who see no need for security on a mobile phone. Perhaps less than 50-50 in view of what Nick had once done for a living and all that training. But Lane pressed the start key again. The home screen opened, and now she had a new window into Nick Pascoe's life. Unfortunately, it appeared to be his life of just over a year ago. That was the date of the last call made to Mum.
Lane scrolled back through the recents folder, but Nick hadn't used this phone very often, and the calls she could see were mostly to family, as were the calls he received. There were one or two names that might be worth following up, but Lane could not see the one that she was searching for, the name that William Pascoe had given her. It might not be here. Nick had perhaps let those times go entirely. She could understand that, and sympathize, but surely if those men had been as close as his father's story had suggested, there would be some trace of them somewhere.
"Oh, it's working. Have you found anything?"
"No. He didn't leave a message on here saying where he would be in a year's time."
"It really is the lowest form of wit, you know. Is this one of your not even a spot of milk days?"
"Black is fine." Emily Willows knew some of her habits already. Under other circumstances this would be annoying, but now Lane was in the contacts folder. More of them than she expected, and she scrolled down through to the letter R, not expecting anything. But it was there. No surname, obviously. We don't put them into our phones if we know the person well. But Rashid was present, and Lane wondered whether the number by that name was still the correct one. She put down the Samsung, leaving the lead-in to charge it fully because it might reveal a few more secrets yet, and then, with one of the daft little coffee cups in one hand, she thumbed through her iPhone with the other to the page where she had noted down the number that William Pascoe had given her for his son. It was the same as that on the Samsung, so Nick had kept his number and transferred it to the new phone. This made life a little easier. She took a long pull at the strong black coffee and inadvertently emptied the cup. When she put it down, she did so without looking, missing the saucer, still intent on the business with the phones. Emily Willows tutted, but not loudly enough to disturb the work that was going on. Then she picked up the cup, which was from a lovely set that she and Ronald had bought in Venice, and refilled it before placing it back on the saucer. And then, with a look that was a little sideways, she watched Lane and thought to herself, well, this is excellent. "You're just going to call it?" Lane looked up at Emily, pausing in the process of putting the numbers into her mobile, and said, "Well, there isn't much else you can do with a phone number, is there?"
"No, but what will you say? Hadn't we better—"
"We?"
"Hadn't you better plan something? Plan what to say?"
"It's perfectly straightforward, Emily. Why complicate things? This guy probably hasn't seen or heard from Nick Pascoe in years." The number was ringing, and Lane put her phone onto loudspeaker. Emily still seemed to be alarmed by what Lane was doing. She said in a whisper,
"But what are you going to say?"
"Okay, I'm going to say, 'Hello, is Nick there?'" Emily was about to protest again, but then a man's voice answered Lane's call. Lane said, "Hello, is that Rashid?"
"Yes." "Who is calling, please?"
Good English, but definitely with an Asian accent. Emily Willows was holding her breath, and Lane had to smile. "My name is Lane. We haven't met, but I think you used to know Nick Pascoe, Sergeant Nick Pascoe. I'm calling from Cornwall, on behalf of his family. We were wondering whether you—" There was a click as the call came to an abrupt end. Lane looked at her phone, and she could see only the message "Call ended," but the signal strength was good at 3 bars. Lane said, "Well, that was interesting, wasn't it? Now we have something to talk about." Emily let out the breath she had been holding. Then she looked at Lane and said, "We?" Lane explained who Rashid was in a little more detail than she had before, and Emily filled the coffee cup for a 3rd time. She was going to have to relent and get down one of the mugs when Lane was here. It would be less labour-intensive.
"Well, ring him back. Our mobile signals are always a problem here in the coombe. You can try from upstairs if you like,"
Lane said. It didn't sound like there was a problem. Usually you get the voice breaking up before the signal fails, or some sort of warning.
"You think he cut you off?"
"I know I didn't cut him off." She left Emily to think through some of the possibilities for herself. There were several, but all seemed to involve a reaction to hearing the name Nick Pascoe, unless there had been a genuine problem with phone technology. Lane looked at hers again, and the signal strength was still 3 bars out of the 5. Maybe Nick wasn't the only one who came back with some PTSD. Maybe Rashid had simply reacted instinctively and defensively when he heard the name from the past. Sometimes people try to cut all ties in a desperate attempt to escape, don't they, Lane? Or maybe Nick Pascoe had been in the room when Rashid took the call, heard the name and panicked. Maybe it was Pascoe who had pressed the button to end it. Emily said, "This Rashid's name is in Nick's phone, so they stayed in touch after they left the army. They must have been friends as well as colleagues. I know colleagues sounds ridiculous for soldiers, but never mind. I got the impression last night that Nick was involved in some dangerous work, and if this Rashid was with him—" "He was." "Yes, well, I expect William told you the whole story while I was in the kitchen. Anyway, under those circumstances, soldiers get very close, don't they? I can't see why Rashid would refuse to speak to you about Nick. Why would he just hang up?"
"Not bad for a bank manager's wife, Emily. Maybe they're closer than we think, even now." Lane's phone began to ring. For a moment she kept her eyes on Emily Willows, not hurrying, and then she looked down to see. It was the same mobile number that she had rung 10 minutes ago. Chapter 6.
"I thought he was probably a soldier."
"Why was that?"
"Something about him. You know, shoulders back and all that. Not just a squaddy, a proper one. And the backpack, maybe."
The station clerk took another good look at the photograph before he pushed it back under the security glass, and Lane picked it up and put it back in the inside pocket of her fleece. The silver frame had remained behind with the Pascoes. This was the only relatively recent picture of Nick, which seemed odd until Lane realized that no one had taken a photograph of her since the doctor's after Heathrow. Partly that was because there had been a dearth of people who might have the inclination to do so, but there was something else, as if, having seen that far inside yourself, you think that it must always show on the outside, the horror that you saw there. "Great. Good observation. This would have been last Tuesday?"
"Yes, I was off Thursday to Saturday. It was the evening before my last shift of the week."
"Right, that makes sense. And what ticket did he buy? If you can recall that as well, it will be helpful."
"I'm not supposed to say unless you're carrying ID for one of the relevant authorities. You said you're not the police, so—"
And there we are, Lane thought. That's my new life in investigations. I'd spend most of it being reminded or reminding myself that I'm not police. Thanks, Emily. Thank you so much for this. She shrugged and offered him a genuine enough smile, because he'd already told her something. But as she began to turn away from the ticket kiosk, the clerk said,
"Family friend, you said?"
Lane faced him again and said, "Yes. They haven't heard from him, and they're worried." Perhaps he finally concluded that she couldn't possibly be an undercover operative from the Railways Inspectorate, checking up to see whether privacy regulations were being flaunted here at Bodmin Parkway.
"Single to Paddington. He caught the late train, the 22:16, straight through, no changes. It was on time."
"Thank you. That really is helpful." She smiled again, and the clerk thought that she should do so more often. But then, instead of continuing on her way, she stepped back to the front of the kiosk. "Is there a late train tonight?"
"No, the 22:16 doesn't run on a Sunday. The last one to London on a Sunday is the 16:36.
They looked up simultaneously at the wall-mounted screen in the foyer. It read 15:52. "Okay, I'll have the same. A one-way to Paddington."
"Really? For this afternoon?"
She nodded as she took out a wallet from another inside pocket.
"This isn't some sort of wind-up?"
"No, wouldn't do that to someone who's been so helpful," as she placed a credit card on the counter in readiness. The clerk sighed and proceeded at the pace which had taken 16 years of practice to acquire. Not slow, but just slow enough to allow the average client, not customers these days, to change his or her mind about some detail of their journey. No point mentioning the cost-effectiveness of the period return, either. As the ticket printed, he glanced through the screen at her. No luggage, no weekend bag, not even a handbag that he could see. And he would bet a week's salary that when she came into the station 10 minutes ago, she hadn't planned to be going to London tonight. Never mind a family friend. He wondered as the payment went through and he pushed the ticket towards her, whether she wasn't the soldier's sister or something. A twin, maybe, fraternal sort who aren't identical, but... Then she was walking away towards the station entrance. She looked back and said, "Just need to sort out my car. Promise I won't miss it." The clerk stared for a moment at the empty doorway, before shaking his head at people these days. He wouldn't be surprised if she was the only passenger boarding the train to London on this October Sunday afternoon. Lane sat on one of the platform's benches, holding the phone a few inches away from her ear. Emily didn't shout as such, but she could be a little strident when under pressure. When there was a pause, Lane said, "It's perfectly simple. The keys are on top of the near side rear wheel. That's the wheel nearest the curb at the back."
"I do know what near side and rear mean."
"Great. Should be a faultless operation, then. So get over to the station car park and drive it back to my place. Hang on to the keys and I'll collect them when I'm back." She looked at the time on her phone. 25 minutes to go. How many of those would be used up dealing with Emily Willows?
"Summer, your car. Are you sure? It's an expensive one, I know that. If someone saw you leave the keys."
"Better hurry up, then."
"And I've never driven it. I've never driven anything like it."
"Everything is in the usual place. You should be covered on your own insurance just in case. It'll be a routine claim after the last one."
"Please don't joke about such matters. And how am I supposed to get there on a Sunday afternoon?"
Across the tracks, lights were being switched on in the old railway cottages. Lane could see the backs of them. Workers lived there once, but now they looked yuppified, character properties for young professional couples. Still, the lights made them look cosy as the evening closed in. A movement caught her eye. A cat leaping up onto an inside windowsill. It assumed the classic sitting cat pose, and seemed to be gazing back at her. This nonsense with Emily might be serving a useful purpose after all. Perhaps she could be made to realize that the business she was proposing wasn't at all like running a tea shop or an estate agency. You don't lock up investigations at 5 o'clock and go home for muffins at 1:15 every evening. Little is routine if you're doing it properly, and that's one reason why she missed it so much. "Good question, Emily. Can you think of anyone who might be able to give you a lift? Maybe someone with an interest in finding Nick Pascoe?"
I could see if Stephanie is at home, I suppose."
"Fantastic idea."
"But she might be going to Evensong."
"Well, you could drop into that on the way. We should try everything." The silence probably meant that she had offended another of her neighbour's sensibilities. She has quite a lot of them. Middle-aged women seem to, Lane reflected. Too much time on their hands? Hormones? Whatever, just one more reason to hope you die before you get old. She'd been close twice already. Maybe it would be third time lucky. But no, the old girl had managed to move on, and was back on the case.
"Summer, we didn't discuss any of this. You seem to have impulsively decided to jump on a train just because you've proved that Nick bought a ticket there."
"Not quite. I have bought a ticket to the same destination, but in other ways you're right. It's called going with your gut in the business."
"That's a horrible expression."
"It's a horrible business, sometimes." It was a black cat, and it was definitely watching the woman on the station. A man's figure passed behind it in the room, but the animal never took its eyes from Lane.
"Summer, I know exactly what you're doing when you say these things. Forget about the agency idea for now. Whatever are you going to do when you get to London tonight? It will be 9 o'clock at least. Where will you go?"
"It's not a problem. I can find somewhere to stay."
"Do you want me to see if I can book somewhere? A hotel? A B&B near to the station?"
"Not bad, Emily. If we were in business together, that's what I'd want. Someone back at base, doing that sort of thing." "No thanks, I'll be fine. Don't forget, I worked in the city for a few years."
"And how do you propose to find someone called Rashid when all you have is a Christian name?"
"And a phone number."
"Well, how can you trace that? How can you get an address? I do think I should speak to my son about that. He might help us."
"No. Absolutely not. Do not involve Robert. You'll put him in an impossible position, and you could begin a sequence of events that Nick Pascoe wouldn't thank you for, believe me. Give me some credit, Emily. I'm not going up to there with no idea whatsoever. I have a couple of things in mind." The man was back, standing behind the cat and stroking it. The cat arched itself as they do, but it was still looking out into the dusk, still watching the scene on the station. Lane couldn't see the man's face, just a broad white shirt up to his shoulders, but she liked the way he was fussing the cat, even though she preferred dogs. Something about the little tableau made her look away from it. Something in it caused her pain, and she needed to end this call with Emily.
"And," said Emily, "you don't intend to share any of these ideas with me. What if you disappear as well? What am I supposed to do then?"
"Give it a couple of days. Then come down to Bodmin Parkway and buy a single for the last train to London Paddington. Eventually we should get lucky." "One should be nicer to people whose hearts are in the right place, Lane," Emily said. "I'll make sure that your car is collected, even if I have to book a taxi. And I would appreciate it if you would keep me informed. At least let me know that you are all right." "I will. If I don't phone, I'll text. You could do with the practice." There was quiet then. The cat turned and jumped down into the room, following the man who had walked away from the window. "Tea time." Lane said, "Emily, if there are developments this end, if they hear from Nick anything like that, let me know, okay?" It was something. It was meant to be. Perhaps just a half nod towards an apology. "Yes, of course I will. And I know there's nothing to worry about, but I'm going to say it anyway, Summer. Be careful. London is not... Emily, I've got to go. The train's here." It was nowhere near dark yet, but the people in the cottages were closing their curtains. Lane felt the fluttering somewhere behind her right eye, and she knew what was coming. But there would be a few minutes of not unpleasant dreaminess and strange associations before it began, so she thought about Nick Pascoe, the soldier. Nick Pascoe, the soldier, who had lost his captain, who had almost certainly lost a friend. Flew back with the body, the father said. Soldiers, wars, the never-ending sense of loss, and each slow dusk a drawing down of blinds. She looked along the platform. It was deserted, and the lights were very bright, unnecessarily bright. No vending machine where she could get a bottle of water, of course, being out here 1,000,000 miles from civilization, so she made some spit in her mouth. She reached into the tiny pocket within a pocket in her jeans, took out the foil and pressed free one of the tablets. Tiny and white. Funny that, but it's always the really small ones that carry the biggest punch. Big tablets rarely do a lot. She swallowed it easily enough and checked the time. 4 minutes, and the light on the screen by the train's details had changed to green. It danced a little in front of her eyes. The clerk from the ticket booth stepped out onto the platform and looked in Lane's direction. She put up a hand, feeling stupid, and he nodded before disappearing back down the rabbit hole. Get a grip. Knowing that she might now fall asleep on the train, she set an alarm on her phone and turned the volume up to its maximum. Then she closed her eyes and replayed the telephone conversation that had been on a loop in her conscious and subconscious minds for the past 24 hours. "Excuse me," the voice had said, the same voice that had answered her original call. "I think we must have been cut off. Am I talking to the same person who rang a few minutes ago?" Yes, she said, he was. And a few minutes had been exactly 10, she had checked. In the circumstances, 10 was an odd number, not an even one. Either you ring back immediately or not at all. 10 had made Lane suspicious. "And could you tell me what this is about, please? I didn't catch everything that you were saying." "Oh, yes, you did. You're just being cagey, Mr. Rashid, whoever you are." She had answered his question directly, and he had said that of course he remembered Sergeant Pascoe. They had served together for almost 2 years. He hoped that Sergeant Pascoe wasn't in any sort of trouble. "You haven't seen or heard from him recently, then? When did you last hear from Nick?" There had been a pause, and the slight echo whenever she spoke had told Lane from the beginning that she was on speakerphone. Who else was listening in? "Oh, more than 1 year. I believe that he called me at Christmas. The Christmas before last, this must have been. What has happened to him? Why are his family looking for him?" "Rashid," she thought, "you are very well spoken, you sound educated and intelligent. Why would you wait 10 minutes before calling me back? Why would you put me on speakerphone if you're alone there? Maybe you're busy typing away and this is how your phone is set up. Or maybe you're working out your answers with a little help from whoever is listening in. Is he writing things down for you?" The last thing she said to him was, "Thank you for your time. Keep my number, and if you do hear from Nick, perhaps you'd tell me. His mother and father would just like to know that he is safe." Lane had never met Nick Pascoe, and there's a good chance, she had reflected then, that I never will. But if he was in that room with Rashid, and if she had judged him correctly, those words would have had some sort of effect. There had been another pause in the conversation, and just for a moment she'd thought he would come to the phone. But then Rashid had said, "Of course, and I hope that he is all right. I'm sure he is. He will come back soon." Here is the train, she told herself. Get up now. When she did so, her movements seemed slow and slightly uncoordinated, blurred if movement can be blurred when there is no camera, a part of her still sitting on the bench when the rest of her was standing up. The pain was beginning behind her right eye, but it was always difficult to distinguish the symptoms from the treatment, the post-concussion trauma migraine from the effects of razatriptan. But at least when she had one of these coming on, she never felt any discomfort from the broken femur. The lights on the train bounced up and down with every step she took towards it. Some people pay good money to get less of a buzz than this, she told herself, reaching the door and pulling it open, smiling grimly, but it wasn't funny. She'd been a few minutes late with the triptan dose, and this one was going to hurt for a while. The train jolted as it pulled away. As far as she could tell, the only other person on it was the driver. Crazy, Lane. You've gone crazy. Pascoe's up on Dartmoor, reconnecting with his inner caveman. This is all just an excuse, isn't it? An excuse to do what, she asked herself. To go back. You know it's what you want. You want to go back. Chapter 7. As Emily Willows was being driven to the station to collect Lane's car, she realized she had left her mobile on the dining-room table. She searched through her handbag twice, but there was no doubt about that. She knew exactly where it was, and she was annoyed. I will, she told herself, have to do better than this, or I would, if Lane had agreed to my proposal. And then she forgot about the absent phone because she was sitting low down in Lane's car while Stephanie peered in at the dashboard of the Audi and said helpfully, "Oh dear. Shall I go in front or behind?" It was plain enough that Stephanie was hoping to bring up the rear just in case, but Emily, once underway, overcame the impulse to close her eyes every time she pressed the accelerator, and although she almost certainly never found the fifth gear, the car was parked on Summer's Drive within the half hour, and Emily waved goodbye to Stephanie before going into the house. 2 missed calls, both from the same number, one that she did not recognize. Emily clucked in annoyance at herself, and then selected the option to return the call. This was something that she would not normally do, telling herself that if it was important they would always ring back, and that there was no reason ever to encourage cold callers. But now it might be something to do with the case. It isn't a case, of course, because Lane— "Hello?" A woman's voice, one that she knew. It was Abigail Pascoe. Even from that one word, Emily could tell that there had been good news. She sounded happier, more cheerful, relieved. Nick had called home about an hour ago. He was sorry that he hadn't let them know, but he was only visiting an old friend in London. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing, an invitation to a sort of reunion. He'd just packed a bag and left. Should have let them know earlier. Emily said, "Well, that's wonderful, Abigail. Did he say when he would be back?"
"A few days, he thought. He didn't give an exact time. But we both spoke to him, and he did seem to be all right. I'm relieved in a way that he's in touch with people again after shutting himself away up at the estate. But thank you for offering to help. And would you thank Miss Lane for me as well?"
Of course she would, she said. But when the call had ended, she added to herself, "If I could, I would, but she's already on a train to London, possibly halfway there by now." And Lane herself had said, after the conversation with Rashid yesterday, that something might come of it, that Nick might get in touch now. How clever of her. But getting on the train tonight didn't look nearly as clever, did it? Emily filled the kettle in the kitchen before calling Lane. It might be a little awkward now, and thought that at least this Sunday evening wasn't dragging like every other one. Often Sunday was the worst day of the week. She was usually invited to Robert and Marie's, but didn't always accept because one should not impose oneself on young people. She would not be a burden, the smothering mother-in-law to Marie who was vivaciously French and who still wanted to do things with her husband on their rare days off together. So the Sunday silences often grew oppressive in the late afternoons, and she would think about her husband and what they might have been doing now if Ronald hadn't been snatched away from her in such an unkindly fashion. The kettle switched itself off, and she was in the act of pressing dial for Lane when her phone began to ring in her hand, another number that she did not know. "That's Emily, isn't it?" It was William Pascoe. She said that there really was no need for them both to thank her, that she had already had a chat with Stephanie, and then she sensed that Pascoe was politely waiting for her to finish what she wanted to say. When she had done so, he asked whether Miss Lane happened to be with her, and if she was, whether he could speak with her. "I'm afraid that she isn't. I didn't mention this to Stephanie, but
She's on the train to London.
To look for Nick?
Yes. Someone who works at the station recognised the photograph. She seems to have got on to the very next train. As soon as this call is over, William, I'll ring her and tell her what has happened."
Mr. Pascoe said something like,
"Oh, I see."
He said it quietly and uncertainly, and Emily wondered where he was. Surely not at work on a Sunday evening. And why exactly had he called her? Something wasn't right.
"Emily, I'd like to speak to her myself, if you don't mind. Could you give me Miss Lane's mobile number?"
She did so, naturally, but with the growing conviction that more had been said between Lane and William Pascoe yesterday than she had been told. She didn't like secrets, particularly when they belonged to other people, and if Lane wasn't going to be more open with her, then Lane had been quite right from the beginning, and there was no point in them making any attempt to work together. So she would not ring Summer now. She would wait until someone deigned to tell her what was going on. Lane called about 10 minutes later. Emily was resolutely watching the Antiques Roadshow, and took her time in answering, and when she spoke it was not with her usual formality. She said, "Oh, it's you again." Lane, however, gave no sign of understanding or even perceiving Emily Willow's displeasure. "Okay, I've just had a call from William Pascoe."
"Yes, I gave him your number. Whatever it was, he couldn't discuss it with me."
"That's down to me. I told him not to mention it to anyone else."
"Not to mention what?"
"If I mention it now, then I'll be doing what I told him not to do."
"I see. You don't feel I can be trusted. Very well."
She could imagine Lane's expression, the wide, dark brown eyes half closing, the frown above them, the mouth firming up a little in irritation. There was something else as well.
"Are you all right? You sound a little odd."
"I have a headache, that's all."
"I'm not surprised. What have you eaten today? Anything?"
Emily was not expecting any sort of answer to that, of course. After another pause, she said,
"Well, are you getting off the train now?"
"No."
"Why not?"
"It's doing about 70 miles an hour, for one thing." Sometimes it was like dealing with a teenager. She did not dignify that with a response. But then, unexpectedly, Lane was talking again, and differently. "Emily, I'm sorry. Some things are best left on a need-to-know basis. I got used to that in my job, but I shouldn't assume you get it as well. It isn't about secrets, it's about protecting people, you included. William wants me to go on to London and look for his son."
"But why? Stephanie said—" She seemed so relieved."
Lane didn't answer. She was leaving it to Emily, and it didn't take too long.
"Whatever it is, she doesn't know either, does she? Stephanie doesn't know."
"So I'm sticking with plan A for now. I'm going to London. There are 3 things you can do if you still want to be involved." The notepad by the television that Emily used for countdown was on her lap in a moment. "Ready? 1. Stop leaving your mobile lying around the house or in the wrong handbag. Keep it with you. 2. Find ways of keeping in touch with the Pascoes. For now we'll assume that they're both telling us the truth as they see it, but—"
"Why on earth wouldn't they be in a situation like this?"
"Because people under pressure do the strangest things, even decent people like the Pascoes. Stay in touch with William, in case I need to get a message to him at some point."
"I've got that. What's the 3rd thing?"
"I think you're already doing it. Can you write all this down from the beginning? Times, places, people, all in chronological order. You can keep it factual. You don't need to do a Dr. Watson. That would be useful."
"I can do that. But why is it useful? We're not, as you have said on numerous occasions, Summer, we're not, are we?"
"No, absolutely not. But in this case the proper authorities might get involved sooner or later. If they do, I'd like our backsides to be covered. Mine, anyway." The conversation ended soon after that. Emily turned off the television, took the notepad to the dining-room table, and spent 30 minutes making meticulous notes about all that had taken place since Stephanie had first spoken to her. Then she went upstairs, opened Ronald's cupboard, and took out the bundle of unused card-wallet files. She had a choice of blue, green, or red. It didn't matter, obviously, but one could, say, use red for active cases, blue for anything pending, and green for successfully concluded ones. So she chose red, and took it back downstairs. She put the note she had made inside, and with a different, thicker felt-tip pen, she wrote on the flap, Nicholas Pascoe. Emily stared at the closed folder on the table for some time. Then she reached for the notepad, and at the top of the fresh page she wrote, "Cost of rail ticket, Bodmin Parkway to Paddington equals blank pounds." That paper also went inside the folder. She turned on the television again. A small girl was charming the crowd and the audience with the battered, balding teddy bear that had belonged to her great-grandmother, and the expert was milking it for all it was worth. The teddy bear would turn out to be a stiff. They always were. The television went off because it seemed trivial and predictable, and because Emily had much more important things to think about. More than once, Lane had wandered the streets and narrow ways of Polcombe after midnight, and met not a soul, even in the height of the holiday season. But London never truly sleeps. She could identify with that, she thought, as the underground train took her north beneath the city. A few people travelled with her, breathing the same stale air, swaying on the same corners, with the same impassive faces, and the silent mutual agreement not to look each other in the eye for more than a fleeting moment. People got off and others got on, and as always one had to wonder about their lives, their relationships, their homes, their hopes and fears. Above all, one had to wonder what they were doing on this train on a Sunday night, because, apart from the two youths who had been watching her since she got on at Euston, everyone seemed to be travelling alone. Lane had taken the first seat inside the door. The two were sitting halfway down the same carriage on the opposite side. The number of other occupants varied as passengers got on and off, but as the train went further away from the centre of the city, the likelihood increased that she would be left alone with them. One was white and thin-faced, wearing denim and red Dr. Martin boots. The other was bigger, mixed-race, and shapelessly untidy. She thought about Skinner and Small then, and hoped they were enjoying their time on remand. If they didn't change their initial pleas, there would yet be a reunion in a Crown Court somewhere, when the four of them could talk over old times. The white boy had leered at her twice, and was still staring at her now, waiting for her to look again. Tiresome and predictable, but still dangerous because the chances were they had a knife tucked away. Whereas she had only surprise, so that would have to count for a lot. They certainly wouldn't be expecting what was coming if they made any move towards her. The knee into the groin, the elbow into the windpipe, the forehead breaking the bridge of the nose. But these aren't the odds one would choose. One doesn't get to choose, though, that's the point. Not here in the great roulette wheel of humanity that is London. It spins and you play or are played. She breathed and watched her reflection in the dark glass of the opposite window. The fear brought the adrenaline, and the adrenaline helped with the pain in her head. That's how it worked. All good. God, how she'd missed it. At Mornington Crescent, the stop before her own, the two of them got up and came towards her. Only an elderly man sat at the far end of the carriage. The big one went by first, as if heading for the opening door, but they could easily have taken the other door, which was closer to them, if that was all they wanted. She'd worked that out long ago. Then the thin one was walking in front of her, inches away. He stood still for a moment, and Lane raised her head and looked directly into his face. He smiled, but it was desolate and pathetic. He couldn't even manage menace after 20 years trying to play the hard man. He said, "Nice." She knew better than to respond. Give them nothing, no purchase, no leverage, leave them suspended in their own doubts. She just watched him until he walked away, off the train. She watched him until it was his eyes that left hers. Out of the underground station, left, walked 200 yards, crossed the Kentish Town Road, first right, first left. Lane could have found the way with her eyes closed. It was dark by now, but there were lights and noise, music somewhere, always music somewhere, because this was Camden. She had to press the button 4 times before a voice asked who was there. When she answered, the door buzzed open, and she climbed the stairs to the second-floor apartments. Nothing had changed, no redecoration, and the long scars in the plaster were still there from when they dropped the washing machine and it bounced down all the way to the bottom. If you listened hard, you could probably still hear the echoes of their laughter. She stared at the security peephole in the door. Footsteps then, but no pause while anyone looked back at her, just to be sure. Latches taken off and bolts shot before it swung open. A tough-looking woman, hair shorter than ever, wearing a T-shirt, a look of surprise and not much else, said, "Jesus effing Christ! It is you!" "Hello, Ellie." Chapter 8.
Sorry if I woke you up, especially if you're on an early one. Nah, 8:30 this week. Lane glanced down at Eleanor Dawson's lack of attire, as if she needed to explain her mistaken assumption. Okay, I was in bed. I just wasn't asleep.
Even more sorry, then. What are you working on now?
Ellie waved her into the apartment. She followed, and they went into the kitchen. Lane took her regular stool at the breakfast bar, as if it were 2 days since she had last sat there, and not almost 2 years. Ellie washed up 2 mugs under the running tap, after filling the kettle. Sure you can stand the excitement if I tell you. At 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, I have a community MARAC meeting with representatives of several London boroughs and with officers from the Safer Neighbourhoods Initiative. We'll spend the day talking about how to deal with the spice epidemic in non-confrontational ways, finding new forms of words to avoid actually saying that the issue has ethnic dimensions. See how I speak the lingo now? What's an MARAC meeting? Multi-Agency Risk Assessment Conference. The same old cheap instant coffee, a couple of heaped tablespoons into each mug, and a familiar sniff of the milk that was taken out of the fridge. But Ellie looked at least a couple of years older, maybe more, and Lane wondered whether her friend and former colleague was thinking the same. As if in answer, after watching the kettle begin its 13,000th boil, Ellie Dawson turned, looked, and said, "Are you all right, Lane? If you don't mind me saying so, you look like crap." Lane touched her face and said, "You think this new foundation is too pale?" "Yeah, that'll be the day. As if. What's up?" "I've had a headache this afternoon. It's going off now. The stuff they've given me is pretty good. You should probably caution me and check it's legal." "A headache?" Ellie took another look and was onto it quickly. "This to do with the injuries?" "So they say. I never had them before." "And the leg?" "Good as new. I can run 10 miles on it." "I'll have to get both of mine done, then. Shouldn't think I can run 10 yards. It was a close thing, but the kettle made it to the end, and clicked itself off. Lane said, "So this spice business, how bad is it?" "I don't know much about it." "Absolutely evil shit. Synthetics are worse than anything we used to deal with in the past. We need to start a movement to get back to organic drugs, artisan poppy derivatives or something. Eventually these meetings have got to come to an end, and then we can start kicking some backsides again. We can't put an end to it. We just have to make it harder for them." Lane drank some of the coffee. It was awful, but it tasted good. Or rather, it was good that she could taste it now, taste that it was as awful as it should be. The pain behind her eye was almost over as well. She managed to smile at Ellie Dawson, and looked as if she was waiting to hear more about the job. Ellie said, "Here you are, 10 minutes, and all we talk about is work. How is Devon?" "Cornwall." "Right, Cornwall. Sounds even further away from anywhere else. Pretty, isn't it?" "Yes, it is. Very, very pretty." Ellie didn't want to ask what she was doing. Lane knew that, and she knew why. There had been some difficult scenes during the appeal against the dismissal, and Ellie had witnessed most of them. "So what the hell are you doing back here on a Sunday night?" "I'm looking for someone." "Anyone special, or just a random person? Still plenty of those in Camden." Somewhere behind them a door squeaked open, and they both turned to watch the entrance into the kitchen. After a few more seconds, a girl appeared, dressed or undressed pretty much like Ellie, and looking as if she had just woken up. She stood in the doorway, stared at Lane with a mildly surprised expression, and then looked at Ellie for an explanation. "Kim, this is Lane. Lane, this is Kim. Lane's an old colleague, and I'm guessing she's going to be staying the night in the spare room, after we've done a bit more catching up." Kim was 20 or so, and petite and blonde, appealing in all the obvious ways. She shrugged as if this wasn't an unusual turn of events, walked away, and then had a thought, or so it seemed. She came back to the doorway and said to Ellie, "You coming back to bed, then?" Ellie caught Lane's eye as she said, "Yes, when we're done catching up." Her point made, Kim turned again and padded barefoot back to the unseen bedroom. Lane raised both eyebrows and said, "Not job, I hope?" "God, no. Never again. Kim's a nurse." "Always handy to have one of those around." Ellie drank some coffee, looked thoughtful for a moment or two, and said, "So, who is this unfortunate soul? The person you're looking for?" Lane told her the whole story about Nick Pascoe. There was nothing to be gained from doing otherwise,
and she was going to need Ellie's help. Ellie listened, didn't ask too many questions, and made herself another mug of strong coffee, an offer Lane declined. "So all you have is a first name and a mobile number, and you've come back to the city for that. Just how desperate are you, Lane?" "Desperate? Well, you must be bored out your skull if that's all you need to make you get on a train and travel 200 miles. There must be 25,000 Rashids here for a start." Ellie Dawson was old school, despite being only a few years older than Lane herself, and what you got with her was exactly what you could see on the label. Straight talking, pulling no punches. The 20-year fight against prejudice had not killed her nor broken her. It had made her stronger and, incidentally, an outstanding police officer. Lane said, "Fair points, but I've spoken to one of those Rashids, and he's the one who knows something about Nick Pascoe. Before you say it's a hunch, it's more than that, and I still have some contacts here in the city. I'm hoping someone will be able to point me in the right direction." The sound of sirens, somewhere south, down towards the centre. They both listened because it was second nature, and both of them concluded that police vehicles and ambulances were involved. Fights and accidents, crimes and collisions, arrests and injuries, all day and all night, endlessly, because it's nothing more than a monstrous, heaving ant-hill, really. Millions of interactions every hour mean that catastrophes are simply a statistical inevitability. The only difference, thought Lane, is that the ants are probably better organised. Ellie said, "This Emily person, she's just a neighbour. Seems like a lot of trouble to go to, just for a neighbour." The headache and the ristryptopan had left Lane tired and a little spaced out. She could do with some sleep, and there was no way she was going to fill Ellie in on how she and Emily Willows had become more than just neighbours. Not tonight. "Yes, we're neighbours. She was in a spot of bother a couple of months ago, and I helped her out. That's all." "But she knows what you used to do? What you used to be?" "Yes." And Lane could see the detective mind at work over the rim of the coffee mug, thinking, so it's just a coincidence that this neighbour now has you helping out one of her friends, has you doing something very like what you used to do for a living. Ellie said, "OK, write down the number for me. I'll see what I can do in the morning. If it's on a contract, you might be lucky. If it isn't, you're stuffed. Have you eaten anything since you left the realm of King Bloody Arthur?" "Yes." "What?" "A couple of chocolate bars out of a machine." Ellie's mouth tightened in mock disgust. With one hand she was breaking eggs into a bowl, the other was fishing slices of white bread out of a packet and pushing them into a toaster. Protest was pointless. Lane rested her chin on the heel of a palm and watched, strangely relieved. It was almost like coming home. After she had beaten the eggs to a pulp, Ellie reached for a frying pan and tipped in too much oil. Waiting for it to heat up, she said, "It's good to see you, Lane." "Likewise, Ellie." A smoky vapour began to rise from the pan, but Ellie didn't reach for the jug full of the mixture. Then, after another pause, she said, "Does Logan know you're here?" "No." "OK." So, she thought, as she lay in Ellie's comfortable spare bed, here I am, back in the barracks. That was what they always called the apartment building because it was subsidised police accommodation. Years ago, someone had realised that the service couldn't function if all of its officers below the rank of superintendent had to live 30 miles away from the capital because of the prices and rents of properties. When she became a detective inspector and transferred into security command, she had been offered the apartment adjacent to Ellie Dawson's, and they had been first neighbours and then friends for 2 years. It was nice to be back, but you don't get to choose just the good memories. Her last few months here had been during the time that they took to complete the process of discharging her because she had been deemed unfit to continue after Heathrow, and that had been a very strange time. One day she would receive the next lot of papers explaining why she could, in the opinion of a doctor from the Home Office whom she had never met, no longer carry out her duties, and then the next day there might be an invitation to attend a press conference for the latest round of Metropolitan Police Bravery Awards. And in between, to lighten the mood, she would go to the hospital that had put her back together for scans and check-ups, or to the Police Federation offices, where they would debate endlessly the price of compensation for a busted femur and a buggered-up brain. Some of the old bitterness there, because you're back in this place, that's all. Mostly she had been able to leave it behind. Her legs still hurt and her head still hurt, but the pain of rejection had pretty much gone. Leaving the city had, on balance, been the right thing to do then. But here she was, back in it, sleeping or trying to sleep, just a few feet away from where she had lived and breathed the job. So yes, the pain had gone, but the scars remained. That was it. Emotional scar tissue, ugly and desensitized and inoperable. Lane pushed that away and focused on Nick Pascoe. A good effort, but it brought her back to exactly the same point, because what was he but another veteran on another scrap heap? The only difference between the two of them, as far as she could see, was that Nick Pascoe had been smart enough or principled enough to jump onto the scrap heap rather than wait around to be thrown onto it. So get onto some specifics and quit the self-pity. Rashid, whoever he was, had had that mobile number for years by the look of it, almost certainly not a pay-as-you-go. Therefore, when Ellie ran it, she should come up with an address. That was all she needed to move forward. And the plan then? This had not been discussed with William Pascoe. It had all been about finding his son. If she succeeded in that, she'd call him and say, "Well, I know where he is. What do you want me to do now?" Not like the service, where you have a clear objective set in a team briefing. Nothing like that. When you have a private client, how Emily would love that, they call the shots, they pay the piper, even when there's no cash involved. Lane felt herself letting go. Sleep at last. Ellie had said, "Does Logan know you're here?" No need for that. Absolutely none. This little job should only take a day or two at the most, and Ellie wouldn't say a word. She had understood. Just one more thing before you go, Lane. One more thing you forgot, vital to the operation. What the hell is it? No sleep until you've sorted this. Where did you remember it? The train, the underground, walking through Camden? Yes. Passing the chemist. You saw it was closed and thought, must go back in the morning and buy a toothbrush. Chapter 9. In Polcom Bay, when there is a good westerly blowing, you can lie in bed early in the morning and hear the surf toppling over onto the little golden beach, or slapping into the rocks below the cliffs on the southern edge of Strike Point. There the green water turns to foam, seemingly maddened by the imperturbability of those granite walls, but the truth is that wave by wave, atom by atom, the water washes the rocks away. Without the waves, there would be no cliffs. In Camden on that Monday morning, Lane heard the rising tide of traffic from the streets below, and car horns for the cries of gulls, and instead of the scent of the ozone from the ocean, she could smell and taste freshly burned diesel. This was not imaginary, or a flight of ironic, poetic fancy. Since a head injury, some senses had become sharper to the point of being distorted, and more than once she had been on the verge of synesthesia, which is a more disturbing experience than one might expect. Ellie had looked around the bedroom door, asked if she was still all right, told her to use whatever she wanted in the apartment, including clothes if she needed them, and said that she would call later in the morning with whatever she had managed to find on the mobile number. 2 minutes later a door slammed, and Lane listened, but there was no other sound from the kitchen. Kim must have left for work as well. Staying in bed had never been a thing for her. She got up, put on yesterday's T-shirt for now, and stretched her hamstrings alternately with 3 different exercises, before moving on to her hips and shoulders. Finally, her back with some yoga, which was a long-time habit, something she could do without conscious attention to detail. It was one of the things that had helped to bring her back from the brink. This T-shirt wasn't exactly smelling fresh, so she'd need to take up the offer of clothes. She and Ellie were close enough in size for it not to matter too much, and it wasn't as if she had anyone she needed to impress. There was a chest of drawers in the bedroom, and she found a top that would do, a fitted black T-shirt, and only when she looked in the mirror did she see the rainbow logo over the breast on the left-hand side. It was small and discreet, and she'd be wearing her jacket anyway. She used a hairbrush to pull her crop back into some sort of shape, and headed for the kitchen. Kettle on, bread in the toaster. She was almost hungry for a change. Would Ellie try to get onto the system as soon as she reached the office, before that MARAC meeting? That's what she, Lane, would do under the circumstances, and if she came up with an address, it could be anywhere in the capital, just as Emily had said. But Lane knew the buses and the tube system, and everything could be done on her card now. She went to the window and looked down onto the back street that led by the apartments. There were people, of course, going off to work. 2 talking women cycled by, a man in an awful grey suit, briefcase in one hand, takeaway coffee in the other, and then a teenage girl wearing the hijab, who looked up and might have seen Lane watching. Not many hijabs in Polcom. Made yourself at home, then? Kim was in the kitchen, not wearing about the same amount of clothing as last night. She made a point of staring at the kettle and the toaster before turning her eyes to Lane. "Don't worry, it's very temporary. I might even be gone tonight." The girl was staring again at the T-shirt now. At least Lane hoped it was at the T-shirt, thinking at the same time, tell me this wasn't a present between these two. "So you're Lane?" How does one respond to that? She switched off the kettle because it seemed in need of assistance, and put the toast onto a plate. The butter was already out of the fridge, and Lane could see a jar of Marmite on the work surface. "I'd heard about you even before you showed up." "Well, I lived next door for a while. Used to borrow a cup of sugar occasionally. Do you want some coffee?" "They still talk about you sometimes." "They?" The butter was so soft it probably hadn't been in the fridge at all. She tasted a little experimentally, but it seemed all right. "Ellie's friends, her colleagues, police people. We've been together for a while. She doesn't hide me away from them." "No, well, Ellie wouldn't do that. Not her style." There had been no answer on the coffee, so Lane took the toast and her own mug to the table and sat down. Kim had not moved at all since she first found Lane in the kitchen. "Ellie has that T-shirt. But she never told me you were, you know." "This is Ellie's. I borrowed it this morning." There is no way, thought Lane, that this can end well. She had to smile. "Oh, well, I've got one too. We bought them together." "Sorry." "It's okay. I might wear mine today. I'm not working. We could go around the town if you like, visit some of your old places, get some proper coffee." Lane had intended to enjoy that toast and Marmite, but now the chewing had become something of an effort. Kim was waiting for an answer. It was a real suggestion on her part. Lane thought, she wants to show me off to her friends on the local scene, and probably wants to teach Ellie a lesson as well. Way too complicated. "Thanks, but no, I'm waiting for a call and then I'll be busy." One can but hope. "Ellie says you're looking for someone." Lane nodded and drank some coffee. "But you're not back in the police or anything?" "No." It was difficult to imagine Ellie doing pillow talk at all, and impossible to imagine how much Kim might have been told, but Lane's side of this conversation had become pointedly monosyllabic. After a few more seconds, Kim sniffed and turned away, back to the bedroom and probably back to bed, until Lane had left the apartment. She had put her iPhone on charge in the kitchen, and it rang at 9:10. When she answered it, her voice said, "There's a notepad in the top drawer next to the fridge. You'll need to write this down. I'm not sending it by text." And with good reason. What Ellie was doing was gross misconduct and a sackable offence. Lane found the notepad and the stub of a pencil. She could see that the previous page had been used for a shopping list. "Okay, got it. Go ahead." Ellie gave her a name and an address just once, and Lane wrote them down without repeating anything, just in case other ears in the apartment were listening. "Ellie, thanks. I owe you for this." "Hold on, not quite done. Assuming you want the rest?" "Yes." "The bloke I've just given you is as clean as a whistle, but I ran the address as well. There's a relative, Abbas, with the same surname at the same address. Age 17, no convictions, but he's marked up by intelligence as linked to gang activity in that manner. Probably nothing to do with your man, obviously, but I thought you should know." "Brilliant, thank you." "Is Kim still there?" "Yes, we nearly had breakfast together." "She's a jealous sort. Just ignore her." "Already done." Ellie didn't hang up, so Lane waited. "Lane, that address, it's a tough area, and if there's a gang involved, you hear what I'm saying?" "Loud and clear." "You don't have a badge anymore. You can't call for backup. I think you're telling me to be careful." "That's really sweet, Ellie. I think I'm telling you not to be an effing idiot." "Don't worry. Even if I'm captured, I'll never divulge the sources of my information." More well-meant expletives before Detective Sergeant Eleanor Dawson set off for her MARAC meeting, and ex-Detective Inspector Lane tore off the top sheet of the notepad, folded it, and slipped it into the pocket of her jeans. She had pressed only lightly with the pencil, and what she had written did not show through on the paper below. All traces of the migraine had gone, and her leg felt ready for a 10-miler at least. Lane checked the pockets of her jacket had everything she needed, and then she pushed the spare key that Ellie had given her onto the keyring. She didn't need to take a look at the photograph of Nick Pascoe, and she didn't need to remind herself of the address. She knew where the nearest route maps would be displayed in the high street. From there she could decide on the tube or a bus. She reckoned she would have eyes on the building within the hour. It was a low-rise block, one of 5, all 6 stories high, reached by its own short access road, part of a one-way system that involved the street she was standing on now, Revolution Way. You had to give these people some credit for sticking with it in the set stone face of history. Anyway, she had been inside already. It was easy. You just walked along the access road no more than 30 yards, turned left, and you were in the first stairwell, with the lifts, which were working today, in front of you. The stairwell brought back happy memories of her first visit to a tower block in Tottenham, when some naughty ruffians had cut up PC Keith Loxley with a broken bottle, and she'd held them off with a baton on her boots until armed support arrived. But remember, Ellie had said an hour ago, you can't call for backup now. The apartment was on the 4th floor. She had walked slowly past it twice, listening and hearing nothing of any use. Working out the geography of the building, she realized the windows and balconies must face back towards Revolution Way. The corridors were in a poor state of repair. Here and there graffiti had been removed, or at least made illegible, but it was years since anything had been repainted. One door, 3 away from the one presumably still occupied by Rashid Barmani and his family, bore signs of a violent assault. You could feel the rage of that person just looking at it. Lane wondered whether some of the doors had similar marks on the inside. She went back down to the entrance and looked around for the arrangements for postal deliveries. Most blocks have a central area with lockable postboxes now. She found it at the back of the building, for some reason as far away as possible from the lifts and stairs. Number 42 was intact and in use, because the end of a circular was poking out. Lane pulled it out far enough to read that it was a newsletter from the mayor of the borough. The 5-year development and improvement plan was ahead of schedule, and residents were invited to participate in the enclosed survey about the effects of alcohol-related crimes and antisocial behaviour. She pushed the circular back into the box. A long time ago, someone had stuck a paper label by the number 42, and written on it was the name Barmani. Then she went back to the 4th floor and walked along the corridor again, counting the number of flats that must face Revolution Way. 5 minutes after that, Lane was back on the pavement on the far side of the road, which was busy with mid-Monday morning traffic. No one noticed her studying the building opposite, nodding her head as she counted something. Each flat had 3 windows looking south, which meant that the windows for number 42 would be the 7th, 8th, and 9th from the left side of the building. Windows 8 and 9 still had blinds drawn, but number 7, which was larger and probably looked out from a lounge or sitting room, was uncurtained and partially open. In front of this window was a small balcony that each apartment had, no more than a few square feet or space, a small gesture to a half-imagined past, to a grander and more spacious sort of city life. Lane thought for a moment about the house that overlooked Polcombe Bay. It was too large for her, and it didn't feel like home yet. She wasn't sure that it ever would, especially now that she was back here on London streets. Meanwhile, a family lived in that little hen hutch over there. She had to assume that was the case, as this abbess also lived here, according to Ellie's information. There might be several other Barmanis as well, father, mother, other siblings, aunts and uncles. Then, systematically, Lane went through the reasons why this search was more likely to fail than not. First, Rashid's phone was registered to this address, but that did not mean that he lived here any longer. He might be in Southend-on-Sea, or somewhere even more exotic. Second, even if Rashid was here, and even if Nick Pascoe had made contact with him, that didn't mean that Nick was in this building, or ever had been. Third, she herself was, or at least she felt, powerless to take any actions that might answer any questions. In the old days, a couple of years ago, with a good sergeant at her back, she would probably have hammered on that door after walking up and down the corridor, instead of sneaking away. You show the badge, you show them you know their rights better than they do, and even if they won't let you in, the door is open now and you can see into the room, see the expressions on other faces, and get a sense of the dynamics behind the door. But now, nothing, or virtually so. Support consisted of one old friend and colleague who had already gone out on a limb this morning and who could not be expected to do so again, and a middle-aged widow in Cornwall who was annoyed with her because she wouldn't let them play Cagney and Lacey. She couldn't just stand there while she faced up to all this. She would soon begin to look like even more of a fool than she felt. There was a street cafe 40 yards on to the left, Pepe's Bistro, with 3 little tables on the pavement. Each table had 2 chairs, and only one was occupied, 2 young women drinking coffee. She'd blend in well enough there. Pepe was real, and he served her himself. If he had worked from a caricature drawing, he could not have looked more like the Spanish owner of a bistro on Revolution Way. The handlebar moustache twitched, and the dark eyes under the thick brows danced around her face as he took her order and told her about the wonderful sandwiches on offer if she cared to come inside and take a look for herself. Too early for you? Then you must stay here until the lunchtime, when you are hungry. Stay until tonight, when I cook my very own paella. All done in the best possible taste, the way that Mediterranean men of a certain age and with a paunch can, without offence, and he made her smile. She watched him go with her skimpy order for a single espresso and thought, there are worse places to do your last ever stake-out, Lane. Then she looked up at the balcony of number 42, and someone was there. A man leaning with his elbows on the rail, smoking a morning cigarette, looking down at the access road and then up and down Revolution Way. He looked up and down it more than once, and more systematically than casually. A man looking for something. His gaze must have travelled over the young woman sitting at the table outside the bistro, but it didn't linger. That was not what he was looking for. So he did not notice she was watching him, and at that distance he could not have seen the look of surprise on her face. The man was not tall, but he was squarely and powerfully built, the black tank-top tight around his pectorals, even from 80 yards away. She could also make out his short, reddish hair. But more to the point, he was white, and he was not Nick Pascoe. Chapter 10. 4th floor, looking from here. The first flat is number 40, the second is 41, the third is 42. 3 windows each makes 30 across the block. Lane checked and rechecked her calculations, and they must be correct. Therefore, that white man was leaning on the balcony of Barmani's apartment. She sipped at the coffee, which was superb, and one by one she ate the little dish of peladillas that Pepe had placed on the table. The man was on the balcony for some minutes, watching the street and the people below. Lane began watching them too, as well as him, but there was only a steady stream of Londoners going about their business. The only ones not moving on were the man on the balcony, Lane, and the kid with the BMX bike sitting on the wall that edged the access road into the tower blocks. 13 or 14, he should be in school, not sitting there in his hoodie and big trainers, messing about with his phone. Then the balcony man went back inside, and nothing else happened. Lane sat on, waiting for Pepe to come so that she could order another coffee, and running various scenarios without being able to come to any conclusion. But it was odd, that white guy looking quite at home in the Barmani's apartment. When he came to the table and saw the empty dish, Pepe said, "See, getting hungry already. My paella is the best. Prawn from Billingsgate, fresh every day. Double espresso this time?" She said yes, because it looked as if she might be here for a while yet, and before he had gone back inside the cafe, her phone was ringing. She looked and saw it was Emily. What now? If the woman said another word about the agency, or this being their first case, there would be an immediate and permanent problem with the phone signal in London. "Summer, are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine. What's up?" Being on the phone was useful in one way. At least a third of the city's population seemed to be doing the same as they walked by. She would be even less noticeable now. "Nothing is up, but you told me to keep in touch with Mr. and Mrs. Pascoe." Emily still sounded a little curt. At some point Lane must have offended her more than she had realized. But surely Emily hadn't decided to call them twice a day. Surely she hadn't taken it that literally. "Well, yes, let me know of any developments, that's all." "That's what I'm doing. There has been a development." Conversations with an annoyed Emily could be awkward, like participating in an interview for a job that you don't really want to get. "Okay, what is it? You rang them up, what did they tell you?" "As it happens, William rang me a few minutes ago. He is obviously under the mistaken impression that you and I share information.
share confidences, shall we say?"
Lane thought, good for you, Emily, you're not a quitter. But she held her silence and waited to see what William had called about.
"Anyway, going through more of Nick's things this morning, they found a photograph of Nick's platoon, taken in Afghanistan. You remember there were 4 of them?"
Not a platoon, of course, just the Pathfinders group, but never mind. Yes, what about it? I don't need another photo of Nick.
"William said that you were asking for information about the other 3, and he couldn't remember all their names. But Nick has written them on the back of the picture, with the date it was taken. William wanted you to have the names in case it was useful."
And it might be, obviously. Good. What are the names, Emily? Followed by the slightest of "I told you so" pauses.
"Captain Julian Newey, who was the poor man who died, Rashi Barmani and Robbie McKendrick. And then for himself, Nick has just written, 'and me.'"
Okay, hang on a moment. Pepe was on his way back with the new cup of coffee and more peladillas. Lane smiled up at him and shook the phone a little, as if to say, no rest for the wicked. He took the smile to be a conspiratorial one, leaned in and said, "She already have a date tonight." As he walked away, Lane heard Emily say, "Who on earth was that? Where are you, Summer? Are you sure you're all right?" "That was Pepe."
"One of your old friends, I take it?"
"Not yet." But the exchange had given Lane the time she needed to think this through. "Emily, you did right to get the names to me. Is there any way you can get a look at the picture?"
"I suppose so. When?"
"Now."
"Right now? This morning?"
It was easy enough to picture Emily holding the phone away and staring at it, as if she could not have heard that correctly, probably with the other hand holding a teacup halfway to her mouth, the little finger crooked as it should be. Within the half hour would be great.
"Well, I expect half an hour. I'll need to drive over there and—"
"You can take my car. It'll be quicker."
"I most certainly will do no such thing. And when I get there, what then?"
"You call me back, with the photo in front of you."
"And may I ask why?"
So Lane told her in brief, because it was easier, and because not to do so would seem churlish, and because it was quite useful to have someone doing a bit of legwork down there. Whether she could explain to Emily Willows how to send a copy of the picture using her phone was another matter entirely, but it might not be necessary. Lane was saying, just give Abigail Pascoe a call first to... But the line had already gone dead. Emily was on a mission, and Lane recalled that Saturday morning after she had been de-arrested and discharged from the hospital in Plymouth. She had gone to Emily's house first, but she had not been there. Lane had assumed that Emily had then already gone to stay with her son after the traumas of the night when they had evaded Small on the moor, but she found her neighbour in her own kitchen. She was wiping out the fridge, and there was a stack of newly purchased items on the table, ready to go into it. Emily had said, "I didn't know how you would be feeling. I got you a few things just in case. There was some milk and butter and some bread. I got wholemeal, but—" Lane looked at her watch. The red City-Go was probably already climbing the steep hill out of the Coombe, on its way to Bodmin. Within the half hour she might know something quite useful. Nothing had changed on the street, and the balcony to number 42 was still empty. She picked up a peladillo, admired its fine sugary coating, and then put it into her mouth, resolving this time to suck it and see how long it would last. It was closer to 40 minutes than 30 by the time Emily called her back. Lane declined Pepe's offer of another coffee. Her ears were already ringing a little, a sign that she had overdone the caffeine. But he had managed to sell her an expensive bottle of water, which he claimed came from a secret spring near his home village, not far from the town of Rimini. He was sitting at the adjacent table, and clearly intent on a more serious chat, when Emily's call saved her.
"Summer, I have the picture. It's of the 4 of them, just as William said, somewhere in what looks like a desert. Would you like me to take a copy and attach it to a message or to an email?"
It was Lane's turn to look at her phone in surprise. No, shouldn't be necessary, Emily."
"Oh, good, because I know all those things can be done, I just have no idea how. You'll have to show me sometime. So what can I do?"
"Describe Robbie McKendrick to me." There was a pause while Emily studied the photograph.
"Well, he's a soldier in uniform. He's on the left of the little group. He's smiling.
I'm not sure what you want me to say. But it's so sad to think that this Captain Newey died, isn't it? He was tall and good-looking and awfully young in this photograph.
Okay, Emily, focus on McKendrick. Describe him compared to the other three, if that helps. Another pause. Have to make allowances, Lane thought. She's had no training. She's not had a look at an individual for 5 seconds only, and then reach a 90% accuracy score before being moved on to the next phase of operational development. She was a bank manager's stay-at-home wife. Well, then, I would say that he was the youngest of them. He looks very fresh-faced. He was smiling when the picture was taken. He reminds me of the naughtiest boy in class, if you know what I mean. Good. Go on. How tall is he compared to the others?
Oh, he's the shortest. Captain Newey must have been over 6 feet, and Rashid is tall for an... But of course we can't say that, but you know what I mean.
Lane took a slow breath and steadied her nerve before she spoke again. Right, so if Captain Newey was about 6 feet, how tall would that make Robbie? Just very approximately.
I would say then about 5'6" or 5'7". That's not very tall for a soldier when you think about it, is it?
To be honest, Emily, I've never thought about how tall soldiers should be. What about his build?
Quite broad-shouldered. No, I would say very broad-shouldered. And that makes people, men, look even shorter, doesn't it?
When Lane didn't answer, Emily added helpfully,
He looks strong, with his arms folded. Perhaps Robbie is a weightlifter or something.
And is it a colour photograph?
Yes. Why?
What about his hair? Emily was taking a closer look again, and Lane closed her eyes.
Well, his hair is red. Not ginger, but that sort of dark, coppery red some people have. Even though the sunlight was strong in the picture, one can see he has red hair. I'd say it would be curly, too, if he hadn't got it cut so short.
Brilliant, Emily. I'll give you a call later. Lane knew, naturally, it wasn't going to be as easy as that.
Is it him, Summer? Is this who you saw on the balcony this morning?
I'd say so.
And what will you do now?
I'm going to think about what I'm going to do now first. The wheels were turning down there in Bodmin. Slowly but surely they were turning.
It seems to me, Summer, that if Robbie McKendrick is at the address you have for Rashid, and we know that Nick went to London last week, they have all met up. It's too much of a coincidence to think otherwise. Perhaps it's just an old pal's reunion.
And it might be, of course. Lane had been there hours ago. But why the secrecy? Why would Nick Pascoe buy a one-way ticket and catch an overnight train to go to a reunion with army mates? Why had he put himself back into some sort of training regime a week or two before he disappeared? And where was the handgun?
Emily said, Would you like me to keep the photograph and put it into the file, in case we need to identify anyone else?
Unlikely, but that was hardly the point. Lane said, There's a file?
Well, just a wallet folder to keep things tidy.
What things? What else is in it, Emily?
A few notes that I've made, that's all. You told me to keep a record, to cover your... if you remember.
Okay, we don't need to talk about this now. Keep the photo if you like. It's helped, you going to see it. I'll ring you at some point.
It's not as if there's a filing cabinet or anything like that.
Bye, Emily. Lane had made up her mind to it, after another 10 minutes considering all the possibilities. The most likely explanation, was some sort of get-together for the old Pathfinders team, and the most obvious thing to do was to go over there and ask them, or at least Robbie McKendrick. She knew that he was there. A simple knock on the door, and a question about whether Nick was there if she couldn't see him for herself. She might need to think on her feet, but that was just a part of the job. And then, of course, she laughed at herself and said, What job, you idiot? But anyway, that didn't alter the plan. She was on her feet, leaving the stricken Pepe watching from his bistro doorway, and almost opposite Wilson House, waiting for a gap in the traffic, when she saw Robbie McKendrick and a tall Asian man walking down the access road and in her direction. This had to be Rashid Bahmani. She could go across now, then, but her instincts told her not to make the approach in the street. Knocking on the door of the flat would give her more of an opportunity to meet Nick Pascoe in person, and them less of an opportunity to evade the question. So when they turned to their right and began to walk down Revolution Way, she followed on her side of the road. After 100 yards or so they reached a row of shops and went into a mini supermarket, an offshoot of one of the major chains. Lane dodged in and out of the traffic, and stood at the entrance to the shop. She could see McKendrick and Balmani inside with a trolley, talking as they went away from her down the aisle. An old pals' reunion? No. That's a night or two of heavy drinking, a club and some serious partying, and then away back home to your real lives, not living in a family's apartment for several days and doing the grocery shopping. Something else was going on here. Lane reviewed the options, looking up and down the street as she did so, and realized that she too was being watched. The kid on the BMX had moved down the road behind the two men, and was now, still on the bike, leaning against the security grill of a chemist shop. One hand still held the mobile phone. He might even be filming her. She returned his stare directly, taking in more details now. More like 15, but he should still be in school on a Monday morning. The red hoodie was probably a designer label, and the trainers were some sort of Nike Air. He already had gold rings on the fingers of both hands. He was black, but she'd need Ellie Dawson's advice on the proper way of saying that now. Lane nodded to him, acknowledging that she had realized what he was doing, and then she walked into the supermarket. The two men were halfway down the first aisle, and talking in front of the bread as if they were discussing the virtues of genuine wholemeal and putting the grains back in. She stood close and listened, and the short, copper-haired, powerfully built man who Emily Willows thought might be a weightlifter picked up a sliced white loaf, thick cut, and said, "This'll do, man." It was a broad, Scottish voice, and that was enough. Lane stepped closer and said, "Excuse me, Robbie McKendrick?" Chapter 11. Robbie McKendrick's eyes went past her, first to the doorway in the shop, then they travelled up and down the aisle. He was checking to see if she was alone. Then, "Robbie who?" "McKendrick." "I don't think I know him. And I don't think I know you." "No, we haven't met." "Because if we had, I'd remember." The amusement in his eyes seemed genuine enough, and she didn't feel uncomfortable when he made a point of looking her over. He was testing her, rather than being overly suggestive, she concluded. But neither man had moved an inch since she had spoken to them, and the tension was palpable. Lane said, "I think you are Robbie McKendrick, and I think your friend is Rashid Balmani." The taller man's face gave nothing away at all, and she looked back at McKendrick. "You were together in Afghanistan, in the Pathfinders group. Another member of your team was Sergeant Nick Pascoe, and that's who I'd like to speak to. I think he's in London. I think he's here with you now." McKendrick looked around again and said, "Sorry, love. I can only see the two of us. Easy mistake to make." He was turning away from her with a grin at the other man, but Balmani, if it was him, now spoke for the first time. "Your name, please?" "Lane." He recognized it, remembered it from the telephone call, and he made no effort to hide the fact. "You called on Saturday. You spoke to me on the phone." "Yes." "I wondered how you got my number." "Nick's family found it." There was no need to say that she had been searching herself through his home. "And even though I told you, I have not heard from him in maybe 2 years. You have come to London. You have found my address. How did you do this?" Lane looked into Rashid Balmani's face properly now and thought, a logical mind is busy behind those calm brown eyes, and he's worked out that I probably haven't done this on my own. I had some help with that, but it isn't important. I'm here only on behalf of Nick's family. I'd like a word or two with him, and then I'll disappear again." "Forgive me, but I do not understand why you have persisted with this. I told you on Saturday I have not seen him. But still here you are. This makes no sense to me." McKendrick was impatient and ready to walk away. Rashid Balmani was clever, but couldn't walk away because he wanted to win the game, and that was why he would not. "Okay, I know exactly when and how Nick came to London. A suitable length of time after I spoke to you on the phone, Nick rings home and tells him not to worry. He's staying with an old friend in London for a few days. He's careful not to say which friend, probably because he doesn't want to lie any more than necessary to his mother. Ignoring 1 or 2 odd circumstances down there in Cornwall, when I do get here, I find that another old friend from the very same army unit is already here in London, staying with you in number 42, Mr. Balmani. You might say this is all a coincidence, but I'm not buying it." There was a pause while Barmani nodded and looked grudgingly impressed, but he wasn't giving way so easily.
Well, I understand how you have come to such a conclusion, but nevertheless, I think you have had a wasted journey.
No denial, no simple barefaced lies in there. Too proud for that. A man of some honour.
Aye, so off you go, lassie.
Robbie McKendrick was some years her junior, and probably knew it, but she was dealing only with Rashid Barmani now. I don't think so. We'll see how things go. If you could let him know that I'm here, that might help to move things along. Barmani smiled the smile of a kindly doctor, and she thought what an odd bunch they must have been out there in the deserts of Afghanistan.
You are a friend of the family, you say?
No, the friend of a friend of the family.
And yet you come on this foolish errand, all the way to London, in no official capacity.
Getting from the phone number to the address was still bothering him. That's right, Mr. Barmani. No official capacity. I'm not the police.
We must finish our shopping, Miss Lane. What do you intend to do now?
I'll go back over the road to Pepe's bistro and have some lunch.
Good, very nice. Bon appetit.
So if you could tell Nick when you get back that I'll wait there for an hour. If he wants to come over and talk to me, we can get this sorted, and I'll be on my way. Barmani nodded, smiling properly for the first time, and McKendrick gave the supermarket trolley a push. They had both turned away when she added, "And while I'm over there, I'll watch your backs as well. I think you have a spot of bother over there, don't you?" They halted, and Barmani looked back at her.
Why do you say this?
There's a kid outside. He watched you come out and followed you down the street to here. When he saw that I was doing the same, he was really interested. I think he took some pictures or video of me. McKendrick's face hardened a little, as if she had threatened them herself. Lane looked at her watch and said, "So anyway, I'll be over at the bistro if Nick wants to come and have a word."
I understand. You try to stay away, but the force is too powerful. It overcomes you. You are not alone. You are one of many. Now you wish to taste the delights of my lunchtime menu. Tapas for one?
Yes, she had said, knowing that it would turn out to be tapas for at least 3, but maybe someone else would turn up and share it with her. Within seconds of sitting back at her original table, 2 faces had appeared over in number 42, not out on the balcony this time, but back inside the room, 2 faces looking out in her direction. She could not be certain at this distance, but if asked to place a bet, Lane would have said that they were both white faces. They were present only for a few seconds. He might not come, she told herself, in which case I'll need a plan B. But that last shot, about them having a spot of bother, might be enough. If nothing else, Nick Pascoe might be a little intrigued by that. She checked the road again, but there was no sign of the boy. He knew he'd been made, of course, and there were probably 20 other places that someone could watch the low-rise from, without being seen by her. She reviewed what Ellie had told her about Abbas Barmani. Intelligence had linked him to gang activity in that manner, so it wasn't much of a long shot to guess that this had something to do with all that. A family member in trouble had caused Rashid Barmani to send for reinforcements. Who better than a couple of hardened men from 16 Air Assault Brigade? Well, that might all be pie in the sky. You can't call intelligence yourself. You can't get updates on Abbas. You can't get the names and details of the players on this patch. You're like an astronaut who went out on a routine spacewalk and then the cable broke, and you're drifting away into the cold darkness. You've lost contact with the mothership. Life support won't last much longer, and you're feeling rather small.
All is okay?
Yes, it's lovely, thank you. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to manage more than half of it. Pepe was standing between her table and the road, a proper waiter's white towel draped over his forearm. He said, "This ham I slice myself, you know. Best serrano, and the olives are imported straight to me. It's all delicious, Pepe." He smiled, satisfied at last, and when he moved back towards the entrance of the bistro, Lane saw that Nick Pascoe had been standing behind him. He must have come quietly because she had no idea that anyone else was there. She showed no surprise at all, and Pascoe continued to stand there, a few feet away. He wore a black sweatshirt without any sort of logo, a pair of dark blue Levi's, and heavy-duty black and white training shoes. Lane said, "Hello, take a seat. Help me eat some of this." He came forward, pulled the other chair away from the table and sat on it, arms crossed. "The ham is really good." Still nothing. The folded forearms looked intimidating, but the expression on Pascoe's face wasn't so much angry as vaguely irritated. She said, "Anyway, I'm Lane. I came up from Bodmin last night."
"Who told you I was here?"
"No one. It was common sense and a bit of guesswork."
"I phoned them and said I was all right."
"Yes, I know." Explaining yourself as if you need to justify your actions can make you look weak, and looking that way to Nick Pascoe wasn't going to help matters.
"They're not paying you, are they? They haven't hired you to find me?"
"I'm not for hire." Lane picked out a fine green olive stuffed with pimento and admired it before she ate it. Then she looked directly at Pascoe and pointed to the plate again, inviting him to share it. Again he ignored her.
"So, why are you here?"
He didn't have the Cornish notes of his family in his voice, no accent at all. Perhaps the army had taken that away, the career soldier leaving behind his origins, remaking himself in the mould of his officers, planning to become one of them some day. Nick Pascoe should still be in the forces, she concluded, because he looks about as happy out of them as I do out of the police. "Your dad, mainly. He's worried about what you're planning to do."
"Dad? Why is he worried?"
Lane could see no reason not to tell him the whole story, and besides she only had maybe 2 or 3 minutes to get his attention properly, to be taken seriously, so she'd better make them count. "It's mainly about the gun." She had his attention now, because that hadn't pleased him at all.
"What the fu—"
You see, officer material, stopping himself from swearing full on in front of a lady. Well, a woman, anyway. Nick Pascoe unfolded his arms and placed the big, square hands on his thighs, as if he needed to brace himself for this.
"Why the hell would he tell you about that?"
"You asked what was worrying him. When he couldn't see the gun in the cabinet, the handgun, he got really worried. He'd told you to get rid of it, and he didn't know whether you did or whether you'd taken it with you when you disappeared."
"He told you all that?"
"Yes, while we were in the cottage. Your mother wasn't there. She doesn't know about the handgun." Lane had her wish. Pascoe was taking her seriously now, measuring her against some set of criteria which he understood and which she could only imagine. He had gone beyond irritated, beyond annoyed, and was now preparing to deal with the situation. How he might do so was anybody's guess. She didn't know him well enough to work it out.
"You've been to my place?"
"Yes, with your dad, obviously." If Pascoe became awkward or seriously confrontational, she had one more card to play, and it was the ace of spades. She didn't want to mention the suicide attempt. Looking at the man in front of her, it seemed improbable that he had ever done that. Pascoe was strongly built, square-jawed, blue-eyed, handsome enough in all the usual soldierly ways, but Lane understood about being broken inside. And judging by the way he was looking at her now, Pascoe had probably worked out for himself that his father would have explained why the gun was such a worry to him.
"All right. As you're such pals with my dad, you can go back and tell him I'm fine. Tell him I'll be back in a few days."
"Will do. Did you get rid of the gun, by the way?" Her smile was intended to be half apologetic, but he made no attempt to return it.
"Don't push your luck. Finish your lunch, get on a train and go home. Tell them there's nothing to worry about. I'm with some old friends. That's all."
Pepe was watching from the doorway. New people had arrived at another table, but he didn't go straight towards them, and Lane thought, even Pepe can see this is an odd sort of conversation. "Okay, Nick. I'll pass the message on." "What's happening over the way?"
"Keep your nose out of it."
At least he hadn't bothered to deny that there was something going on. She decided that was a sort of compliment. But before she could respond, Pascoe's mobile was ringing in his pocket. He twisted away from her so that he was looking back across Revolution Way as he answered it. Lane could hear the other voice, and it was the Glasgow brogue of Robbie McKendrick. The individual words were unclear, but the tone was not. Something was happening. Lane could see a face, not McKendrick's, looking out over number 42. In the street, no sign of the boy or anyone else watching. Then Nick Pascoe was on his feet, telling McKendrick that he was on his way back. He looked down at Lane as if he had something important to say, and she waited, returning his look directly. But after all, it was just 2 words.
"Go home."
She watched him weave through the traffic, looking closely at his lower back and where the waistband of the jeans would be. As far as she could tell, he didn't have the pistol tucked in there. Then, as he moved quickly along the access road into the low-rise, she checked the street again, but still no one seemed to be taking any interest. She looked thoughtfully down at the plate of tapas. Picking up the fork again, she speared another piece of the ham, and then a small slice of melon. As she ate, she reached into a pocket and found her wallet. She didn't have a bill yet, but the £20 note would more than cover it, and the generous tip would tell Pepe exactly what she thought of his little bistro. She tucked it under the edge of the plate, because a dry, dusty city wind had begun to blow along Revolution Way, lifting the plastic wrappers and paper cups out of the corners and gutters where they had accumulated like autumn leaves. Nick Pascoe was out of sight now. Lane stood up, feeling the usual ache in her leg after staying in one place for too long, and followed him. Chapter 12. To say that Emily Willows had no idea how rude people could be would not be true. One cannot live in the world for 50-something years without having some inkling of that. Nevertheless, her very first phone call to one of the taxi companies in Bodmin had just resulted in her receiving a lecture on client confidentiality before being called a nosy old cow by a man who sounded as if he was of similar vintage to herself, and who surely should have known better. It smarted a little, and she was reluctant to move on to the second business listed on her laptop screen. One thought was that obviously they, that is, Summer and herself, didn't need to know in the slightest which company, if any, had taken Nick Pascoe to the railway station, and if they didn't need to know that, why waste any more time and risk any more insults trying to find out? And another thought was that Summer would disapprove anyway. Hopefully, no, certainly, she would use different terminology, but she too would tell Emily to stop poking around in matters that were not her own concern. Perhaps this was a bad idea, then. She looked out of the window at the garden. Plenty to do there after the overnight winds, almost a mini gale that had swirled around and taken the last of the petals off the late roses. Ron would have been out there by now, doing some early pruning. Maybe the last cut of the lawn, too, before cleaning and oiling the mower, and putting it away for the winter. That's what she ought to be doing with her time, not sitting in here playing detective. And that's what she had been doing for the past few years, living on in the temple of Ron's memory, tending the shrine, carrying on with the daily rituals. It was a very comfortable, peaceful way of life, and boring beyond belief. She was ashamed to think that, but it was so. She recalled the last time she had complained to Robert about being bored. She had made some comment about taking up hang-gliding and jumping off the cliffs, and an hour or so later 2 men had assaulted and attempted to kidnap her, trying to make Robert interfere with the evidence in the people-smuggling case. That's when she met Summer Lane for the first time, and Summer had shot Skinner in the leg with Small's gun, just over there in her very own hallway, and then they had gone on the run, up on the moor in the darkness. She, Emily, had helped to capture the driver, and then Summer had fought with Small up on the hill, and there had been helicopters and searchlights and dozens of police officers. She knew that she should not be, but she was smiling again. She did every time she thought about it. With due respect to Ronald, of course, that had been the most exciting night of her life. The case she had made to Summer Lane afterwards, that there was room for a female private detective agency in the south-west, was a feasible one, and if it worked in any sense at all, it would get her, Emily, a better return on her money than the banks were currently paying. But they both knew and understood her real motivations. And was it so awful to want to do something worthwhile instead of just being a respectable widow? Lane herself would be difficult to manage. For example, the lack of communication. Where was she this morning? Had she found Nick? Had they spoken? She had gone off to London without warning, and Emily had realized more than once that Lane had a past in that city that might be pulling her back. The thought of a for sale board up outside the house next door was not a happy one for Emily. One more good reason, perhaps, to find the girl something to do. She looked back at the screen and refocused on the task. Yes, it was pointless as far as the case was concerned, but it wasn't without purpose. If this was ever going to work, she had to be able to do more than answer the phone. She had to be able to find things out. This was, therefore, good practice, and one day finding out which taxi service someone had used might be the key to solving a case. The first call had gone wrong because she had no good reason, when the man asked her, for him to tell her anything. She would need to make something up. She would need to lie. She would need to sound convincing. After a deep breath, she dialed the second number, and a woman answered. Would that be easier or more difficult? She had no idea, but the story she had prepared changed itself without warning. She was Emily Pascoe now, and a few days ago her grandson Nick had gone up to London from Bodmin. He was staying with family before leaving on a student exchange in New York. Yes, wasn't it a wonderful opportunity for him? But now disaster had struck. His passport was missing, and they were desperately trying to trace where he might have dropped it. He had opened his bag in the taxi he had used when he took out money for the driver. He couldn't be certain which firm he had booked. He's panicking naturally, my dear, but it might have been Bright's. Anyway, she was ringing around everyone. The woman asked her to hold for a moment, and Emily did. She held her breath. And then, "You said it was Tuesday the 4th?" "Yes, that's right." "Pick up on the Tree-Brown estate to Parkway Station?" "Yes, that's where he lives. Thank you so much." "That's all right, my love. I'll call the driver and get him to check down the sides of the seats. I hope it all turns out okay for your grandson." When she wrote down in her notes, "picked up by Bright's taxis," followed by the date and the time, Emily Willows felt a little guilty. Then she Googled train timetables so that she could add the details for which service Nick Pascoe had used, and the exact time he would have arrived at Paddington, assuming that it wasn't running late. Lane took the stairs because it would be silent, and because she didn't want to be caught in a lift, not knowing what was going on. There was a landing between each floor where the stairs turned 180 degrees, and on the landing between the 3rd and 4th floors she heard voices above her. Young men's voices, laughter, teenagers messing about was her first impression, but she went on slowly then, step by step, until the 4th floor landing came into view. Nick Pascoe was there, apparently alone, his back against the wall by the lift doors. He seemed at first to be staring out of the building through the floor-to-ceiling plate-glass window. It took her a moment to figure out that he was actually using the reflections in it to look along the main corridor where she had walked a couple of times earlier. The voices were coming from there, louder and more raucous now, and one of them was mocking someone with a crude imitation of a rap, trying to make obscenities rhyme while at least 2 other voices jeered encouragement. Street talk. Lane hadn't heard it since she left the capital. In Polcombe, the talk in the streets is all about the weather or what's to be done about parking for day-trippers. Pascoe hadn't noticed her standing on the stairs a little below him. She went forward up onto the landing, and his head turned. He looked predictably annoyed, and pointed back down into the stairwell, telling her to go. Lane ignored him, and moved on until she was standing close enough to see the reflection for herself. She could make out 3 figures, and there were no prizes for guessing which door they were standing next to, and which occupants they were abusing. His eyes, still on the scene, imprinted on the grey vista of the concrete city, Pascoe said in lowered tones, "For Christ's sake, piss off. You don't know what you're getting involved in here." She had no doubt that Nick Pascoe had seen some serious action out in Afghanistan, but when it came to fighting in the stairwells of London tower blocks, she reckoned she would be at least one up on him. She said, "Your dad wanted me to make sure you're all right." "And you're what he sent to do that? Effing wonderful. The last thing I need now is to be worrying about a bloody woman. Piss off!" Sergeant Nicholas Pascoe's officer ambitions seemed to have been forgotten for the moment. She understood what he was doing, hoping that a show of temper and macho language would make her back off. The best thing to do, as usual, was to ignore it. "So, what's your plan?" "After I've got rid of you. Stay here as long as it's only verbal. Robbie knows where I am. We get a bit of a surprise this way if we need it. Seriously, you need to go. Go and ring my old man. You've done what he asked. No need to mention any of this." Lane stepped a little closer to him, and leaned her back against the wall, her hands in her jacket pockets. Slowly, Pascoe turned his head to the right and looked at her. She was watching the reflections in the glass as she might a boring television drama. If she knew he was looking at her, she gave no sign of it, and so he continued to stare a little longer at the short, boyish cut of her dark hair, the fine, slightly aquiline nose, the arched, thick, natural eyebrows, and skin that seemed never to have known the contents of a glass jar or a plastic tube. Outside the bistro, he hadn't noticed, but now it struck him. She was an odd sort of girl. Still not looking at him, she said, Why not just go down there and move them on? I'd say they're disturbing the peace.
Like I've already said, you don't know what we're dealing with here.
Things had gone quiet. The voices in the corridor dropped to whispers, and now they were both watching the scene in the window. Somewhere down on Revolution Way an ambulance rushed by, sirens screeching to a crescendo, and then the note falling as the sound waves were stretched by its departure. She said, "They're only kids, and they won't fancy the odds now that there are two of us." Nick Pascoe cursed under his breath, but before he could tell her to go again, the sound of a heavy blow came towards them, followed by another, and then a volley of them. At least two of the youths were kicking the door to the apartment. Lane straightened up off the wall and looked directly, intently, at Nick Pascoe. In that moment he understood that if he didn't go into the corridor, she would, and that made the decision easy enough. The youth who had been doing all the talking and none of the kicking saw them first. He reached out and shoved the other two, so that stopped what they were doing and turned to face the threat. Clearly he recognized Pascoe. "Hey, my man, you done finished that lunch already? We're just making a social call here." Pascoe stopped 3 or 4 yards short, Lane a foot or two behind him.
"Leave the door alone."
"We just knocking, man. Tried talking, got no answers. So rude, ain't it?"
Pascoe said in the same level tone.
"Step away from the door."
The boy was strongly built, powerful in the shoulders, and grinning at both of them as he responded.
"Oh, what, man? I see you brought your bitch with you now. What's she going to do to help? She going to persuade me or something? I tell you I don't mind if she'd try. Right here and now."
He turned, and the others laughed their approval. When the boy looked back at Pascoe, he wasn't grinning any more. Then he kicked the door. Lane took a step so that she was level with Nick Pascoe, and then she smiled at the youth. She said, "Hi." For a moment he was disconcerted, just for a fraction of a second.
"Hi yourself, honey."
Behind him the others sniggered. Lane said, "We haven't met, and I don't want us to get off on the wrong foot, but if you kick that door again there's a 40% chance you'll be walking with a limp for the rest of your life."
"Yeah? Why is that, girl?"
"Because I'm going to snap the anterior cruciate ligament in whichever leg you used to do it. Even after surgery there's a good chance you'll be partially disabled. Maybe you'll get a new handle, hop along or something like that." She was still smiling. Chapter 13.
"Yeah, course you will, girl."
But he had waited too long, a full 5 or 6 seconds of hesitation, and now it was, as Lane had probably calculated, a question of saving face, because the two behind him were only teenagers, and because the hard-looking man in front of him now had a crazy woman at his side.
"So we're done here for now. Things to do. Gonna have some talk with Jonah."
A meaningful look at Nick Pascoe, who still gave nothing back, and then they turned and walked away, slowly, making the point that they had not been seen off by a white man and a woman. There had to be another set of stairs at the back of the low-rise building then, and when the three of them reached the corner, the talkative one turned and made an obscene gesture, trying to save a little more face. Pascoe and Lane stared back at him until he had finally disappeared from sight. "So, are you going to invite me in for a coffee?"
"Do I have much choice? If I let you wander round here for long now, one of them will try to cut you up for doing what you just did."
Lane finally took her eyes away from where the youth had been at the end of the corridor. The strange, bright smile she had used to humiliate him still lingered when she looked at Nick Pascoe and said, "Okay, but let's get one thing clear."
"What's that?"
"I'm not your bitch."
"No way, pal. No friggin' way. You bloody can I be serious, Nicky?"
Robbie McKendrick seemed to have been having a few issues with what Nick Pascoe had just proposed. Lane listened and watched objectively, as if it was not her presence which had caused the outburst of Glaswegian invective. She was more interested in Rashid Barmani, and his face was as placid and inscrutable as it had been in the supermarket earlier that afternoon. Nick said,
"For one thing, we're not sending her straight back out there, even if she isn't staying."
"Oh, aye, and for another thing, I know me and Rashi ain't ideal company. You're fancying something a little cosier, Nick."
The response to that was silence and a setting of Pascoe's jaw, as the two of them locked eyes. Then Rashid Barmani said,
"We'll take this into the kitchen. Will you excuse us, please?"
Lane nodded, as if she had only been asked whether she took milk in her tea. The door closed, and the discussion continued behind it, but she made no particular attempt to listen into it. Instead, she looked around the Barmani's apartment. Larger than she expected, with an entrance hallway behind her, this lounge leading through into a dining area on the left, and off to the right 2 more doors which must go through to bedrooms and a bathroom. The furniture was good, in the traditional low style of the Far East, and covered in matching silk and satin fabrics. There were carpets on 3 of the walls, and lots of smaller decorative items, all, she was certain, original ethnic pieces that the Barmanis had brought with them from their homeland. There was a faint scent of sandalwood. The apartment was a pearl inside a concrete shell. Then she looked at the Barmanis themselves, who were standing almost in a straight line and staring at her with undisguised surprise. An elderly, tiny woman, supporting herself with a carved stick that seemed to be ebony with an ivory handle, could only be Rashid's grandmother. The skin of her face was dark and intensely wrinkled with age, but the eyes were still bright, and fixed firmly on the interloper. Beside her stood a taller, younger woman, in a brilliant green sari, probably her daughter and Rashid's mother. Then 2 teenage boys, plainly brothers, though one was plump and smiling and the other was thin, with a new moustache and not smiling at all. And last, a little behind them, hardly in the room at all, was a young and very beautiful Pakistani girl. Lane said to the mother, "I'm sorry about the disturbance outside, and for intruding." The woman's English was strongly accented. "No need for sorry. I think you end it, not start it. You are a friend of Nick's?" "A friend of his family." It was far too involved now even to attempt a full explanation. "Then you are welcome. Please sit." She pointed to the seats, and then turned to the girl. "Yasmin, kettle, make tea already. Go." The girl waited long enough to make a point, and during that moment she looked directly into Lane's face. It was a look that seemed to say, "You see what it is like for me." The mother made a scolding click with her tongue, and the girl went slowly and with grace out of the room. She was no more than 16. One of these boys was Abbas Barmani, already known to the police, and it wasn't a difficult guess to make. Whereas Yasmin had made some sort of mute appeal to the newcomer, the thin boy with the moustache had only glared resentfully. As she sat down, Lane took him on and returned his look with a level stare of her own, until he scowled and followed his sister into the kitchen. Whatever was going on involved the younger generation. Of that much Lane was certain. There was a short, awkward silence, but the arrival of the girl and her brother in the kitchen had brought the men's conversation to an end. The 3 of them reappeared soon afterwards. Rashid came straight to her and held out his hand. Lane stood up to take it. "Thank you for helping outside just now. Usually all people are welcome guests in our home, but we have a situation, as you can see. Nick has told me something, but I'm sorry. I have to ask you some questions." "That's okay. I understand." "Thank you. You are a friend of Nick's family. Back at his home?" A problem straight away. Exactly what something had Nick told them. She caught his eye and guessed that it wasn't everything he could have done. "Yes, I know his family. When I told them I was coming up to London, they suggested I get in touch with him." "But surely, after our phone call, you did not happen to be coming to London. This was the reason you came to London, to find Nick." Deception was not going to be a wise choice here. If Rashid Barmani wasn't a lawyer, he probably ought to be. "Yes, I did. They were worried because they hadn't heard from him." "Even after he telephoned them?" "Ah, that's where the wires got a bit crossed. I was already in London by then." "So, if you were in London, how did you know that Nick had called home? I'm sorry for this impoliteness, but—" "No, I understand. You're doing a great job. I have a friend back home who was told about the call from Nick, and she told me." At least they seemed to have got past the reason why Nick Pascoe's family might be so worried about their hulking ex-paratrooper of a son going off the radar for a few days. "I see. Another friend. Nick, your family is lucky to have so many friends." The mother and the grandmother had taken seats side by side on a long, low sofa to Lane's right. They sat in identical upright postures, with their hands folded in their laps, waiting and listening. though Lane wouldn't be surprised if the old lady spoke no English at all. Rashid, as the eldest son, was in charge of the situation, that much was clear. What wasn't was where the father and grandfather might be. Rashid said, "Miss Lane, is it?" She nodded. "Nick has said that you seem to know your way about. I expect you understand what he means. Can you tell us something about yourself? What is it that you do for your work?" For the past 18 months, she had kept away from people and situations where that question might arise. Now she had been asked it, and quite an audience awaited her response. "At present I am not working. I used to be a police officer."
"Jesus Christ, ma'am, that's all we need."
And there were other reactions after Robbie McKendrick's. The remaining boy behind Mrs. Barmani stopped smiling and went out of the room. More to the point, he went to the kitchen, where Abbas must still be with his sister, and it wasn't difficult to work out why. Mrs. Barmani had also understood the significance of Lane's answer, but Nick Pascoe looked as if someone had just thrown a switch in a memory circuit. Rashid said, "You used to be. You were many years too young to retire. You resigned from the police, Miss Lane?" "No."
"You were dismissed then?"
"No." He understood the look that she was giving him, and nodded before he said,
"Very well. But you were not here on police business, so we have an awkward situation. You have seen something of this. We do not feel that police involvement would help. It would perhaps make things worse."
Lane returned the nod, aware that Pascoe was still staring at her with a new expression altogether. Rashid continued,
"If you feel the need to inform the police, it would be best if you leave us, Miss Lane. We can see you safely out of the building, get you to a tube station or a bus."
It appeared that the interview was over, and Rashid had left something hanging in the air, the possibility that if she did not feel the need to tell the police, it might be best if she stayed. "Tell me about the awkward situation, Mr. Barmani."
"Please, Rashid."
£2,100 is small change to any street dealer above the bottom rung of the ladder. Frequently he will have that much cash in his pocket, or hers, of course. These numbers may come as a surprise to those who have had nothing to do with such matters, but Lane knew them, and when Rashid Barmani told her that's how much the original debt was, he must have noticed her lack of reaction. He might even have been a little reassured by it. Abbas, the elder of the two younger brothers, had offered a way into a new market sector, no doubt, and it had been easy work to encourage him and provide him with the start-up supplies. And because Abbas was failing at school and resented his older brother's control of the family since their father had died last year, he embraced this new opportunity and the respect it seemed to be giving him on the street. Little of this had been spoken directly, naturally, but it was what Lane read between the lines of what she had been told. Abbas, however, had underestimated the conservatism in his own community, even amongst its younger members. In another family, a younger brother had whispered it to an older sister, who had told a mother who had told her father, and the father had come to Rashid Barmani. This was at the end of August. With only Rashid in work, driving the taxi at night and trying to study during the day, money was short, but in time it could have been repaid. He had sold a laptop and an iPad, beginning to put the sum together, but then they had been told that there would be an interest charge and compensation for the business that had been promised but not done. By the middle of September, Zahir had been stopped in the street, threatened, and told that his brother now owed them £3,000. Something in Lane's expression then stopped Rashid's explanation. He said, "You think I am a fool. I understand this. You think, why did they not go to the police?" "No, not at all. If you had, a couple of people might have been questioned, but there would have been no evidence against them. Nothing is recorded. It's all just kids arguing on the streets. No one would have been arrested, and the next day things would have been worse for you." A look passed between Rashid and Nick Pascoe. Surprise and something else. Lane said, "So you can't pay, and they won't quit. You never could have paid them off, by the way. What stage is it at? What do they really want?" There was no concealing the surprise on Rashid's face this time. "You are right. It is not about money now. On Friday last week, Abbas was cornered in the school. Some of these boys are still in school, and he was beaten. Just enough, you understand. Then he was told all debts can be forgotten." Mrs. Barmani breathed in deeply. It was all Rashid could do not to look at his mother then, but Lane did. The woman was more upright than before, if such a thing was possible, and her face was a mask of fury mingled with fear. Lane said, "In exchange for what exactly?" A date. One date. One meeting. With Yasmin." She looked around into the faces of the 3 ex-soldiers, fully understanding at last the nature of the mission that had brought them together again. Robbie McKendrick glanced away rather than meet her gaze. Rashid Barmani stared down at the floor, as though ashamed it had come to this. Only Nick Pascoe held steady. That might be a smile he's holding back, and his eyes seemed to be saying, "Well?" Because, she reasoned, he knows who I am now. She said, "Okay. A date with whom? Do we know?" Rashid faced her again, the moment of shame over. "This one called Jonah." Chapter 14. Abbas had seen him several times in the weeks before he had fallen out with the group, and he had held one conversation with him. When Yasmin's name had first been mentioned, she was questioned by the family, and she told them there had been a man in a jeep thing outside her school sometimes, and maybe this had started happening even before Abbas had got involved with them. Lane could only assume that someone else had realized the significance of that, and said nothing as she was being told the rest of the story. The ideal thing would be to sit down with Yasmin herself, just the 2 of them, and work through every detail of those encounters outside the school, and if she had a badge in her pocket, that's what she would do. Now it had to be done at one remove, and Rashid told her that they had asked the girl many questions about this. It was a big black SUV-style vehicle, and this Jonah was never alone in it. There were always other boys with him. Sometimes Yasmin called them men, other times boys. Jonah had spoken to her in a friendly way. Once he had driven the jeep along the street as she walked home with her friends, and they had all been laughing about the attention she was getting. This man had not threatened her, or even mentioned the trouble with her brother Abbas. Lane said, looking around the flat where the family now seemed to be imprisoned, "Presumably this isn't still going on?" Rashid answered her, "As soon as we heard this, I put a stop to it. Every day I collected her from school in the taxi." "Did you meet Jonah yourself?" "No. The car was there in the distance the first 2 times that I met her. And then no more." Lane looked around at them. Badge or no badge, they were expecting something from her. She counted back, concluding that today was the 6th day since Nick Pascoe had left Bodmin. She didn't know when Robbie McKendrick had arrived, but it had to be around the same time. 5 adults and 3 teenagers cooped up here, now under some sort of siege by the look of it. She said to Rashid, "Are they still going to school?" A look passed between the mother and her eldest son. Rashid said, "No. Last week we kept them at home. We have informed the school that they all have the same illness, sickness and upsets. Yesterday the school telephoned my mother to ask what is happening." "And how often do you have them banging on the door like they were just now?" "Every day. Multiple times. This is why I asked Nick and Robbie for help, you understand. To give us some time to make arrangements, so that there would always be someone here." Lane looked at Pascoe, not concealing a look of puzzlement, and said, "But you can't go on like this. You have to bring this to an end." He said, "We know. Tonight he'll get Yasmin away for good. That's phase 1. Phase 2, Rashi reckons once he's spoken face-to-face to the family up in Leeds, they'll offer a safe haven. We might be able to get them away as early as tomorrow. Robbie and I just need to get them into a vehicle and away without being followed." She turned her attention back to Rashid and said, "Leeds?" "We have cousins there. Not close, but when they meet Yasmin they will understand. They will not send her back to this. When I have spoken to my uncle, he will find a place for them all. They will be safe." "Them? What about you?" "Maybe me too. This is not my first concern." Lane stood in the hallway with Nick Pascoe. When she first came in, she hadn't noticed the folding stool and the sleeping bag rolled up in one corner, but now, as she listened to his explanation, they made sense. "We do 4 hours apiece, just making sure no one's having a go at the door. We're all used to a bit of guard duty." "Anything more than that? Has there been any contact with the enemy?" Pascoe smiled at that, briefly.
It's been pretty much a Mexican standoff until yesterday. They're mouthy, they make threats and a lot of noise, but half of them are kids. They don't really fancy it. And what happened yesterday? A couple of them got in Robbie's face just outside the building. We usually go out in twos, but slipped up. They saw it as a chance and had a go. Robbie got hold of one and gave him a whack or two.
Lane shook her head a little, and Pascoe said,
Robbie's sound. There isn't anyone I'd rather have covering my back.
He was annoyed with her, taking the shaking of her head personally. She said, Fair enough. Was this afternoon a bit of a comeback for that?
Probably. And now they've seen you here, that's probably stirred things up as well. They'll assume you're one of us. And you made one of the lieutenants look like a girl, so he won't be happy. It isn't over yet.
Lane walked to the front door and examined it from the inside. It was solid enough, with a double-throw, multi-point lock and no letterbox, which would have been a potential weakness. She said, I'm surprised you've got them this far without more trouble. Perhaps this Jonah has lost interest, and it's no more than some entertainment for the locals. Nick Pascoe moved closer to her, so that he could keep his voice down.
Maybe. But you've seen her. She's a bit special. And they won't take chances with something like that. I don't know whether you know much about these people.
He felt awkward saying that, and she turned to face him. I did nearly 10 years in the Met. You get to meet all sorts. Even though they were barely a yard apart, Nick lowered his voice a little more.
I only twigged who you are a few minutes ago. It was on the news, wasn't it? I knew a friend of my aunt had been involved in it. You were the other one.
No need to respond to that. Lane turned back to the door and shook the handle, testing its fit into the frame. After a pause, Nick said,
There was some shooting. A bloke got shot in Polkham.
Still not looking at him, Lane said, No, he was shot in the leg. He was given fair warning. He just made a bad decision. Then she was clearly listening at the door, and Pascoe kept silent until she had done. He said,
Okay, it's pretty quiet out there, I reckon. You could be on your way now.
Pascoe had known to back off when most people would have wanted to know more about what happened last August. Her respect for him grew a little. She faced him again and said, I could, but if Rashid goes tonight, you're one man down. Don't make any cracks about still being so even if I stay. Besides, I told your dad I'd make sure you were all right. Pascoe had to smile at that. She was tall and looked sort of athletic, but he was at least a third heavier and could bench press twice as much. She was bright, though, that was obvious, and very quick at reading people, as she did again now. Another pair of eyes and ears is what you need most of all. To keep 24-hour surveillance on one suspect for a week requires 32 people. You'll have 2 to watch inside and outside the apartment. But it's up to you. I'm not staying if I'm not wanted. Lane turned the latch on the door and eased it open halfway, listening and then leaning out to look up and down the corridor. Pascoe said,
No, you're right. We could use another hand. With the sandwiches and that. Robbie can't even get peanut butter ones right.
It was soldier's banter, and she gave it a brief and soldierly reply. When she looked back, Pascoe was smiling properly, and she allowed him to look directly into her eyes, a privilege rarer than he could have known.
So, Detective, what's your assessment of the situation?
She kept looking at him until she decided that he really did want to know. What's the plan for getting the girl away tonight?
As soon as it's dark, we take her out the back way. Rashid will stay with the car just in case, keep the engine running. One of us will take her down, the other one stays in the flat.
What's it like out the back?
There's a big courtyard, which is a bit open, then a pedestrianised street. Rashid will wait at the end of that.
Lane was standing openly in the corridor now. She could hear the distant muffled sounds of other lives. Ordinary lives, untroubled by gangs and knives and threats. Maybe. In cities there are so many corners where the wind never blows and the sun never shines. How many times had even she thought that they are no place to bring up a child? How well lit is it, from the back of the building to the car? When Pascoe was slow to answer, she looked at him.
Pretty well. No way around it. I checked last night. Not much we can do about that.
Just as you would expect a professional soldier, a pathfinder sergeant to have done, Pascoe had been out on reconnaissance. Take some of them out before you go?
They're pretty secure nowadays. High up and vandal-proofed.
So he'd had a look and considered that as well. I think I'll go and have a look around for myself. I'll check out the stairs and the courtyard. She stood then, waiting, but not for his permission. He said, "All right. I'll wait here. If it's closed, knock 3 times. Lane nodded, and then Pascoe said, "I know you did your 10 years, but how much of that was urban warfare training?" "It felt like every day." She moved away, and didn't look back until she reached the corner where the youth had made his tragic and futile gestures. Pascoe was still in the doorway watching, but he put up a hand before she turned the corner and was out of his sight. She went down as she had said, counting the landings, glancing into the 2nd and 1st floor corridors, but her phone was out already. She had a couple of calls to make. For some reason, Emily wanted to talk about the taxi that had taken Nick Pascoe to the station. Lane ignored it the first time. When it came up again, she said, "Okay, that's good to know." And then Emily seemed satisfied. "So, Emily, let Nick's dad know that I'm in touch with him now, and he's fine. He's staying with an old army friend for a few days, and then I expect he'll head back home." Emily Willows sounded genuinely relieved. "That's really good news, Summer. I can't believe you found him so quickly. You plainly know how to do these things." There was a pause, as if Emily was waiting to be told all about the ways of doing these things. Revealing that all one needed was a way of illegally accessing the Met's central database would probably be a disappointment, as well as receiving one of Mrs. Willows's clucks of disapproval. Lane opted for the safety of silence. "And what about you? Are you coming straight home?" She sounded like a mother, worrying about what might occur after a school disco. "No, I'll look up a couple of old friends myself while I'm here." "Oh, well, yes, of course. There must be lots of people you haven't seen for a while." Not really, but there was nothing to be gained by telling Emily more than she needed to know. Lane had reached the door that led into the courtyard behind the apartment building. It was deserted apart from a solitary young woman, her head down, pushing a pushchair against the strong winds that swirl around tall towers everywhere. "So you might be a day or 2 longer?" "Yes." "Shall I water your houseplants?" "Have I got any?" "No, now come to think of it. You should have. The house isn't a home without some plants in it. It's the market tomorrow. I could see what they have. There's usually a very good stall." The girl had reached the door, and Lane opened it for her. They exchanged nods, and Lane looked down to see a sleeping baby, no more than a few weeks old. The girl herself wasn't 20, but there were dark circles around her eyes, and her prettiness was already going. No ring on her finger, no sign that she was anything other than already caught in the eternal cycle of deprivation. Lane watched her go, and cursed her own eyes for seeing too much too often. "A Christmas cactus or something like that. Very easy to look after." "What?" "A Christmas cactus would do well on your kitchen windowsill, the one that faces north." Emily Willows might be a widowed housewife, but at times, all too often in fact, she seemed to have a talent for the surreal. "If you say so. I'm not sure what one looks like." "I'll see what they have. So you'll be back by the end of the week, then?" "Probably, but don't worry." "The garden shrubs need doing as well. I've made a start on mine, so it's no bother to pop round and start sorting out yours as well." "Okay." It was just easier to agree. Emily told her to be careful, though she didn't say of what, and then she had gone, and Lane was crossing the open courtyard of grey slabs, making for the pedestrianised street that Nick Pascoe had mentioned. When she reached the beginning of it, she stopped and looked around, looked up at the ranks of little balconies above. A few had washing flapping in the wind. A few had dashes of red and pink, where autumn geraniums bloomed bravely over the concrete jungle below. Lane watched and could see no faces, no eyes watching her in return, but that meant nothing. She opened her phone again and dialed Ellie Dawson's number. Chapter 15. As the light outside declined, the mood in the flat darkened. The girl Yasmin became upset and was either embracing her mother, talking and crying, or angrily pushing her away. When things reached a certain pitch, they both spoke quickly in Urdu, and then Rashid tried to apologize to his guests as he saw them, which now included Lane. She waved it away and spent most of the time in the hallway with Nick Pascoe. It had been unspoken, but the two of them seemed to have the first round of guard duty. Robbie retreated to the kitchen, and at one point appeared in the hallway with mugs of tea that was undrinkably strong and sweet. He said to Nick, "Rashi's getting ready to go. Maybe 10 minutes. No sense waiting any longer. Earlier the better before the vermin come out to play."
Robbie glanced at Lane before he said, "So, what's the plan now?" He meant who was going out and who was staying in the flat now that she was here. Pascoe had an answer ready. Like a good sergeant, he had anticipated the change of circumstances. "You and I go out with Rashi and his sister. She stays and watches the door."
Lane.
Both faces turned towards her. "I only met my grandmother a few times, but she was hot on manners and pronouns. She used to say she is the cat's mother. I don't know why exactly, but it's rude to say he or she when the person is present." Robbie McKendrick gave a short, hard laugh as he said, "Rude? Get that, my man. Rude, is it?" He was looking at Lane with undisguised mockery. She waited until he had had his moment and then said, "Yes, it is, even north of the border, Jimmy." The amusement had gone from Robbie's face, but when he looked at Nick Pascoe he found an expression that seemed to be saying, "You're on your own with this one." Then, after a silence, Nick said, "Lane stays and watches the door until we get back." Robbie said, "Aye, and what then?" "That's up to her. This is a volunteer's mission, isn't it?" Lane watched McKendrick's face as he struggled with Nick's answer. Was his resentment of her simply because she was female? It would be that in part, she guessed, but it was more than that. She was intruding upon a reunion of men who had fought together. One of their number had died alongside them. There is no greater intimacy than that, no stronger tie, and her presence, to Robbie McKendrick, was in some way a threat. And perhaps, too, he was simply jealous of the attention that Nick Pascoe had paid to her since she entered the apartment. Nick went on, "Even if Rashi gets something organised for the rest of them, we're going to be here for another 24 to 48 hours, and there'll only be 2 of us if she goes. That means going out alone or leaving the flat unprotected. If she stays, we solve both problems." She was looking at him again, and then he remembered. "If Lane stays, we solve both problems." The door to the living room opened, and Rashid came into the hallway. "We are ready. I will fetch the car now. Bring Yasmin in 10 minutes. He was upright and strangely formal in his speech, but behind that Lane could sense that Rashid Barmani was choked with emotion. Through the doorway she could see the girl on the sofa, in her mother's arms and weeping. There was no sign of the brothers, but beyond the mother and daughter the old woman sat, watching them without expression. She seemed to be swaying slightly, that was all, and Lane wondered what other suffering the grandmother had seen in her long life, that she could sit so impassively and apart from them. Nick Pascoe was on his feet. "All right then, 10 minutes and we'll have her there. Keep your eyes open, and ring if there is a problem. Robbie and I will bring her. Lane's offered to keep a watch here." Rashid turned to her and held out his hand. His manners were as impeccable as his logic and his language. "Thank you. You need not have. We are most grateful." She said, "Do what Nick says. Call it off if you've any doubts. We'll find another way." Rashid nodded. Nick Pascoe glanced at her quickly because she had used his name for the first time, and Robbie McKendrick was glowering again because she had said "we." None of it mattered. The sooner the girl was out of the way, the better, for all their sakes. And the sooner Lane would be able to check the message that had just made her phone vibrate in her jeans pocket. It was as she had guessed from Ellie. "Text me if you can, rather than call," Lane had said in their brief earlier conversation. When she closed the door, having watched the 3 incongruous figures all the way along the corridor, Lane went back into the flat and checked everyone's whereabouts. As she did so, the angry-looking boy Abbas came out of his room. He didn't seem so angry now, though, more shaken, perhaps, as the consequences of his own actions were becoming apparent. He stared as if he might speak for the first time, and then went back into his room. The mother must be in the kitchen, and the grandmother still sat in the same chair. As Lane crossed the lounge to look out of the window, the same one that she had observed from Pepe's, the old woman's eyes followed her, but the expression did not change, and there was no attempt to say anything to the young person who had mysteriously appeared in her home. Lane was certain now that she spoke no English at all. Nothing to see out on Revolution Way, other than a busy road in London on an October evening. No sign of the boy on the bike, or anyone who might have replaced him, but now, of course, there were many more shadowy corners where eyes could watch unseen. Lane went back into the hallway, opened the door and listened. All quiet, and they should be well away from the building by now.
She closed it, took out her phone and opened Ellie's text. "Not my patch. I went through to Intelligence Command. Guess who? Anyway, never mentioned your name. Your Jonah is a bad boy. He's on more than one radar. He's middle management, but seen as one to watch, young but ambitious. This friend you're helping out needs to steer well clear. So do you." When Lane closed that, she realised there was a second message from Ellie. "If you do get anything useful, let me know. Spice is one of his things, so I hate him already." Middle management meant that Jonah was already controlling a street operation that might involve dozens of youngsters below him. She'd love to have his file in front of her, because that's always the right place to begin, with the intelligence. Learn everything you can about them before you step out of the door. Still, what Ellie had sent was more than useful. This was not a simple and straightforward bit of argy-bargy with the neighbours thing. The Barmanis had come up against a serious player. And that had implications, even if they managed to get the girl away from him. Status and face are everything in a gang. If his intentions as far as Yasmin was concerned were thwarted, someone would pay. Revenge was essential, or he would have lost face, and that is unthinkable. Ideally, then, the rest of the family needed to escape before Jonah discovered that the pretty girl who had caught his eye had also made him look like a fool. 24 to 48 hours, Nick Pascoe had said, but cooped up in here as sitting targets, that was going to seem like an eternity. She was working on a plan B when there were footsteps outside and 3 knocks on the door. She called out and heard Nick Pascoe's voice answering her. It was plain that they had encountered nothing untoward when they came into the hallway. McKendrick swaggered in, announced that it had been a piece of piss, and went out towards the kitchen. Nick said then, "Straightforward. She went pretty quietly, thank God. Did you see anyone?" "Not who mattered, I reckon." "Who did you see?" He raised his eyebrows a little, as if there had been some impertinence in the ranks, but she didn't back away from it. "A couple of old dears. 80 if they were a day. If they're involved, we're all done for." "Anyone else?" He was having to think now. "A bloke on the street carrying a bag from a takeaway. A girl with a pram." "Where was she?" Nick was frowning now, and not only with the effort of remembering. "Crossing the courtyard." "A pram or a pushchair?" "Pushchair, as it happens." "Blue and silver?" "Probably. Why?" A coincidence, maybe, but it sounded like the same girl. Lane weighed the odds, looking away from Pascoe now, and what she came up with was this. You had to assume that someone had seen the girl taken away. Hope for the best all you like, but assume the worst. And that assumption leads to them handing out some sort of punishment. Pascoe said again, this time more in his sergeant's voice. "Why?" "Nothing, probably. What did you tell Rashid to do? To be safe?" That he understood. "Make 2 stops before leaving the city, and watch 5 minutes for anyone following. He knows the streets as well as anyone with his day job, so that shouldn't be a problem. Then, once he's sure, go to Leeds, hell for leather. He'll ring me when he arrives." She nodded once, and he smiled and said dryly, "Glad it meets with your approval." "Staying here doesn't, though. We're fish in a barrel if they get serious. Is there nowhere else to wait for Rashid?" "We've talked that over. The only place is the grandfather's old shop. He had a greengrocer's business. It's up for redevelopment. When it is, the family will get a good payday. Planning has held it up." "Where is it?" "I don't know. Not been there. About 10 minutes' walk, Rashi said. But we decided that this place is as safe as anywhere." Lane didn't look convinced, and Nick Pascoe found to his surprise that this bothered him. He'd only known her for a matter of hours, but somehow her opinion seemed to count. Now she moved away from him, back to the door and listening again. He said, "What are you thinking?" "That this might have been the safest place when you discussed it, but it might not be now." "Why is that?" "Because the girl isn't in it anymore." Yes, she had a point, a good one. He said, "As I understand it, the old shop is just about derelict. Probably no facilities. I mean, we got 2 ladies in there." Lane was giving him the curiously flat look that he had seen already, the one that made you feel like an idiot. "What? 3 ladies?" "Really? You're worrying about facilities for ladies when they've come up against a gang with a serious kid in charge of it, and you've just removed the one reason why he hasn't kicked this door in yet?" Nick Pascoe was not as sharp as Rashid, but he was nobody's fool. She saw the frown appear and knew that she had made a mistake. He said, "How do you know that?"
Know what?
That this Jonah character is a serious kid.
I did 2 years in a unit targeting gang-related crime. Most of it was about drugs. You get to recognize the scenarios. What the girl said about the vehicle, the big black SUV, that's a statement. It says he has money and power. It's one of the badges they wear. If he's respected, then he's serious. She looked directly into his eyes again. You have to be able to do that, or lying is worse than useless. It was difficult to say whether Pascoe bought the whole thing, but she had sounded convincing enough, it seemed, for him not to pursue it. He said, I see your point about the flat, but moving them is just as risky, even with the 3 of us. For now we're staying put. If the situation changes, we'll take a look at the other place. You're the boss. Who's taking first watch, Sarge? Nick Pascoe was already very different to the threatening, unsmiling figure who had loomed over her as she sat outside Pepe's bistro. There was almost a grin on his face as he said, What was your rank in the force? Detective Inspector. But don't worry, you can still be the boss. And don't take this the wrong way, but you don't look old enough for that. I think I'm supposed to take that as a compliment, but lots of people would tell you I was over-promoted anyway. That probably explains it. They were looking for ways to make me spend more time indoors. And you preferred playing out. You didn't say earlier why it came to an end. No, you're quite right. The door from the lounge opened, and Robbie appeared with another 2 mugs of undrinkable tea. He handed one to Nick, and placed the other on a small corner table. Having a cosy wee chat, Nick said, debriefing Private McKendrick. Anything I need to know? Yes, I'll take the first watch, say to midnight. Then you, 4 hours. Lane can do the dawn patrol once she's had her beauty sleep. McKendrick laughed, and she pretended to be insulted. It was easy to see in that moment why Nick Pascoe had been a very good army sergeant. Robbie left, satisfied. Nick picked up the mug and downed half its contents. Force's tea had to be an acquired taste. Lane thought about Emily Willows and her bone china service. Are you hungry? Lane said. No, not yet. I'm the same when there's any action. Then I make up for it later. In the quiet after that, she thought about the next question on her list of things to be considered. It might be a way of approaching the subject that had led to her being here in the first place. So if they decide to have a proper go, you've got your fists and boots. You know they will be tooled up, right? Pascoe nodded. We've got 1 or 2 additional items tucked away. Not the kind of thing I wanted to leave in view of these people. Such as? Robbie brought a couple of baseball bats. Baseball is big in Glasgow. And you? Did you bring anything in that rucksack? She would rather he worked it out for himself, but he had no way of knowing how much his father had told her. She was probably going to have to come out and say it in the end. He shook his head and mocked her a little with, such as? The pistol. Was it a Browning or a Glock? His face was difficult to read for a moment. Embarrassment, guilt, and anger seemed to cover it in equal measure. He might even have blushed a little. Jesus Christ. Parents. He was worried. It's understandable. She thought he might then say, Why is it? What else has he told you? Did he think I'd also brought a length of rope? But Nick Pascoe had soon regained some composure. It's not in the rucksack. Because you've stashed it somewhere else? He looked at her. The eyes were a rich dark brown, spaced far apart and large enough to be appealing under the right circumstances. But there was something implacable in them, something a little unnerving. I can see why someone might want you safely behind a desk. Me too. So, where is the gun now? Nick Pascoe pursed his lips, restraining another smile, as if he felt she'd already seen too many of them. It's at the bottom of the ash tree pool on the estate. It's the best holding water for salmon, so they tell me. But I'm sure if you asked nicely, Colonel Sanders would let you go in with scuba gear and check it out. Okay. Maybe when we're done here, if I've got nothing better to do on a Saturday. Why did you leave the army? He drank the remainder of the tea, and, as if that was a signal, Robbie came back into the hallway. All quiet in here. Nick answered him with, Yes, get some shut-eye. You're on in 4 hours. And where's the lassie sleeping in the meantime? Robbie still couldn't bring himself to talk to her directly. Lane said to him, The lassie is sleeping right here. Nick said, See if there's a blanket with you, Robbie. We'll make do for the one night.
While they waited, nothing more was said. Lane thought he might be considering her question, wondering how best to answer it to a perfect stranger. Sometimes it's those moments that offer us the opportunity, the temptation even, to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. He said, "So, I'm supposed to tell you why I left the army, but you're not saying why you're no longer a copper. Sounds like a good deal. We could do a deal, if you like. It won't be 1,001 nights, but we could swap stories." Nick pushed his rucksack behind him so that it rested against the wall, and then he leaned into it, straightened his legs, and folded his arms. "Okay, why not?" Lane gave that short, single nod again, and watched him from her perch on the folding camping stool. After a little while, Nick said, "Ladies first." Chapter 16. She told him the entire story, the first time she had spoken about it at any length since she had received the final letter from the Home Office Appeals Committee. He was a good listener, hardly interrupting and seemingly making no judgments about anything she said. At the end, he took his time, and when the question came, it surprised her. "Were you good at it?" "Yes. Too good sometimes." "How's that?" "I could get a little fixated." After thinking that over for a few seconds, he said, "I find that hard to believe." "Very funny." The apartment had fallen silent. The whole building seemed to be asleep, though it was only 9 o'clock. When a gang rules a neighborhood, of course, there are times when the collective breath is held. Lane reminded herself of that, and hoped that this wasn't one of them. He said, "And now you miss it like hell." So, that was a part of his own story being told, even before he had begun it, because he didn't phrase it as a question. Nick Pascoe, too, had realized the parallel nature of their experiences. "This friend of yours in Polcom, Emily, why not take her up on her offer? It's sort of why you're sitting here now, so you might as well get paid for it. And charge worried parents money to find out if their kids are okay? Don't think so. How would you feel if this was costing your dad a few £100? Besides, Emily doesn't have a clue what's involved. Not really. So why has she suggested going into business? Gratitude. She says it's a business proposition, but really she's trying to say thanks for getting her out of a tight spot." Nick Pascoe really was a good listener. She had to admit that. He never hurried a response and gave the impression that everything was receiving his full attention. How had a man like this come within a minute or two of taking his own life at the end of a rope? He said, "Still, unless that compensation ran into millions, you're going to need something. I can't see you on a supermarket till or behind a bar. If you've got A-levels, you could retrain. Primary school teacher, maybe?" Just a wry smile before she said, "It's your turn now." He talked first about his troubled teens, and she couldn't resist intervening with, "And then the army made a man of you." He said, "Totally. I'd have said that was a cliché too until it happened to me. About 3 days into my basic training, I lipped a sergeant, and he had me running around the base in front of everyone until I dropped. I loved every minute of it, even then. It was where I was meant to be." Men like Nick Pascoe don't use the word loved very often and mean it. He skimmed over his early tours and his promotion to sergeant, but when he came to that last one, Afghanistan in 2012, the pace slowed quite noticeably. There was hesitation in going forward, as if in some metaphorical sense he was back among the landmines and the IEDs. The 4 of them had met up when the Pathfinder groups were deployed, and they had operated together for more than a year. Longer, he said with unconcealed pride, than any other group in the field at that time. He said, "They gave us a nickname. All the teams had them, but ours was the Lucky Bastards." Lane had said then, "I had some of that. Every time I made a collar, someone would say I was lucky. Then when they dismissed me, I was told not to take it to heart because I was lucky to be alive. Some people have funny ideas about luck. We had one lucky break, the 3 of us, and that was getting our captain when the group was formed. Julian knew he was the best man I ever served with. The best man I ever met." Nick stopped, looked at her and then away. He could almost certainly tell from her face that she already knew something of the story, and he probably guessed that his father had told her. Lane waited respectfully. It's one thing to almost lose your own life, and quite another to lose a friend, a loved one, or the life of the best man you've ever met. Nick said,
And he was a toff. Public school, Sandhurst, the works. First person like that I'd ever got to know. But from day one he treated us like, I don't know. He never once. He treated us like...
equals?
Yes, he did. But it wasn't just that. When we got to know him, and you really get to know someone out there when it's 24/7, when we did, we'd take the mickey out of his accent and his posh family. We used to pretend he was really a lord or something. But he could give it back, just as good. And we had some laughs, I can tell you. Sometimes we laughed so much it hurt. Crazy, isn't it, when you're surrounded by people who want to blow you to bits every single day?
He waited, wanting her to answer that question, to say whether she thought it was or was not crazy to laugh like that in the face of imminent death.
The psychologists say it's a coping mechanism, which is the sort of thing people in small rooms and universities you've never heard of usually come up with. I just think that when your life is on the line, you live it more. I don't know. More something. More intensely, more fully.
Yes, it's something like that. I've thought about it a lot since. Too much, I know. But that's when you're most alive, when you know you could die seconds later. It's a hell of a rush, and
afterwards, nothing's ever the same. Nothing ever matters quite that much again.
A look of mutual recognition and understanding passed between them, and then Nick said,
Anyway, as you've already guessed or been told, eventually the lucky bastard's luck ran out.
And that was east of Kabul. He stared at her, and then his gaze went to the back of his hand. Lane said, You've all got the same tattoo.
On the first official paperwork, where it said location of incident, that's all they'd allow me to write. For operational reasons, they said. East of Kabul.
She could see that going back there, going this close, was hurting Nick Pascoe, and the last thing she wanted was the details. She got up off the stool and stretched, signalling that it was over if he wanted it to be. He said,
So anyway, our tour ended soon afterwards. We'd all had enough by then. It was back into Civvy Street.
But... They had been talking quietly for more than an hour by now, but Lane felt as if she had known Nick for 10 years. An illusion, no doubt, stemming from the fact that what she was recognizing in him were elements of her own story. His situation mirrored hers. She wondered whether he could see the same reflection. He took out a packet of cigarettes.
Smoke?
No, thanks.
I haven't indoors since we got here, but as we're almost done, one won't hurt. Mind if I do?
She shook her head, and he lit the cigarette with an old leather-covered lighter that looked as if it had its own story to tell. Then he said,
The but is that you miss being in hell. It is hell, no mistake about that. That place is so hot it can kill you. And it's just rocks and sand mostly. One day Captain Newey christened it Afghanistan, and that stuck. People were saying it for weeks. You see children in the streets, sometimes beautiful children. But any one of them could blow you to bits in a moment. All you've got is each other, the men in the same uniform as yourself. After a while you become more than brothers. Their lives matter as much as your own. More. It's not Queen and country that you die for. It's a Captain Newey's, and Rashid Bamani's and Robbie McKendrick's.
The light had almost gone in the narrow hallway, but Lane could see his eyes burning, fixed on her own, looking for something. Some contradiction, an argument, or maybe just validation and acceptance. She said, And the Nick Pascoes. They must have felt the same about you. He seemed to think it over, and Lane heard footsteps in the corridor. She listened intently, but the steps never paused, and then they were moving away. He said, You know all this talk about PTSD? Yes, I've had the lecture. It's all the rage. And if you ask me, it's all wrong. I've got my own ideas about this now. Go on. Pascoe leaned forward from the rucksack, as if this was the thing that really mattered. They've got it the wrong way round. It's not about what happens to you out there. It's not about the terrible things you've seen and done. That's what you sign up for. If it comes as a surprise, you're some sort of idiot.
You know when the stress bit really kicks in?
The answer he was looking for seemed obvious, but she gave it anyway. When you come back?
Yes. You know why? Because the trauma isn't what happened to you out there.
Stabbing his finger quite correctly due east, Lane noted.
It's ordinary bloody life. The real trauma is the daily grind after you've lived on the edge of the abyss for months or years on end. For one thing, it's just boring. You can't get worked up about office politics or traffic jams or a washing machine breaking down when you've stood and watched a mate of yours going on his hands and knees towards an IED.
There was a tremor in his voice when he paused, but it wasn't fear or distress. Lane understood that Nick Pascoe was reliving that moment and excited by it. He went on.
And because nothing in the daily grind really matters that much anymore, you never find that closeness again. With other men. Camaraderie, they call it. Sounds daft when you say it now, but life is so easy and so bloody dull when nobody's trying to kill you or the men next to you.
And she thought, maybe that's why you ended up trying to kill yourself then. Boredom. But it didn't quite work as an explanation. Pascoe was too interesting a character for that, surely. So are you saying PTSD is mainly the result of extreme boredom? That's a fairly radical opinion.
No, but it's part of it. The main thing is that you don't have that bond anymore. No reason to, is there? It's the external threat that creates the internal response. You close ranks shoulder to shoulder. A unit is 1,000 times more than the sum of the individuals in it. It's a living thing when it's being run properly. That's what that sergeant in basic training was telling me. You follow orders without question, boy, because one day your mate's life might depend on it. Never mind your own.
Nick Pascoe had said earlier, it was where I was meant to be, and it was still. He was a born soldier. You've regretted leaving it all, then?
Yes.
The words seemed to break out of him and be too loud on the darkness. Then he slumped back away from her onto the rucksack. It didn't need judgment or comment, and so she made none, but neither was Lane entirely satisfied. Pascoe was an intelligent man. Wouldn't he have recognized the dangers of returning to civilian life? If the picture of himself he had given was true, and she believed it was, the army wouldn't have wanted to lose him either. There are always ways and means, some extended R&R, a change of posting, a promotion. She thought about suspects she had questioned. The smart ones tell you the truth, but not the whole truth. Had Nick Pascoe told her the whole truth? She said, well, if it's any consolation, someone might try to kill us soon, or at least give us a good kicking. It's not exactly Afghanistan, but... She heard him smile, if such a thing is possible, before he said, Rashi asked me to say thanks, just for helping out. It's no problem. I get bored too. I figured out that much for myself. Get some sleep, Lane. You're up in a couple of hours. Since she had been run down on the Heathrow tarmac, Lane's dreams had often been about cars, and somehow they never involved a pleasant drive down a country lane. The crazy excursion over Bodmin Moor in Emily's little red noddy car hadn't helped matters, and so, as she lay with her head on the folded blanket that Robbie had brought for her, she wasn't that surprised to be having another nocturnal knockabout behind the wheel. Sometimes we know that we are dreaming, even as we are doing it, and this was one of those. We have one foot in this world and another in that strange and surreal one where the synapses fire at will and semi-consciousness simply follows like a moth to a moving lamp. So the car had crashed again, for the umpteenth time, and there were wheels spinning, and someone was trapped underneath who might be her. Difficult to say, but no point in screaming, as there is no one else to hear anyway, and everywhere was the reek of petrol. It might catch fire, she is telling herself. One of the old primeval fears, death by burning. So it's time to wake up, because you don't want to be dreaming anything like that, do you? As she pulls herself out of it, her hand is searching for the phone she placed close by, and if she finds it, she will know that this was all a dream, just a girl's nightmare after all. The phone was there. She rotated it until she found the home button with her thumb, and pressed. The light came on, and she shone it down so that its effect was limited to a small inverted cone. She could see Nick Pascoe, still sitting upright against his rucksack, and she wondered whether he was smiling. Had he heard her or seen her dreaming? Had she said or done something ridiculous? And then, as her eyes adjusted, she could see that he had fallen asleep, his arms folded and his chin down on his chest, She listened, and his breathing was slow and steady. He'd been sleeping for some time. Well, well, Mr. Professional Soldier. Something to mention over breakfast. She pushed back with her elbows until she was sitting upright herself, facing him across the hallway. The phone told her that it was a little after midnight. Nick had set the times for changing the guard, but they hadn't thought about how that would be done. Should she go and wake Robbie? Best not. She'd wake Nick to save his face, let him do it. But then, where was she to go? She'd felt comfortable in here with Nick Pascoe, but Robbie McKendrick really hadn't taken to her. Something else was wrong as well, something that required her full attention. Forget Robbie for a moment, Lane. And then her mind was gathering speed, accelerating much more quickly than the car in the dream, accelerating at breakneck speed because... Come on, hurry, this is really important. Because the dream is over, lost already, forgotten like the billion dreams humanity had last night. But the smell of petrol is still here in this hallway. She stiffened, and then turned the light towards the door. The floor in front of it was a pale wood veneer, and there was a shining pool of liquid there. It seemed to be growing, even in the 3 or 4 seconds that she stared in horror. Then as she began to move towards Nick Pascoe, she saw a tiny thread of light beneath the door. Chapter 17. She punched Nick in the chest twice, and then tried to heave him away and out of the corner where he had been since last night. He was heavy, sleeping man heavy, but she had him halfway to the other doorway before the sheet of blue flame materialized from nowhere, and before Pascoe himself was beginning to wake up. Then she turned back and seized the thick woolen blanket. As Nick stumbled to his feet behind her, she spread it wide with both hands and went forward into the fire, knowing that there was only one attempt at this, and only one outcome if it failed. Petrol fire is cold fire until it has taken hold of something else, but the fumes were overpowering. She took one more deep breath, stepped into the inferno, and dropped the blanket onto the burning fuel. Flames leapt out from beneath it, and she began to stamp them down, kicking the blanket this way and that, keeping her hands clear as far as she could. Pascoe was fully awake now, and he joined her, his heavier boots like gunfire on the wooden floor, and then there was only smoke from the smouldering blanket. Lane looked up at him, so close that she could see his face plainly in the darkness, but he did not look back at her. He didn't curse or swear. He took 2 steps, turned the key in the lock, opened the door, and was gone. Some people can evaluate risk in a split second. It isn't then a conscious process. Lane could hear sounds in the flat behind her, and that was Robbie McKendrick's voice telling someone to stay back. She was suddenly immensely grateful for the bolshy little Scotsman. She followed Nick Pascoe out into the corridor, a mere few seconds behind him. There was a row of dim nightlights set into the wall, and some of them were still working. Nick was already halfway along the corridor, and beyond him Lane could see the youth, saw him stop and turn at the door that led onto the stairs. There was no gesture this time, because the man was moving very quickly and would be upon him in seconds. The youth opened the door, went through, and then made his first mistake. Pascoe reached it as Lane was running towards him, took hold of the handle and shook it violently because someone was holding the other side. Maybe there were others involved, and the last thought he could give them more time and still save himself. While she was still 5 yards short of him, Nick Pascoe stepped back and launched himself into the door, shoulder first. It gave way, and when she skidded to a halt, she saw the youth run across the landing with Pascoe inches behind him. As the youth reached the top step, still running, Pascoe's boot went out and caught the right ankle, lifting it high and toppling him over. As he fell into the stairwell, he twisted, landing halfway down on his back before his momentum carried him in a reverse somersault onto the lower landing. Lane got hold of Nick's sleeve, but he was too strong. It's doubtful whether he knew that she was there beside him, and he went on down, taking the steps 3 at a time. The youth lay on his back, eyes open but badly winded and possibly with some broken bones. A plastic petrol container had skidded across the landing beyond him and began to bounce its own way down the next flight of stairs. He tried to slither away, but then Nick had hold of him, one big hand gripping the hoodie at the neck, while the other made a fist and drew back. By the time Lane got hold of his arm with both of her hands, the youth had been hit twice, and his face was already a mess of blood and split lips. Even with her hold on it, the arm was going back again, and so she pushed herself with all her force between Pascoe and the boy, shouting at him, her face inches from his because only shock and surprise was going to stop him from putting the kid in hospital, if he hadn't done so already. There was a moment when she thought she had miscalculated. He was going to hit her as well. A moment when the eyes she was staring into were not those of the quiet, decent man with whom she had shared some of her most painful thoughts and memories just a couple of hours ago. These were the unseeing eyes of rage, of a violent, tortured man who was in danger of taking another life because his own was unbearable. Then he seemed to see her again, and she felt the arm go limp under her grip. Lane turned to the youth, who was trying to get to his feet. She did not get close to him, made no attempt to touch him, but said, "Are you all right?" He was backing away towards the stairs, and would not look at her. His eyes were fixed on the man whose arm she was still holding. He was limping, but not enough for there to be anything broken there. But he was holding his left arm in front of him, and it didn't look quite right. When he had managed a few steps down, the youth said, "You're an effing crazy man." Lane said, "You'd better believe it. Next time I might not be able to pull him off." When he reached the lower landing and was out of sight, they heard another shout from him. "And you're going to pay for this?" The voice broke a little, as if he was about to run home and tell his mother. Lane said, "I'd say we have a small window in which we can do it."
"Why?"
Nick Pascoe had himself under control again, but his face was paler than she remembered it yesterday. "Because of the fire. They'll all be streetwise enough to know that arson is a stretch inside even on the first offence. It's my guess they will lay low for at least an hour or two to see if the police arrive, and then, if they see we haven't called the police, they'll be back, probably bolder than before."
"Robbie?"
The three of them were talking in the hallway, the smell of the burned blanket lingering like a threat in the air. When Lane had got Nick back into the flat, they found Robbie had marshalled the family into the sitting room in their nightclothes, and he was waiting in front of them with a baseball bat in his hands. He seemed almost disappointed when it was the two of them that appeared, and not the enemy. Lane had a moment then, in which she saw it, the brotherhood that is forged by danger, suffering, and pain. Robbie had looked at Nick and said, "You all right?" And Nick had said, "Yes, stand down." That was all, but Lane understood what the unit had meant to them, and why they were here now. And she felt, oddly, regret that she had not met Captain Julian Newey. Robbie said, "She's all right. We're sitting ducks here. If they're prepared to do that," pointing down at the scorched floor and the burned blanket, "they could do anything. And if they know we have nae reported it, we're asking for more of the same. She's right. I say we move them out." Nick Pascoe said,
"To the old shop place."
"Aye, why not? Frankly, I think we'd be safer on the street than cooped up in here."
Lane said, "The safest place for them is a police station." Nick turned to her and said,
"We talked this over, the three of us, before you turned up. Rashid said no, and we can see why. If the police are involved, there'll be arrests. If there are charges, the family will become witnesses, and there'll be a trial. That's months away, and in the meantime, you must know what's likely to happen. And Rashi's trying to keep his brother out of it as well. Abbas could get charged with supplying."
Robbie McKendrick looked at Lane and said,
"Got to respect his wishes, haven't we?"
For the first time, Robbie didn't seem annoyed that she was there in the room. He wanted her agreement and approval. Lane said, "Okay, but this is a small window. Either we do it now or we don't do it at all. It's dark, and they've probably scattered for now." Nick said,
"Right, 10 minutes. I'll go and speak to Mrs. Barmani."
She had refused to leave the flat until Nick brought her into the hallway and she saw the fire damage for herself. She stared at it for a while, and then said to no one in particular, "Why have they done such a thing now? Yasmin has gone." Nick looked at Lane as if she might like to answer, but then said himself,
"That's why, Mrs. Barmani. It's because we've got her away from him. This is his payback for that. The flat isn't safe anymore."
Mrs. Barmani had looked at Lane herself then. "You are not army. Sahir says he overheard that you are a police officer." "Not any more. I used to be." "So you understand these people, what they will do?" The grandmother came into the hallway and stood at the mother's shoulder, and every eye was upon Lane. "I won't say that I understand them, but I have some idea how they're likely to behave, Mrs. Barmani. If you're not going to a police station, it's best to at least get you out of this place for now."
"Rashid has said no to police. He knows these things. He will be a lawyer soon."
Lane could hear a siren somewhere in the city, getting closer. She half hoped that someone had reported the disturbance, even the smell of burning, and then this would be done for now. But the note began to drop as the emergency vehicle moved away again. It was as if all had had a similar thought. As the silence grew, Mrs. Rashid took her decision and said, "We will go. I will get the key to my father's shop." When she explained to them where the shop was, Robbie realized that it was the same street on which he had parked the car he had stolen from his brother. Nick had said then, "That's useful. We don't want the ladies going through the streets at this time of night, do we? If you fetch the car and get them away from here, Robbie, we'll check out the shop. If it looks safe, we'll call you when you bring them in. If there's a problem, at least they'll be out of this place, even if you just drive around all night." For no particular reason, Lane said to Robbie, "Are you okay going out on your own? One of us could come with you." Robbie opened the holdall that was already in his left hand, and she could see the handle of the baseball bat. "I'm not on my own. Don't you worry your pretty little head over me." He was too much a caricature of himself then for her to be insulted, and so Lane simply gave him her very bored face. But more than any of the others, Robbie was enjoying this. It was like old times for him, and the old times were the best of times. And he must have moved quickly, for in no more than 10 minutes Nick got the call to say that he had seen no one on the way, that he was driving back, and that the shop looked all right as long as they could get the family there without being seen. 5 minutes after that, Nick Pascoe got the text that said Robbie was outside with the engine running. The Barmani family had packed up their lives into 5 bags. The additional one was for Rashid, Mrs. Barmani said, and she refused to let anyone else carry it for him. Lane had realized earlier that the oldest boy was her pride and joy. Equally, she was plainly disgusted by the trouble that the younger ones had brought upon them all. She said nothing to them other than curt words of instruction, and throughout the move down from the flat and into Robbie's car, the 2 teenaged boys said not a word to anyone. The grandmother also carried her own luggage. It was a small, battered leather suitcase that might date back to the days of the Raj. It had to be at least as old as the woman herself, and Lane guessed that this was all she had brought with her when she left the land of her ancestors to come to this London borough. Or this crazy melting pot. Not one of them involved in this had any roots here, and not one of them could claim to be true blue, could they? Not that it really mattered any more. But Robbie was a Scotsman. The Barmanis were Pakistanis on the run from a gang descended mostly from other colonial episodes. Lane was 1/4 Armenian, but it often felt like the most important quarter, and even Nick Pascoe was Cornish, and they have their own road signs. As soon as the car was moving away, Nick set off towards the courtyard behind the tower block, and Lane followed him. It was apparent straight away that he had been trained in how to move through unfriendly streets. He went around the edges of open spaces, always in any available shadow. He looked up as well as ahead and behind, and those heavy boots now seemed to make no sound at all. When they reached the pedestrianised street, they stopped, watched, and waited. He said, "This is a bit more than you bargained for, isn't it?" "Yes, but it beats gardening." "And forestry, come to that." Someone was coming down the back street on the other side, coming slowly and hesitantly, and then crossing the road towards them. Lane could smell the alcohol some seconds before the man arrived, and stood swaying in front of them. He might be anything between 50 and 70 years old, because drink blurs all the usual lines that mark our age to others. "Price the drink, pal?" Nick said, "Looks as if you've already paid it, mate." The reddened, watery eyes switched to Lane, trying to smile because she was female and this might help his cause, but even that tiny movement was enough to make him sway unsteadily. Nick caught him with one hand and reached into a pocket with the other. "Here you go. Now bugger off before the offie closes." In the streetlight, Lane could see that a £20 note had changed hands. They watched the man go on his way with a little more purpose now. Lane said, "You're going back, though, aren't you? It's not a bad billet you found for yourself on the estate." "I don't know. Been thinking about that. One of my old mates in Essex has a security business. He'd find me something." Something back in uniform. Something that involved looking tough again and being tough when necessary, she thought. Nick Pascoe was certainly that, but there's more to him, isn't there? She hardly knew him, of course. Maybe she had misjudged him. But somehow, remembering Mr. and Mrs. Pascoe, the mission had changed from finding their son to getting him home. And Lane didn't know when or how that had happened, but it had. She examined the padlock and concluded that old Mr. Barmani had understood exactly what he was up against. It was an Abbas granite, holding in place the roll-down steel security mesh that covered the front of the lock-up shop. No one was getting past this unless they had cutting gear, or the key. Behind her, she heard the end of Nick's phone call to Rashid. The cousins had gone out of their way to welcome them. The girl was safe now, and Rashid had been told that he could bring the rest of the family whenever they were ready. He had planned to drive back in the morning, but when Nick told him about the new situation, he said that he was returning now. He would be with them in 2 or 3 hours, no more. Nick looked at his watch and said, "There you go. We should have them away by first light. We'll take a look around the back, and then give Robbie the all-clear to bring him in." Around the back was an alleyway just wide enough for a small delivery van to reverse up to the rear of the shop. There was a yard with 2 sheds that had been broken open and ransacked, and opposite them a stack of rotting pallets. Double doors led into the rear of the shop, but there was no handle or keyhole for a lock. To the left of them there was a tiny window with metal bars on the inside. The glass had been smashed long ago. Lane looked up. The rear of the building was an extension with a flat roof. It was an easy scramble to get up onto that. The flat roof adjoined the original sloping slate one, and in that she could see a skylight. The place must have some sort of attic as well. The shop had been part of a row of them, when communities still had their local services, and the terrace was still standing, though it seemed all had been deserted now. When the market was right, the next wave of gentrification would sweep them away. Nick was on the phone again, walking away and telling Robbie to bring the family to the front of the shop. He was Sergeant Pascoe now, having taken field command, and presumably she was an honorary member of his unit. If she had been consulted, she would have said maybe keep them in the car, maybe tell Robbie to talk to Rashid and meet up somewhere off the M25. We were lucky to get them out unchallenged as it is, Nick. Mrs. Barmani gave him the keys. He removed the padlock and pushed up the security screen. It clattered and protested through lack of use, and he had to bend his back and use force to get it high enough for them all to pass under. Then he opened the door, and they went on into the darkness, where many memories must have been waiting for them. Nick replaced the padlock, but on the inside of the screen this time. Then he relocked the door. Robbie had a good torch in his holdall, and he was sent off to check the rest of the building. It was not impossible that there were already tenants of some description. Mrs. Barmani listened as Nick updated her with the news that Rashid would be taking them away in just a few hours, and then she turned and translated this for the grandmother, who nodded her understanding but once again remained silent. Underneath a sink in an ancient scullery that smelled of long-lost vegetables, Lane found the stopcock for the water. It spat and complained its way into the sink when she turned on the tap, but eventually it was running clear. The electricity was off at the mains, but this hardly mattered in view of the short stay ahead, and switching on lights would have been a foolish thing to do. From the sink, Lane could see through the little broken window into the rear yard. Somewhere there must be a street light casting just enough for her to make out the geography of the alleyway, and she would be able to see if anyone was there. Nick was moving the family into another room. She could hear him telling them to make themselves as comfortable as they could, and she could also hear Robbie's steps upstairs. She had a small window of her own then, and she opened messages on her phone, typed in the name of the street where the old shop had once done its business, and pressed send. Chapter 18. The Barmani family were in the largest space, the old shop itself. When Lane looked in on them at a little after midnight, the 2 women were sitting on upturned plastic crates, and the youths were on the floor in opposite corners, their backs against the wall. Sahir was asleep, it seemed, but Abbas stared back at her, insolent again, and she knew that the trouble he would bring to the family would not end when they found themselves living in Leeds. She went back to Nick and Robbie, who were in what must have been a storeroom between the shop itself and the rear entrance. Here there were more upturned crates among the heaps of broken shelving and flattened cardboard boxes. They had put 3 crates into a triangle, and Lane took her place again. There had been no attempt to resurrect the watch. After the fire, no one felt like sleeping until this was over. Robbie said, "Reminds me of that time near Kandahar.
when we holed up in that village. We were there 2 days.
Lane said. In a grocer's shop?
Nay, just some huts. They were ruins, but we'd got cut off in this village. The Taliban had got onto the road behind us. We laid low until they'd gone. They never knew we were there. Not a shot fired. Tests your nerve, though.
I can imagine. Nick Pascoe looked at her. Perhaps he was wondering whether anyone could, but he gave no sign of wanting to join in with Robbie's story.
One time they drove into the village. There was just a wall between us and them. They stopped. We thought they were going to search, you know. The captain had hidden the vehicle well, tucked it away in a barn thing. But if they'd got out, they'd have found us. But they're too fond of riding about, waving their guns and looking the part. A bit like these guys here, come to think of it.
Except for the can of petrol. Robbie smiled as if she had taken the whole thing too seriously and said,
Just trying to put a scare in us, I reckon.
It worked for me. Nick maintained his silence, and she wondered whether he resented Robbie's chatter about Afghanistan. When the two of them, just Nick and herself, had talked in the flat, he had described it only in general terms, making no reference to particular incidents or engagements. Even that had brought something closer to the surface, evident in his eyes and his voice as he spoke, and enough for Lane to conclude that the wisest course was to inquire no further. Now Robbie wanted to talk as if these events were no more than memories of a day out with the lads in Brighton. Robbie said,
With respect, a bit of policing in your own capital isn't the same as taking on terrorists in the desert halfway around the world.
That brought a momentary wry smile to Nick Pascoe's face, and she could guess why. She had told him what had happened to her as a result of her last bit of policing in her own capital city. He said,
Robbie, save the stories for later, eh? We've seen too many frightened families like Rashi's next door. You can tell Lane your tales of the Taliban when they're away and clear. Fair enough, Nick.
There was no offence taken at that. Robbie switched on the torch and said that he would check out the rear of the shop again, but hadn't left the storeroom before Mrs. Barmani appeared in the doorway, looking concerned. Nick asked her what had happened, and she said, Someone is outside, in the street. They are shouting our name. They are shouting Barmani's. They was one person, standing in the road some 10 yards from the front of the shop. There was a street lamp on the far side, another 40 or 50 yards away, casting enough light to put the figure into shadow, and on top of that he was wearing the regulation hoodie. It was impossible to make out any features of the face. The three of them stood in the darkness of the shop, watching him. Lane didn't think that there was enough light in here for him to have seen them yet, but he had stopped the shouting that had caught Mrs. Barmani's attention, as if he had nevertheless sensed a development. Nick said,
On his own. He's got some balls, I'll give him that.
Lane said, He won't be on his own. Someone needs to be watching the back door. Robbie had disappeared then, without a word. Lane edged to the left, crouched and looked further along the street. A few of the terrace of houses there were still occupied. She could make out a couple of bedroom lights, perhaps children's bedrooms with night lights to keep away the bogeyman. Robbie's car was there, probably untouched, but she couldn't be certain. What she could be certain of was that behind it there were at least 2 more vehicles than there had been when Robbie parked it. One of them was a big, black SUV. She told Nick what she could see. He said,
How the hell did they find us?
Anyone's guess. Only one of them needed to know that the family had a shop here, and they'd check it out. Either we were seen leaving, or they've already been into the flat. Doesn't matter how they found us. They did.
Is he guessing we're in here?
He looks pretty certain to me.
The place is dark and no one has answered him. He can't know we're here, I reckon.
She didn't answer him straight away. 2 vehicles might mean just 2 of them out there, but it was more likely to be 6, 7, or 8. In a straight stand-up fight, Nick and Robbie could do a fair bit of damage, but this wasn't going to go that way. On top of that, it was impossible to know how this lot were armed. There would be knives without a doubt, but one could not rule out a gun as well. She said then, It's dark now, but Robbie used that torch earlier on. We don't know how long someone has been out there watching. The figure in the street turned and wandered a few steps to his right, hands in the pockets of the hoodie. He was tall, Lane noted, but not broad, didn't look heavily muscled. There was something not right about him, something that didn't fit the playbook.
Robbie reappeared behind them, whispering in the dark. "Definitely someone out the back. I cannot see how many, but I can hear voices." Nick said, "All right, Robbie. Let us know if you hear anything that sounds like they're coming in. I don't think the Taliban are driving away this time." The figure outside ended its pacing back where it began, and then they heard, "Come on, you Bamanis. This is naughty. We ain't got all night. I need to be talking to someone." Still something not right, even more so now that she had heard him again. She said to Nick, "Fetch the boy, the one that got involved." Seconds later, there was a scuffling behind her, and she turned to see Nick with a hold on Abbas's arm, dragging him towards the space where she was waiting. Mrs. Barmani stood further back in the darkness, watching, her hand to her mouth. Abbas struggled again, and Nick cursed, seizing him with both hands, lifting him up onto his toes and bodily carrying him to Lane. The boy's eyes were wide with fear. Lane said, "It's all right. We're not handing you over. Just look outside." He would not, or could not. Abbas's eyes stayed fixed on her own. She said, "We just need to know who this is. Have you seen him before? Do you know who this is, Abbas?" Still he wouldn't look from her to the street, not even for a moment. He was terrified, and that told her he had no need to look to see who this was. He already knew. "Is this Jonah?" Abbas nodded, and she told Nick to let go of him. He ran back past his mother into the shop. Mrs. Barmani looked at Lane with an odd expression, and then went after him. Lane shrugged it off and stared at the pacing figure of Jonah, and Nick Pascoe waited. Nothing had been said, but she was to decide the next move. Then they heard, in a wheedling, mocking voice, "Barmanis, if somebody don't talk to me soon, I'm going to huff and puff and blow your house down." Lane said, "How long before Rashid gets here now?" He looked at his watch, calculated, and said, "Under 2 hours. Could be an hour and a half. We might need to divert him if this is still going on. That's if the police haven't been called because of the disturbance. That could happen. It might be for the best." When she looked at him, he was shaking his head. She said, "I'm just saying, we might not get a choice in the matter. In the meantime, let's buy some time. Open the door. I'll talk to him." Lane stood a couple of feet back from the security mesh. From here she had a much better view of the street. She saw no one else, but heard steps off to the left as someone ducked out of sight and into the alleyway that led to the rear of the building. Jonah had heard the unlocking of the door. At first he made no move. He stood in the dark street, hands pushed into the pockets of the hoodie, his face still invisible, and Lane remembered the time years ago when some shopping centres had tried to ban the wearing of them. That had failed, of course, seen as an infringement of human rights, probably. Several seconds passed, and that was good. The more the better. That was just one of the reasons why she had decided not to be the first to speak. If this was still going on when Rashid arrived, they would warn him, and then he would have to decide whether it was the right thing after all to call the police. She had said nothing of this to Nick and Robbie, but that was how she hoped it would play out. Seeing his family trapped here would make Rashid see sense, especially if he was unable to reach them himself. Then the figure of Jonah walked slowly towards the shop doorway, with that studied nonchalance that she had seen before, telling her that he had waited until it suited him, that he was controlling the situation. But more time had passed while he did so. "So, they sent this girl out to see me, these brave soldier boys." This close, Lane could see that he was more than 6 feet tall, and he looked every inch of it because he was thin, all bone under the hoodie and designer jeans. Of the face she could make out something. She could make out enough to see what it was that had puzzled her since she had first seen and heard him in the street. Jonah was almost certainly white. "Where you from, girl? Nobody here seems to know who you are. How you get mixed up in this?" He had the talk, all those shortened verbs and shrunken vowels, and had probably grown up on an estate a mile from here like the rest of them. How he had risen to the top of this particular heap must be a story in itself. But from it she concluded one thing. If this gang was not centered on its racial identity, it was centered on something else. And the something else would be crime. That made them more complicated and more dangerous. She said, "Lose the hood, and we'll talk." He laughed at her and said, "Why, you want a picture of me?" "No,
I'm just not having a conversation with an item of clothing."
"Yeah? I like it."
The hood turned to look up and then down the street, and again he was in no hurry.
"Can't see no policeman. That's one smart move somebody made. We can sort this out. Nobody need to get hurt, eh?"
Then he was walking towards the security screen and lowering the hood. He stopped close to it, no more than 3 or 4 feet away, and the two of them were little more than 6 feet apart. Jonah's face was as surprising as the colour of his skin, long and thin like the rest of him, the eyes a little close together, but intelligent and not obviously cruel. Lane's own 5'10" made her tall for a woman, but he was standing so close that she had to look up at him. As she did so, she calculated his reach, making sure that if he lunged through the steel mesh with a long blade, he still could not reach her.
"So, now you can see me. What you got to say? Where's your dog in this fight?"
"I don't have one. I'm just a friend of somebody's friend."
"That all? Walk away now. You're free to do that. Nobody out here can stop you. I'll stand on the far side. You unlock the door and go. We got no quarrel with you."
He sounded as if he meant it, but there was no way of knowing how many were waiting just around that corner in the alleyway. Briefly she considered it. Tactically, could she do more if she was outside the building? Yes, possibly, if she hadn't been knocked over and thrown into the SUV. A non-starter, then. "Thanks, but I think I'll stay and even up the odds. Exactly what is it you're after?" He didn't answer immediately. She could see his eyes probing the dark room behind her, trying to make out who or what was there. Lane's instincts were telling her that Jonah's oddness made him dangerous indeed. How had a lanky white kid with funny eyes got control of a group like this? It wasn't muscle.
"Exactly. Exactly. I'll tell you then, lady. Exactly £3,000. Send my boy Abbas to this door and we discuss that. Or you send his big brother, and we discuss why he think his sister is too good to talk to someone like me. He's still in there, Mr. Big Brother Rashid?"
This was a game. Lane was certain Jonah knew that Rashid had got the girl away. She said, 3,000 now. Inflation is pretty bad around here."
"See, you say you're not involved, but you know about these numbers. It's what happen when the pound fall against the dollar, make the cost of imports go up."
"Oh, you're a businessman."
"You got me in one. This all is strictly business."
He liked that, her calling him a businessman. "And the girl, where does she fit into your business plan?"
"That is strictly personal. I'll say I take her out one time, do things proper. She be safe, we go somewhere public. But this is thrown in my face. That's a serious lack of respect, not good, is it?"
Now she made him wait for an answer, until his face had hardened a little even before he received it. "Abbas told them you said the debt would be wiped if they agreed. £2,100 then, wasn't it? That's an expensive date."
"Maybe. So?"
"To some people it would look like you tried to buy the girl. Is that how things are done around here?" Robbie was back beside Nick. She heard him laugh, and so did Jonah. The eyes narrowed and glared into the space behind her.
Jonah said, "You sure then you don't want to leave this? Because this money is owed and it's going to be paid. Every day I'm waiting, the price goes up, and the more people get hurt."
2,100?
"3."
"I think Rashid would pay you what his brother owes. He's already said that, hasn't he? The girl is out of it now, so take the money." He shook his head, but said,
"When?"
"It'll take him a few days, maybe the end of next week."
"Next week? You people need to get real. End of next week it's 4,000. Interest rate weekly is 33.3% recurring."
Now it was Jonah's turn to be supported by laughter out of the darkness, out in the street, somewhere away to Lane's left side. He took a small step towards her, but she held her ground, and then he leaned in a little, placing his hand on the steel mesh and examining it.
"See that nice XC90 behind me? I tell you, I think it will go through this, maybe 2 or 3 hits. But then it cost me more than the debt to repair, so the cost-benefit is poor. But this," reaching into his pocket so that Lane stepped back despite herself, "this cost me nothing, and it do the job."
He pressed the lighter, and a blue flame appeared and flickered in the night breeze. "Then," he said, still looking at the mesh, "this that you think is keeping me out is keeping you in, yeah? We have a barbecue, roast those little packy piggies, eh?" The lighter's flame was still burning, and the light from it enabled her to see into his face properly for the first time. What she found there, or perhaps what she did not, was a part of the explanation. She saw the desert behind the eyes, the worst of deserts where nothing ever blooms, even briefly. She saw the bleak interior of a born sociopath. She said, "That still doesn't get you the money." "But it gets me respect, lady. That Rashid dissed me big time, and someone got to pay." Lane was aware of the passing minutes, somewhere between 5 and 10 since Jonah appeared on the street. Rashid was still at least an hour away. Had Nick been in touch with him again? She thought about the rear of the building, the heap of broken pallets that could be piled up against the back doors and set alight. It would burn through into the building in no time. She said, "It's Jonah, yes? Now you want to get friendly using the name. You some sort of hostage negotiator woman." Sociopaths are often clever. That's how they survive, that's how they crawl their way to the top, be it of a street gang or a multinational corporation. "Jonah, if you're a businessman, you need to be clear about your objectives." "Seemed clear to me." "You want the money and the respect. The only way you get both is to take the 3,000. Let me talk to Rashid and the others. If we can raise it tonight in cash, will you walk away?" Behind her, Lane heard Nick Pascoe hissing her name. She put a hand out towards him in acknowledgement, keeping her face towards Jonah. She had guessed correctly. Being seen as a businessman was important to him, and so he had to make at least a show of considering the offer. She said, "Jonah, get real. I'd say the stuff you gave Abbas didn't cost you 300. You're looking at 1,000% markup on this deal." He leaned in again, his face close to the mesh. "I'm feeling you know too much about this. You don't got a badge in there, do you?" "No, nothing like that." "Well, you got my attention. How you going to do this thing? How you going to get me 3,000 stuck inside there? This I need to know." Nick was whispering her name again. She said to Jonah, "Give us a few minutes. I'll work out whether we can cover it. If we can, I'll get the cards together, and the PIN numbers. I'll come out, and you take me to a cash machine. You can leave some of your people here until it's done. Then you walk away with the money, and the respect." So many ways that could go wrong, of course. He might say no, you give me the cards and the pins, thinking he could then take what he wanted. But he could not because of the withdrawal limits. Even with 4 or 5 cards, Lane guessed they could not make the 3,000 in notes. Jonah might or might not work that out for himself, but what Lane had gambled on was that he would not resist the chance to get the door open and maybe get one of them, one of Nick, Robbie, or herself, out of the building. The flame had gone out some time ago, but the lighter was still in Jonah's white, bony hand. He clicked it again, and the gas caught alight. He held it up and stared into her eyes, looking for deception or weakness. Then he said, "You got 10 minutes." Chapter 19. Nick Pascoe said, "Rashi must really be meddling it. He reckons half an hour at the most." Lane did more calculations, and Robbie watched and waited, baseball bat in hand. She said, "And Al Capone Jr. out there gave us 10 minutes, of which we've got about 8 left. I'm guessing he's a stickler for time in these situations. So we'll have about 20 minutes to fill, 20 minutes to avoid him setting this place on fire. If that happens, or even looks like happening, we're dialing 999, whatever Rashid says." Somehow, authority had transferred itself to her. She had become the missing captain. Behind the 2 men, Lane could see Mrs. Barmani standing in the doorway to the shop. Lane smiled at her best reassuring smile, and the woman accepted it and turned away. Robbie McKendrick said, "Am I missing something here? So let's say the place isn't a raging inferno when Rashi gets here. What then?" "That's when I'll need your bank cards and some PIN numbers." "He's never going to fall for that. What were you thinking, woman? And besides, there's no 3 quid in my bank, never mind 3 grand. Tell her, Nick." Perhaps something in the story she had told him, her story as they sat in the hallway last night, had got through to Nick Pascoe. He looked at her, as she thought that they were now down to 6 minutes, and frowned. Surely she would have already thought this through beyond the simple questions that Robbie was asking. Then he said, "So, what's the real plan?" Robbie said, "You're insane." And Nick's first response was, "If anyone's going to do that, it's going to be me." In the momentary silence, there was the sound of a creaking board above them. They all heard it and all listened, but nothing more came. Lane spoke quietly, saying, "No, you'll scare him off. He'll be sure that they can take me out on the street if he needs to. You'd present a bigger threat. I can convince him I've had enough and want out if necessary, but you couldn't do that." Robbie said, "Aye, and maybe that's the truth of it. Maybe this is your way out." "Shut up, Robbie, no time for that." For a moment, Lane thought the two of them would argue, but Robbie just hardened his face and accepted the rebuke from his sergeant. Then she said, "Besides, Jonah and I got on okay. I think he believes there's a future in our relationship." Nick said, "If it doesn't come off, we can't get you out of it. You'll be on your own out there, and there's still the problem of the next," glancing at his watch, 22 minutes. She was holding out a hand towards them. "Okay, one thing at a time. Hand over your cards, anything in your wallets that looks convincing. And Robbie?" The Scot had got past being put in his place by Nick. He was back on board, and she respected him for that. "Aye." "I'm going to need that Bowie knife as well, the one you've got tucked away in your bag." "How the effing hell did—" But then he turned away to fetch it for her. Nick was searching through his wallet. He said, "Just tell me this isn't DWS." "And that is?" "Death wish syndrome. We always watched out for the guys who volunteered as soon as there was high risk. The more the risk, the more they volunteered. They don't make the best people when there's a lot at stake. Tell me you have something to live for, Lane." Lane had no purse, ever, but from an inside pocket she produced a debit card. She smiled grimly to herself, and wondered whether Jonah would agree to a bank transfer from one Emily Willows of Talland Rise, Polcombe, if the need arose. "I have plenty to live for, Pascoe." "Such as?" She looked up and saw that the question had been a serious one. He was not deflected by her reciprocal use of his surname. She managed another smile and a simultaneous shake of her head, and then Robbie arrived and saved her. As he passed over the knife, handle first and in a leather sheath, there was a loud and unmistakable thump on the floor above their heads. Before 2 seconds had passed, Robbie was cursing and climbing the stairs, the baseball bat ahead of him, two-handed and at the ready. As their eyes met again, Nick hissed, "You check the front, I'll take the back." From inside the steel mesh, Lane could see Jonah. He had gone away across the road and was standing next to the big Volvo. The front side window was down and she could see someone inside, probably the driver. They were talking, which seemed odd, as if they didn't know something was going on inside. Perhaps they didn't. She counted. Jonah, the driver, at least 2 heard in the alley while she spoke to him, so a minimum of 4, but it might be twice as many. At the foot of the stairs she listened, but there was no sound from the rear of the building. And then, as she took the first step, a crash from upstairs. Shouting. Robbie's dulcet Glaswegian, but other voices too. She took the stairs 2, 3 at a time, though it was dark and she was placing her feet merely by instinct. When Lane reached the door, it was half open, and there was some sort of light inside. She pushed the door in further with her right foot, crouching in anticipation of the rush towards her, her left hand checking where the knife was, tucked into the back of her jeans just in case. But all she could hear was someone gasping for breath, gasping and moaning a little in a Scottish sort of way. "Robbie?" "Aye, come in, you mare, before they both wake up." She went forward, still at a crouch, until she saw Robbie. He was standing, or rather leaning, against the wall, his right hand flat against it, his left clutching underneath at his chest. Hurt, then. But first she checked for whoever might be waking up. There were 2 others in the room, sensed more than seen. She picked up Robbie's torch, which lay on the floor, and shone it around. A pair of eyes blinked and looked away. A youth huddled into the far corner. Then he went on to all fours, scrambling and grabbing for the ladder that led up to the skylight. That's how they had got inside. She blocked his way, and he backed off, on his feet now. Robbie said, "One of the little shites has a blade, watch yourself." "How bad are you?" "Some bleeding." "Where?" "In my chest." Lane had gone cold now, an icy sort of cold inside, and this was when she had to be most careful. She took 1 step towards the conscious youth. Another, she could see now, lay sprawled beneath the open door. Injured he might be, but Robbie had hit a couple of home runs before he went down. Eyes widening, the kid backed away. Then the eyes went down to the floor, looking for it. Lane found it with the torch before him, and she waited. He had to go several feet to reach the wooden-handled kitchen knife with a shortened, sharpened blade. She shone the torch on it, and then back into his face. "Go for it." He blinked. "Go for it. Make my day. But it isn't very big, is it? Just a toy. Mine's this big." She drew the Bowie knife and pointed it towards him. "Funny thing is, I say it's mine, but it's actually his. The guy you just cut up. He's a friend of mine. Look what you've done to my friend." Heavy footsteps on the stairs meant that Nick was here. She heard him come in behind her and go straight to Robbie. She said, "Yes, his friend as well. But you go for it. Or lie face down, hands behind your back, where I can see them." Nick was at her side now, tall, broad, and dangerously silent, and the kid did as he had been told. She took the torch and examined the other one, praying that Robbie hadn't killed him. There was a lump on the side of his skull, but when she felt the pulse it was good, and her hand started him mumbling as he began to come around. She straightened up and said, "Two down. How is he?" "I think it's bad." She went over to where Robbie still leaned against the wall, as if going down was a true shame in this. In the torchlight, on the floor beneath him, lay a pool of Scottish blood. As she watched, more drops fell into it. She said, "We need to secure these, and make sure they're out of it for good. Any ideas?" "There's old electric cable in the storeroom where we were. It'll do the job." Nick went, and she stood next to Robbie. At least if he was still standing, he wasn't unconscious yet. Probably she had seen a few northern sorts so drunk they couldn't fall over. She said, "I told you we'd be dialing 999. I just got the service wrong." "Not for me, you don't. Just a flesh wound." "Really? I'd hate to see you properly stabbed then." He attempted straightening up, and moaned. Lane studied the pool beside him and tried to estimate. It's psychological, obviously, but blood always looks a lot. Still, Robbie might be on the way to losing half a pint of it. If they could stem this, he would become faint and disorientated, never mind what was going on inside his chest. She began thinking about how this would play out with Jonah. Nick reappeared with yards of scrap electrical cable. Lane said, "The police don't really do knots. You?" He got busy and made short work of hog-tying both youths. The one who had cut Robbie seemed to find it particularly painful. And then, between them, they set about getting the injured man downstairs. While Nick supported him, Lane made a sort of low couch with the flattened cardboard boxes, and then they lowered Robbie onto it. All the while they were being told not to bother about him. They should be watching the doors instead. He'd be all right. Just a nick. Give him a wee bit of cloth. Nick pushed up the T-shirt while Lane held the torch. A gash of 8 or 9 inches ran along the line of the ribs on the right side, and the wound lay open. She had no idea whether there are arteries there, but that's a lot of blood. She couldn't see any bubbles. How close to the inside of the rib cage is the lung? Nick said, "Any medical training?" "First aid certificate when I was 12. I know all about my own injuries, but I haven't been stabbed yet. You?" "Feel basic. It isn't frothing. I reckon it would be if the lung had been opened up. We have to slow the bleeding, even if we can't stop it." Lane said, "It's time to call an ambulance." Robbie protested and tried to sit up. Nick gently pushed him down again. Nick said, "And the police at the same time, then?" She said, "All 3. The place will probably be on fire by the time anyone arrives." "Okay. Do it." She had her phone in her hand when Mrs. Barmani came into the storeroom. She stared down at Robbie, then at Nick, and finally her eyes came to Lane. Lane held up the phone and said, "Sorry, but—" "Ami!" For a moment it seemed as if she was calling for reinforcements. "Army?" She called again, twice, and then the tiny figure of the grandmother appeared behind her. As she did so, another voice joined in, from outside the shop. This was Jonah in a sing-song, telling them that their time was up. Lane caught Nick's expression, one that seemed to be saying, "That's your department." She said, "He's starting to get on my nerves," and headed for the front of the shop. Jonah was back at the security mesh. "What the hell is your game? If you were just taking the piss about the money, say so now, and we'll move things on." This had, as she intended, taken him a little by surprise.
"Hey, what you—
"Look, I was ready to do this." She held out the card she had collected, fanned as if inviting him to choose one before she performed a trick. "And then we find your people in the house. Now we have somebody bleeding out in there, and I'm the only one with the medical training, so—"
"What are you saying? I didn't tell no one to go in. They
Not under your control, then? 2 got inside. Somebody got stabbed. I need some more time, or somebody's looking at a murder charge here."
"Just a minute, lady. Who got cut?"
If she told him the truth, he might see it as to his advantage, and if she said it was one of his own people, he might not care. But she guessed that he would be wondering whether he wanted to hang around if there had been a stabbing. He had to weigh the money and disrespect against the fact that he had never been charged because he knew when not to be around, how to keep such things at more than an arm's length. Now he was in the thick of something, maybe. She said, "One of yours, a black kid." Jonah cursed and then said,
"How bad?"
"If I can stop the bleeding, he'll last until this is done. But you need to give me a few more minutes. Either that or I just call an ambulance."
"That not a good move for you?"
"Or anyone. 10 more minutes, then we can do it. I just need to get him safe." Would he buy this? She held up the cards again.
"All right. Don't go making no calls, lady. Worse for them if this is you playing some sort of game."
As soon as she was gone, he would check around the back and find 2 of his soldiers missing. That ought to be enough to convince him she had been telling something like the truth. Crazily enough, this had bought them more time. Lane thought that Rashid might be 10 or 15 minutes away now. Nick had warned him, told him to park 1 street away and keep a line open. In the end, it would be in the timing, as it always is. Back in the storeroom, she found the grandmother kneeling on the floor beside Robbie, leaning forward and closely examining the wound. The 2 sons had also arrived and were watching from the doorway. Lane looked at Nick Pascoe for an explanation.
"Turns out she was a nurse back in Pakistan. She's never worked since they came over, but I guess a chest is a chest wherever you go."
The little brown fingers felt up and down the rib bones inch by inch, first the one above the cut, and then below. She pushed the sides of it together, watched, and then pulled it open slightly, bringing
"Effing Jesus!"
from Robbie, before an apology. The old lady seemed to take no notice of him. She continued to examine the source of the bleeding. Lane met Nick's gaze and raised her eyebrows. He shrugged his shoulders in answer. Then the grandmother turned to Mrs. Barmani and spoke in Urdu. They exchanged short, rapid phrases, and Mrs. Barmani nodded and said, "She says the bleeding must be stopped. The wound must have stitching." Nick said,
"I think we'd work that out. Can she stop it?"
Another exchange in Urdu before, "Maybe," she says. "Maybe slow it down enough. She needs some things." He said,
"We're not going to find a first aid kit in here."
He was looking at the phone that was still in Lane's hand. She knew he was going to say make the call, when the grandmother stood up to her full 5 feet nothing and approached him. With both hands she opened his denim jacket and peered at his T-shirt. Lane did the same, mystified. It was a black, quite a nice one, probably cotton. The old lady's fingers touched the fabric. Then she spoke something to Mrs. Barmani, at the same time gesticulating in front of Nick's face. Mrs. Barmani translated. "Take it off. Take off the shirt. This is good material." Lane became aware of her own attire then, and thought that it could have been worse. Grandmother might have demanded Ellie's rainbow T-shirt. She looked at Nick with a half-smile, and nodded some encouragement. He took off the jacket and then the T-shirt, crossing his arms, taking hold of the lower edge and pulling it over his head in one movement. The grandmother took it without a word and went back to her patient. Mrs. Barmani looked away fixedly, and Lane stared with an expression that seemed to say, "All right, I've seen better." But Nick had a deep, broad chest with a covering of fine dark hair, and powerful arms all the way down to the big hands. That year working in the sawmill had kept more than his mind in shape. He put the jacket back on, and then glanced at the watch on his wrist. Rashid must be approaching the borough by now. As they watched, the elderly nurse, using a tiny pair of nail scissors that Mrs. Barmani had found for her, began to cut a circular strip around the lower edge of the T-shirt, some 3 inches wide. Satisfied with that, she made 3 more in identical fashion. About half of the T-shirt now remained. She cut off the 2 short sleeves, and then rolled the remainder into a cylinder a little longer than the wound in Robbie's side. Putting that aside on the makeshift bed, she picked up the hoops of the T-shirt and said something to Robbie in her native language. Mrs. Barmani translated this as, "Sit up a little, please." He did so, twisting and grimacing to his left, and she passed the hoops over his head and arms, and down until they were round his chest, lining them up so that they would lay over the gash. Lane could see the aim, but the strips were far too loose to hold the other piece in place. Then the grandmother was talking again, directly to Nick, and Mrs. Barmani said, "Something to tighten, to twist. 4 things." And the old lady was gesturing impatiently. In the room where the family had sheltered, they found one ancient wooden dining chair. It had a back made of thin slats. Nick laid it on its side, put a boot on one leg, and pulled up with one hand. It came apart easily, and they took the pieces back to where Robbie lay. These were good, the grandmother said, but too long. Nick snapped them in half, and Lane trimmed the rough edges with the bowie knife. Now they had 4 6-inch pieces. The cylinder of material was laid along the wound and held firmly in place, while Nick was directed to Robbie's left side. He had understood now, and at her instruction, he began to tighten the first strip by twisting a piece of the slat. She told him more, and then more again. This didn't need translation, until it seemed too tight, and Robbie was cursing again. When she was satisfied, she put a hand onto Nick's and showed what she wanted. The end of the slat was to be tucked inside the tightened strip to maintain the tension. Then they moved on to the second strip. That's really neat, thought Lane, but it's taken nearly 10 minutes. Where is Rashid? What is Jonah doing? How are we going to get Robbie to a hospital? And is Emily Willows enjoying a good night's sleep? If I ever go back to Polcom, I'll make sure she... A good night's sleep. The thought made her check her phone, which she had switched to silent hours ago. Sure enough, there was a message. "For Christ's sake, Lane, I see nothing's changed. What does that address mean? Are you in trouble? It's 2 in the morning, I'm working tomorrow. I need to sleep." She'd forgotten about Ellie. She went out of the storeroom, knowing that Nick was watching her with the phone. She sent back, "Still at the same address. Spot of bother. Might have something on this Jonah now. Stand by. Drink black coffee." Then Nick was behind her, and she thought that he was going to ask who she was talking to at this time of night. Not so. He had his own phone in his hand, and the screen was glowing green in the darkness of the abandoned shop. He said quietly, "Rashi's here." Chapter 20. So, decision time. She stood with Nick between the outer door and the security mesh. Jonah was back over by the SUV, but she thought that he must have seen her, so it was the usual "you wait for me" thing. Nick said, "I don't like this idea much. We can still call 999. Maybe we should have when you first suggested it." "Yes, we could, but it's even more complicated now. If there were charges against that lot out there, and that's not a given, believe me, we're all going to court. It would be several months with no guarantees of the outcome. Rashi's family couldn't go into hiding or disappear. The defence lawyers would try countercharges of assault and false imprisonment, and they'd go all out after Abbas, make him look like the drug dealer who caused the whole thing." He was quiet for a moment, and Lane guessed at his thoughts. "Yes, it's a dirty business. The justice system doesn't quite live up to its reputation as one of our gifts to the civilized world, not when you see it up close." Nick said, "Robbie's out of action now. If you get into trouble out there, I can't come out. And there was me hoping to see you on a big white horse with your bare chest. No chance. I can't abide the things. But seriously, if it doesn't come off, Lane, if it doesn't, and I'm still on my feet, I'm just going to run. I don't think there's anyone out there who could catch me." Nick looked doubtful, and she said, "Seriously, it's just something I do. If it goes pear-shaped, make the call. And come to think of it, put this number in your phone as well. This is Ellie. She's a good cop." She held the screen up to him, and he copied it into his contacts. He said, "Is this who you've been texting tonight?" She'd underestimated him. He had noticed, and said nothing. "I wasn't going to do all this without some sort of lifeline. Ellie knows a bit about what's going on. If she's still awake, she'd probably get help here more quickly than 999, which is now being run from Mumbai for all I know. Just tell her you're—"
No time, here he comes. So, get them on their feet, ready to go. Rashy needs to have the engine running. As soon as it goes down, he pulls up right outside here. Can you get 6 people into a black cab? At push, I'm sure you can. Why 6? I'm not. Yes, you as well. I can outrun these boys, but they won't even bother to come after me. They'll trash this place and probably torch it, which is fine. None of us is going back inside it, and an arson charge might take some of this rubbish off the street for a while. He was still hesitating. Go! If he sees you here, it'll frighten him off. Get them ready. Could be in just a couple of minutes. Okay, what you got for me, girl? The street talk was wearing thin as far as Lane was concerned. He was an idiot, like a sad loner who'd spent too much time up in his room listening to rap music, but an idiot of the dangerous sort. She held out the cards again and said, "We reckon we can just about cover it, the 3,000, so you get your capital and a penalty back." "How's the kid?" "He'll live." "Maybe I should see him before we do this thing." Lane shook her head, and a brief staring contest ensued. She said, "I'm the one taking all the chances here. My rules." "You don't got to take no chance, then. Give me them cards and them numbers. I take it out." "What? You think I'm going to rob you all?" "I don't think it. I know it." His short laughter was hollow and amplified by the emptiness of the street. She hadn't seen a single car go by all night. "You got some sass, you know. We could use you. Give the business a touch of class. What you say?" Seriously. She'd known this would involve a performance, but if this went on much longer, she'd nominate herself for an Emmy at the very best. "It would cost you more than a couple of grand. I'm not a schoolgirl." "Whoa, you pushing it now." But he looked her over as much as he could in the shadows, and she felt her skin crawl. Then Jonah said, "So, how this going to work?" She prayed that Nick had them ready, and that Robbie would be able to make the 25 yards to the car. She prayed that Rashid had a good mobile signal and a full tank. She prayed that Ellie was sitting in her kitchen and comprehensively cursing the fact that Lane had reappeared in her life. She said, "You step away from here, to the middle of the street. I unlock the screen. I come out, lock the screen, and put the key back inside. Then we get in your car and go to a cash machine. You drop me back here and leave. Then the family gets to leave unharmed as well." "How are they going to do that?" "There's a car nearby." He looked around, back towards the Vectra, parked 50 yards further away than the Volvo. "That thing up there? Oh dear, I think that might have some flat tires, lady." He was smiling, a needling, mocking, thoroughly unpleasant smile, and she wanted to get on with this now. As she unlocked the steel screen, she said, so that he could barely have heard, "That's okay. We'll call a taxi." When Lane pushed the key back through the mesh, she could see Nick back in the shadows, waiting to pick it up. She estimated that she needed to give him another minute or so to get it unlocked again and to get the family in position. And there was still the question of whether Robbie would be able to make it. If it came to it, though, she guessed that Nick would be able to carry him the short distance to the taxi. Jonah was waiting in the middle of the street as he had been told to. The driver had got out of the Volvo, another white boy but older, and overweight by the look of him in the solitary streetlight's amber glow. No threat there if it came to a race. Lane stopped and looked around before she got close to Jonah. It would seem that she was being cautious, that she was a little afraid, and it was giving Nick the time he needed. 2 figures had appeared out of the alley behind the shop, which made 6 in total, and that might be all of them. These 2 were at least 30 yards from the middle of the road, where she would meet up with Jonah in a few seconds' time. Looking then to the right, she could see a vehicle had pulled onto the street 150 yards down it, the headlights dipped, and she knew somehow that this was Rashid Barmani. The old unit was still operating together, still a well-oiled machine. Would he be able to see enough, or would he be waiting for Nick's signal? Either way, he could be here in under 20 seconds. It might take another 20 to get the family into the taxi, Robbie a few seconds more, then Nick last and away. It could be done in under a minute. All she needed to do was to give them that minute. She stopped in front of Jonah, measuring the distance precisely. "Got to say, I didn't think you was going through with this girl." "It's the best way. No one else needs to get hurt. They'd rather pay you and end it now." He was wary, eyes flitting across to the darkened shop doorway, and then to the boys from the alleyway. So you didn't tell me you got 2 of our soldiers in there now?"
She nodded, counting the seconds, because it was almost time. She said, "Yes, one got hurt and the other one decided to keep him company. Very decent of him." This was nonsense, of course, just as the story about them driving to a cash machine and handing over a few £100 at the most was nonsense. She could see it in the devious cast in his eye, the right one looking a little askance from whatever the left was seeing, but it was all good, because she had never intended to go any further with him than the middle of the road where they now faced each other.
"Yeah, they's loyal boys. Show the cards."
She took one step in, held them out to him, and took the step back again when he had them. She needed that distance to be exact. Jonah held them up to catch the light of the street lamp behind him. With his thumb he worked through them, and then all came to a stop. He peered in at them and said, "What's this shit?" She looked herself as he held it up. It was an organ donation card, her own as it happened. "Must have got in by mistake. Still, there's a black market for kidneys, isn't there? Could be a new business line for you." His eyes were back on the cards. "More rubbish here. Waitrose loyalty card. Nectar points. You's dumb if you—" The Scarpa Peak Gore-Tex walking boot had a semi-rigid sole and a reinforced wedge below the toe for those more challenging scrambles. When the wedge on Lane's right boot landed with considerable force on the top of Jonah's tibia, inside and millimetres below the knee joint, he screamed, clutched at it with both hands, and toppled forwards. Lane stepped aside and then around him, making no move to touch him again until it was necessary. The shop's security screen was opening. Nick appeared, arm waving, and when she looked down the street, the taxi was already approaching at speed. Neither the driver of the Volvo nor the youths from the alleyway had moved an inch. So far, so good. Jonah's single, drawn-out scream had become a moaning, and now it was becoming more coherent as he got himself up onto his good knee. He twisted around and let out a stream of unpleasant invective, but none of it was original, and Lane looked on as if it had been directed at someone else entirely. The taxi arrived and halted in front of the shop with the obligatory squeal of brakes. Rashid got out, stared at Lane in momentary surprise, and then moved quickly onto the pavement in front of the shop, where Nick already had the 2 women waiting, their bags in his hands. In a few more seconds, Rashid had them both inside the taxi, and Nick was lining up the 2 younger brothers. Jonah was watching as well now. He began shouting then, and the 2 from the alleyway came out of the shadows and began walking towards them, but hesitantly, not running. When Lane looked behind, the driver was closer than she had expected. He was as overweight as Jonah was under, but he was moving quickly and silently. With her gaze fixed on him, the driver, Lane reached behind into her belt and pulled out the Bowie knife. When he kept coming, she stepped in behind Jonah, still clutching his knee with one hand while the other balanced him on the road, and pointed the knife in the general direction of his neck. The danger was that Jonah himself would try to take a hold of her. She could not fight both off if it came down to wrestling, and so she said to him in a matter-of-fact way, "Touch me, and I'll use this in self-defence." The driver had slowed and then stopped a few yards, 7 or 8, away from them. He began to circle to his right, trying to get behind her so she couldn't watch both of them. Clearly he was a greater threat than the 2 youths who had taken root halfway across the road from the alleyway. They could have gone towards the car, but Lane had been right about them. They didn't fancy confronting Nick and Rashid face to face in the open. Sahir and Abbas must be in the taxi now. No sign of them, nor of Nick. Rashid had come to the front of the taxi, wondering what to do, wondering whether he should intervene. Lane shook her head and called out, "Get going! Nothing to worry about here!" Perhaps not the wisest thing to say, because it seemed to provoke Jonah. "Come on, you stupid bastard! She's bluffing! She won't—" With the other boot she kicked into his back, sending him sprawling onto the road, trying to wind him for a few more vital seconds. Then she turned to the driver, hearing his breathing heavy with the tension and the danger. Lane said to him, "Is he right, though? Am I bluffing? If you come for me, I have the right to defend myself. Will I? Do I look as if I know what I'm doing? That's what you have to ask yourself." She was holding the knife low to her right side, fingers around the dynawood handle, thumb pointing over the pommel and along the top edge. She swung the deadly sharp blade a few inches side to side, making him watch it as if it was a swaying cobra's head. Now that her back was to the taxi, she was unable to see what was happening. But surely they had Robbie inside it now. She began to take slower, deeper breaths, getting ready to run. Of course, Jonah had been right. Of course, this had all been a bluff. The last thing she needed was to stab any of these lowlives. Then there were shouts, her name, something going on in the engine revving. Someone grabbed hold of her ankle and she stamped and kicked it away. Jonah, she realized, trying to pull her down. The driver lunged in towards her, and she slashed the knife seriously close to his face, making him back off again. More shouts, and at last the taxi was moving off. She half-turned and saw the other two youths dive towards the pavement, abandoning any attempt to get in Rashid's way. He drove quickly, the red lights rapidly shrinking to 2 small dots. Lane edged into a space between Jonah, who had finally got back onto his feet, and the driver. All she needed now was a few yards' start, and she would be away. She felt high and clear, as if she could run all the way to Ellie Dawson's apartment and be there in time to cook her a compensatory breakfast.
Lane.
She turned again, and saw Nick Pascoe standing outside the open doorway of the shop, with Robbie McKendrick's baseball bat in one hand. Chapter 21. When she hesitated, Nick shouted again,
Lane, come on!
She backed around Jonah, eyes still on the driver, who was edging towards her each time she took a step. The opportunity to run had gone. The 2 boys from the alleyway had regained their nerve now that the odds were simplified again, and they were also walking in towards the shop doorway. If she ran now, she would be leaving Nick to face the 4 of them on his own. When she reached him, she said, "We could all have been away from here by now if you'd got in the bloody taxi."
You really thought I was going to leave you out there on your own?
I was sort of hoping so. I mean, that was the plan. The driver and the alleyway boys were keeping their distance from the baseball bat and the knife, but they had all come closer. Jonah had limped a few yards in the opposite direction, and now he was using his mobile. His face lit up green and ghastly by it. He was animated as he spoke to someone. The odds were that he wasn't calling his mother to let her know where he was. Nick said,
"Sorry, couldn't do it. We don't leave anyone behind."
His voice was different, and when Lane looked at him she saw that he wasn't all here in this moment. A part of Nick Pascoe was somewhere else, in another place and another time. And he looked dangerous. Not exactly smiling, but he was intending to fight these people. He wanted to do some damage. Lane said, "So, you have a new plan?"
"Get yourself behind me. I can use this as well as Robbie. Let's see what this scum is made of."
"Oh, Mr. Pascoe, if you could see your son now, what would you say? Would you be proud?" Probably. In the world of men, this is what passes for heroism. Meanwhile, Jonah was limping back towards the doorway. It looked as if she might have done some damage herself. He said something to the driver, who left the semicircle and headed for the Volvo SUV. Jonah called out to them,
"That price gone up. 3,000 won't cut it now."
Lane said, without much hope or expectation, "Go home. You've lost this one." The Volvo pulled forward 20 yards, and then the reversing light came on. The driver began to back across the road towards the shop doorway. She looked for it, and saw there was a tow bar. Jonah raised a hand, pointed a finger, and said,
"Him we gonna kill quickly. You we ain't. Get my meaning, girl?"
Nick growled at the threat, and she thought, yes, you're a lion all right, but enough hyenas can bring down one of those, and soon, unless I'm much mistaken, we're going to have more hyenas out there, and around the back. Plenty will turn out for this sort of sport. Lane said quietly to Nick, "Okay then, back inside. Lock the screen." He didn't want to move away from them, and she pulled at his arm. "You saw him on the phone. He wasn't calling the bake-off hotline for a cake recipe. Whoever turns up next is going to be tooled up properly. Come on. Inside, lock the doors. It'll give us time to review and replan." He wouldn't move, and he half shrugged off her hand. She thought, Christ! I get it. This is just another rope hanging from another oak tree. He's fighting the Taliban again and hoping for a different outcome this time. The Volvo kept coming, until it was only yards away from the pavement in front of the shop. The driver got out and went to the boot, leaving the engine running. Jonah shouted, "You're just going to stand there? Save me some trouble that way." Lane moved to Nick's side, looked up at him and said firmly, "Sergeant, lock the doors. That's an order." He blinked, stepped back into the doorway, reached up and pulled down the screen. It clattered into place, and he pushed the padlock through the securing loop, turning the key, and then, strangely, handed it to Lane, as if she really was his CO. She pulled him further back until they could close the outer door as well. That had a plate glass half-panel through which they could see what was taking place out in the street. She said, "Okay, are you back with me now? Because we really need some focus." Pascoe looked odd, as if he had just come round from a fainting fit, and then he said, "Sorry. Make it up to me later, we're in a spot here." She went close to the pane of glass. It was difficult to be sure, but she didn't move on from her first guess. The Volvo would be used to pull down the security screen if they had some sort of rope or chain on board. She couldn't see the two who had come out of the alley. They were probably back at the rear of the building. Would they set fire to it with the other two still inside? Maybe, maybe not. If she and Nick went that way now, out the back, they could most likely get past them with minimum harm to anyone. Lane set off towards the back door, and Nick followed. It was locked and there was no key inside. An old, solid, wooden door that would take several minutes to break through, if one could do it at all, making enough noise to ensure a welcoming party on the other side. They returned to the front door. They could hear an engine running, revving higher, and Lane could make out Jonah in the street, waving an arm, directing the driver to pull away. The revs reached too high a pitch as the engine went under strain. The screen was holding for now. Good job, old Mr. Bamani. She took out her phone and opened it. Nick said, "Who are you calling?" "International Rescue." He watched her face as she waited and thought, she's not scared. The worse it gets, the more she likes it. When I saw her outside the bistro the first time, I thought she was odd. Now I know she's crazy. She'd have got away. It's my fault she's stuck in here now. And all the old demons were coming back for him then. "Hi, Ellie. Nice of you to wait up for me." The reply was inaudible to him, but undoubtedly impolite. Lane waited patiently and then said, "This Jonah character, how much does somebody want on him? He's outside a place in that street I gave you, trying to break into it with a Volvo. He might set fire to it as well. He's already set fire to the flat I was in earlier, the address I gave you." She paused and listened, and then said, "No, we're not exactly watching. We're inside the building." Nick heard a shout far away, somewhere in Camden. It was probably on the phone, but he couldn't be certain. Then Lane was listening again, and giving an intermittent brief yes or okay. She put a hand over the phone in the old-fashioned way and said to him, "She's already spoken to her night-duty uniform sergeant, who's spoken to his oppo in this borough, so it won't take long. Yes, Ellie?" After that, Lane said to Nick, "She wants to know whether anyone out there in the streets knows either of our names. You said mine twice, but I can't think it'll matter. Yours?" He shook his head. She gave Ellie the answer, listened again, and then said into the phone, "I couldn't agree more. We just need to figure it out. Thanks. See you later. Put the kettle—" Oh, she's gone. The engine was still revving, higher if that was possible. Lane thought they'd do better to get closer to the door, giving it plenty of slack, and then taking a sort of reverse run-up at it. But never mind. Nick said, "What were you agreeing with?" "She says it would be really good if we were off the scene by the time the cavalry arrives. Not just for us, her as well. She'd rather report an anonymous tip-off than see us being interviewed by her boss or someone. Any ideas?" "Out through the skylight and across the roof, as long as they're not guarding it." "Oh, good. More high places. At least this time she wouldn't be pursued by a 20-stone monster with a gun and bad breath." From a room upstairs, Lane could see the action in the street more clearly. As she watched, someone had indeed realized that a sudden pull might be the better option. The Volvo shot forward, and there was a tearing sound down below her feet. The screen had almost certainly given way. There was nothing for them to tie onto the front door, but finding a way of smashing the plate glass shouldn't delay them much longer. They had decided to release the two youths, both of whom were now very much awake and wide-eyed as she untied them, and Nick loomed over with the baseball bat. The skinny one ought to pay for stabbing Robbie, worth a 4 or 5 year stretch easily, but that would bring the entire story back into the public eye. They'd already gone to considerable lengths to avoid all that. If they left them tied up in here, it was not impossible that the place would be torched if for some reason Jonah could not get in, and neither Lane nor Pascoe were ready to risk that. They stepped away, and Nick pointed at the extended step-ladder with the bat.
"Go."
Neither boy moved.
"Go!"
It was the sergeant's voice the second time, the full, stentorian bark, and they dived for the ladder, scrambled up and disappeared into the night sky. And then, barely 3 seconds later, 2 hands reached down, seized the step-ladder, and heaved it away. They heard heavy steps on the roof above, laughter and the sound of metal crashing onto the courtyard at the rear of the building. Nick uttered a single syllable, the most expressive in the English language, and Lane said, after a moment for reflection, "I did not see that coming." The skylight was set in a sloping roof, and in their hurry and their glee the youths hadn't bothered to close it or wedge the ladder across it in some way so that it could not be opened again, but it was high above their heads, several feet beyond Nick's reach. As Lane watched, he stood directly below it and made an experimental standing jump. Yes, still some feet beyond his reach. She was turning away, ready to reconsider the downstairs options, when he said, "The other chair. The one we didn't take to bits." "I'll fetch it. But you still won't reach the window." At the foot of the stairs, she could see that the security screen had only bent outwards. It had yet to come away properly from the building. Jonah and the driver seemed to be reattaching the rope to the middle of it for another attempt. She went quickly up the stairs then, holding the chair in front of her. They had a few more minutes, perhaps, and not just to escape from the gang. Ellie was right. If the police turned up now, there would be an awful lot of explaining to do. Nick placed the chair below the skylight and climbed up. It creaked and wobbled under his weight. He raised his arms, and Lane estimated he still had another 4 feet to go. She could see his bare back where the jacket raised up, and then he lowered his arms and took off the jacket, handing it down to her without a glance. Raising his arms again, he flexed his knees 2 or 3 times, and she realized what he was going to do. She said, If you miss, it's going to be a painful landing." There was no way he could land back on the flimsy chair without it collapsing under him.
"Better not miss, then. Keep out of the way, just in case."
He swung his arms forward and back, 1, 2, 3 times, gaining momentum before finally launching himself up towards the skylight. One hand caught the edge and managed to take hold. Instinctively, Lane climbed onto the chair, encircled his lower legs with both arms, and took some of his considerable weight. He got a second hand in place on the edge, and she let go, and then, with what seemed like remarkable ease, he tightened the muscles in his arms and pulled himself into the opening. Once he had the rim of the window under his armpits, he swung his legs back and forth, gaining millimeters each time until he was able to bend forwards enough to wriggle the rest of the way onto the roof. It must have hurt, she thought, but he never made a sound. Then he was reaching one arm down towards her. She stood on the chair, holding up first his jacket and then his rucksack. He took both, and then reached an arm down for her. She had no doubts now that he was strong enough to pull her up through the skylight, but instead of taking his hand, she said, "Let me have your lighter."
"What?"
"Your lighter."
"What the hell for?" In a loud whisper. "No one's seen me yet, but—"
"Good. Stay low and wait for me. Or go if they come after you. I'll be all right. But give me the lighter." His face, looking down at her from the night sky, was annoyed, but he was reaching into his jacket pocket, and a moment later the lighter dropped down. She caught it and was away before he could say another word. As she heaped up the cardboard boxes against the wooden door, thoughts came quickly but never slowed her down. Yes, this was really wrong. It was get yourself a few years inside wrong. The Barmanis wouldn't lose a penny even if the place did burn down, and Lane didn't think it would anyway in the time left. But at the moment, Jonah's crew were looking at vandalism charges, that was all. Fairly serious vandalism, yes, but it would be, as far as the magistrates were concerned, only a mindless attack on an empty building. A fine, community service, a suspended sentence. But, as she had said back in the flat, arson is another matter. It would be Crown Court then, with a judge, a jury, and some very diligent detectives, with Jonah, whoever he was, in the crosshairs at last. It had to be worth a shot, didn't it? She lit the cardboard in 3 places, but one would have sufficed. Everything here was old and as dry as dust. The flame spread quickly. On her way back from the foot of the stairs, she could see that Jonah had reached the inner door, and he could see her. He shouted something, but the glass was thick. She laughed and he kicked at the door. Great motivation for him, knowing that she was still inside. Then she climbed the stairs, fairly sure that Nick Pascoe would be waiting for her. Half crouched and still by the skylight, they could see down into the end of the courtyard. The angle made it impossible to make out who was there, but someone was. They could hear voices. Lane edged up to the apex of the roof and peered over. The Volvo was there at an angle across the street, its engine now silent, and she could hear a thumping sound as they attacked the inner door. No sirens now, in the early hours, but if they had any sense, the police would come without them. That's how she would do it if she was in charge of such an operation. That's how she used to do things. Nick said, "Come on, I reckon we go this way. 8 or 9 roofs to cross to the end of the row, and then we'll find a way down." "Like a drain pipe or something?" "Maybe. If there's another flat roof, we can drop onto it." "Great idea." She slid back down the slates towards him, but didn't follow as he began to move away. After a few feet he stopped, looked back and said, "What's up? We don't want to be here if this lot catches fire." After a pause she said, "Heights aren't my best thing." Nick didn't laugh, and he didn't say something empty like, "Don't worry, you'll be fine." He just processed it, looked around again and reviewed the situation. She thought then that finding him had been worth the effort. "Okay, we'll go on all fours. Slowly. I'll be a few feet ahead. If it'll take my weight, it'll take yours. We're less likely to be seen that way as well." And he set off, without further ado. She followed him, gradually becoming aware of the chill in the night air, and then looking up, of a few stars managing to shine through the amber fog that passed for the atmosphere above the city. The slates were wet with dew, and sometimes her hands slipped in the direction of the gutter, a few feet to their right. Crawling like this, with one leg further up the slope than the other, brought a new sort of pain to her thigh where the metal plate held the bone together, but Nick kept moving, even as he turned sometimes to see that she was still with him. They had crossed 5 of the derelict cottages when he came to a stop. Lane moved up beside him and saw that this roof had bowed deeply. Any extra weight was likely to see it give way. Nick peered over the side, but there was no flat roof here. He said, "We need to get around this. Can't go back, and there's a lean-to on the end house. We can slide down there easily." As far as she could see then, there were 2 options. Go up onto the apex of the roof, the ridge, or down and along the lower edge, right next to the guttering, and the drop of 20 feet or more. Nick said, "Along here." He was pointing to the line of slates that ran next to the gutter. "It'll be strongest above the wall underneath, but it's not wide enough to crawl. We'll walk this bit." Again, he gave her no time to hesitate, to argue, or even to think. He stood up straight and walked the 10 or so feet, crouching again on the other side. Then he held out one hand towards her, as if to say, "Make 7 feet, and I've got you." She knew what to do. Walk and look straight ahead. We cover thousands of miles like that every year, never feeling the need to check where we're putting each foot, and somehow managing to travel in a straight line almost all the time. So 7 feet, just 5 or 6 little steps, should be easy. Lane stood up and felt herself sway a little towards the space that was waiting for her, waiting to take her. It wasn't dizziness, she realized. Her legs had got cramped and numb through crawling across the cold, wet slates. She waited until she was steady, looked right into Nick Pascoe's calm eyes, and walked towards him and his outstretched hand. Chapter 22. "I didn't know that was humanly possible." "What?" "Eating 3 oversized sausage and fried onion baps." Nick stopped and examined the last piece of the 3rd bap, holding it delicately between finger and thumb as if it was a morsel of the finest Kobe beef. "The secret," he said, "is in the application of the correct amount of brown sauce." And then he ate it without ceremony, just like all the rest before it. At 3:45 in the morning, they had found a tiny pocket park by the canal in Camden and 2 adjacent benches. The plan had been to sleep for an hour or 2 before finding something to eat and then getting in touch with Ellie Dawson, but sleep hadn't really been an option. It wasn't the cold so much as the adrenaline overrun. They had both entered the zone where the body decides that whatever the cost, it had better start waking itself up again to face the new day's threats. There was a plane tree in the centre of the little grassy patch, and the benches were underneath it. In the glow from the wrought iron waterside lights, modern fakes obviously, but somehow convincing, Lane watched leaves falling, circling and somersaulting their way to the earth below, and she listened as Nick told her the whole truth about what had really happened east of Kabul. She had listened to the end, without saying a word, and then, after a respectful silence, she had said, "I know it's not much consolation, but I'd have done the same thing." He had not answered her, and there had been no need. They understood each other now. There is nothing magical, nothing romantic about this. We evolved living in tribes wandering the southern plains, groups of 30 or 40 individuals who survived only by means of their shared goals and their ability to cooperate. Individual selfishness and greed were threats, and would have been ruthlessly punished. Altruism and empathy, on the other hand, flourished, because in those times they ensured that the group lasted another day, another month, another year. Each danger, faced and overcome together, tightened the bonds between the members of a tribe. Tomorrow, the two of them would presumably go their separate ways, whatever those turned out to be, but the experiences of the past few days couldn't be forgotten, and if they met in 5 or 10 years' time, there would be a smile of recognition that no one else would fully understand. And as she took another sideways look at Nick, just to be sure that he wasn't going to go to pieces on her after sharing that awful story, Lane thought, that's why so many of them cannot cope when they come home. There's no tribe anymore. It says all there is to say, really, about modern life, when soldiers come home and say they miss the war. Nick said, "How far to this mate of yours?" "Ellie? About 5 minutes' walk. I said I'd be there around 8 o'clock. He looked at his watch, and then over towards the counter of the backstreet cafe that had satisfied his desire for sausage baps and sweet tea. 2 Greek taxi drivers came in, arguing about German banks and EU monetary policy, and there was a dust cart coming slowly along the narrow street, with an automated warning voice every time it paused to pick up a bin. The city was wide awake now. Nick said, "Right then. Still time for another." "You cannot be serious." "Another mug of tea." "Want some more coffee?" "You should, with plenty of sugar. Back in Kabul, after an operation, we always—" He stopped and looked apologetic. Lane raised an eyebrow and a smile, trying to say, "It's okay." At least he didn't look sorry that he'd told her the truth. If anything, Nick Pascoe seemed relieved, a little more cheerful. The trouble shared and all that. When she pressed the bell and waited for Ellie to answer through the speaker, she was not prepared for the response. "Oh, shit. Trust you to be bang on time," Lane said into the microphone. "If you're still doing your hair, we can come back." "We? Someone's with you?" "No, it's the royal we, obviously. You all right?" "Just hang on, Lane." Strange how Ellie said her name. She wouldn't usually do that. Then there were muffled voices up in the apartment, but it was impossible to tell who was saying what. She looked at Nick and shrugged, but then the thought crept in that this might be complications from last night. If she'd got Ellie into bother, she would be mortified. When Ellie spoke again, her tone was distinctly odd. "Okay, I'm buzzing you in now. I don't know. Just prepare yourself." They heard the lock click, and then Nick reached across and pushed the door open for her. She went through, ignoring the comicality of this, her mind alert to whatever she must prepare herself for. Something wasn't quite right. Lane stopped on the first landing, with Nick 3 steps behind her. Someone was coming down towards them. Not quickly. If it was possible to come downstairs thoughtfully, this person was doing so. They seemed to pause on the landing above, perhaps listening as she was listening, and then she could see a pair of patent black leather shoes below dark grey trousers, and then the lower edge of a matching jacket, a man in an expensive suit. She knew before his face appeared, knew because she had put this together with Ellie's first reaction when she realized who was ringing the bell. The man stopped halfway down the flight of stairs, looked at her and said, "Hello, Lane." At some point, she had stopped breathing. She had to make a conscious effort to do so, and then she said, "Hello, Logan."
"How are you? You're looking well."
"I'm good. And you?"
"The same. Busy."
"And Abigail and the children?" Nick Pascoe saw the effect of that on the man in front of them, a tightening of the smile, a hardening in the pale eyes that had already looked him over. Logan said, "They are well too. Who is this? Aren't you going to introduce me?" Nick moved up onto the same step as Lane as the other man came down, and took the proffered hand. It was white, a hand that spent its time touching papers and keyboards rather than planes and saws, but the grip was strong enough. Nick measured his own, holding back, not wanting to seem obvious, but he didn't like this character from the off. Public school, officer class, supercilious, maybe even smarmy, and somehow Lane knew him pretty well, though he had to be at least 10 years older than she was. She said, "This is Nick, a friend of mine." The blue eyes came back to him, and the surprised little smile was intentional, because he could see Nick's broad, unshaven face and the bare chest beneath the half-open denim jacket. This look from a man wearing a £1,000 suit and a silk tie. "Nick, this is Logan, a former colleague." "Delighted to meet you, Nick." He didn't resemble any copper that Nick Pascoe had met before, nor any that he had seen on the television, come to that. More like a banker or a city trader. And Lane was very still, watching this former colleague intently. You didn't need to be any sort of detective to work out that there was some history here. Logan said, "So, are you just up from the country for a day or two? A city break?" That was addressed to Lane. No doubt Logan, too, had made his assessment of the new acquaintance. She said, "Not exactly. We had a couple of things to sort out, but you already know that. You're not in the habit of making social calls on DS's at 7:30 on weekday mornings, are you?" Logan smiled more broadly, and it seemed genuine enough, and said, "Oh, this takes me back." "I know what you mean, like a recurring nightmare does. How did you know I was here?" "A little bird." She looked contemptuous at that, but Logan insisted. "No, it really was a little bird. And then there was a spot of bother east of here overnight which had your fingerprints all over it. I thought I'd just check with Ellie that everything was all right. I hadn't expected to meet up like this." Lane did not look as if she believed him. Logan said, "It was you, wasn't it? Just out of interest. I'm not following it up, I'm not involved. Not my department." It was clear to Nick that she had no intention of answering his questions. In fact, she responded with one of her own. "So what is your department these days?" "I'm still driving a desk, that's all." "Up and down the Victoria Embankment. Nice new offices, aren't they?" And he wasn't answering that either. The two of them were fencing, and it could be a while before there was any sort of a hit at all, never mind a palpable one. Nick heard the opening of a door somewhere above them, but no steps, and no one saying anything up there. Logan said, "Are you staying in town? We could catch up." With that, the former colleague and former whatever else he was had crossed a line. "No, I'm going home today." "Somewhere in the West Country, isn't it? My parents have a cottage down in Teignmouth." Nick wanted to say, "Of course they do," but Lane brought matters to an end more clinically with, "Goodbye, Logan." Whatever this character had done, he wasn't being forgiven any time soon. She moved on up the stairs, forcing the man in the suit to step aside. Nick followed her, caught Logan looking at him oddly, and said, in his friendliest manner, "Nice tie." Ellie Dawson was waiting in the open doorway to her apartment. She put her arms around Lane, told her what sort of an idiot she was, and said sorry 3 times in the space of a few seconds. Then she pushed her away, looked Nick up and down in a professional manner, and said, "Which one's this?" Lane made the introductions. Ellie took Nick's hand and said, "Your friends get away all right? Have you heard from them?" He had, and told her that Robbie had been taken to an A&E in Birmingham. There was no internal damage, and he'd been stitched up and released. Ellie said, "If it was an obvious stabbing, they'll inform the police. There might be questions." He said, "They won't get a thing out of Robbie, and Rashi can deal with anything that gets too official. They'll be fine." The contrast between this tough-looking, no-nonsense but kindly woman and the besuited Burke heading for the Victoria Embankment could not have been sharper as far as Nick Pascoe was concerned. She turned and invited them into the apartment. There was a pretty blonde girl in the kitchen, surprised by their appearance. She was clearly waiting for Ellie, and just as clearly she had been crying. She stared at Lane with wide, wet eyes,
and it was impossible to say whether the expression in them was one of fear or frank dislike. Nick never found out because the girl left the room through another doorway, further on into the apartment, and he never saw her again. Ellie watched her go before turning to Lane. "I'm sorry about Logan. It wasn't me who told him that you'd been here." Her meaning was obvious. Lane said that it didn't matter, it had made no difference, and that he wasn't likely to stick his oar in, was he? Ellie stopped and gave the question serious consideration, whether or not this was what Lane had intended. "I doubt it. He's further up the greasy pole than when you left. No surprises there, I'm sure. Last night's doings are way below his pay grade now. He only turned up here because it was—" There was no need to say it, and Ellie didn't. Instead, she asked whether they wanted coffee or tea. She had a few minutes before leaving for work. Lane said they had already had breakfast, but Nick said that another mug of tea wouldn't go amiss. When Lane gave him a look that said, "Really?" he returned it with a friendly grin. She was plainly in that awkward situation where compartments of one's life collide with potentially embarrassing consequences, and though he didn't know her well, he was quite enjoying it. Ellie Dawson made them sit at the kitchen table, and then joined them with a mug of tea as well. Lane asked what she knew about last night, after the uniforms had arrived on the scene. "The last I heard, there were 4 arrests, and the intention was to hold them overnight. I haven't inquired again this morning. Don't want to seem too interested." 4? At least 2 had either got away or been released at the scene. The same thought must have occurred to both Lane and Nick. As he was mulling it over, she asked the question. "That Jonah character?" "Yeah, they got him. Jonah Adebayo." "That's weird. He was white. That was one of the odd things about it all." Ellie was shaking her head. "No. When you first gave me the name, I got someone to look him up for me. Didn't want it on my log. He's mixed race. Father was Nigerian. It was new to me, but there's a note on the file which says he's white passing. Racial profiling is the next big PR disaster. You'd have loved it. There are so many categories it's meaningless now. We'll end up giving them all a free ancestry DNA test." For 2 or 3 minutes the pair of them talked shop, and Nick Pascoe listened. He could see what Lane had lost, and it wasn't so different to what was missing from his own life now. This week, for a few hours, it had been forgotten, that loss, with the old crew back together, fighting a common enemy, watching each other's backs. But it was only a reprise and a brief reprieve. The past cannot be your future. Then Ellie was saying, "But I'll keep an ear to the ground. If they come up with any charges, I'll let you know. Got your new number now, haven't I? And somebody somewhere will be grateful for a chance to lean on Mr. Adebayo for a bit." Ellie stood up, maybe feeling awkward because she had a job to go to. The job, as they called it. Then she went towards one of the kitchen cabinets, opened a drawer and took something small out of it. She said, "I found this. You left it behind. I charged it last night in case you came back." Lane held out her hand, and Ellie put into it a silver iPod attached to a pair of in-ear headphones. "Oh, I'd forgotten all about this. I had it all through my time in the hospital. I must have played it through 1,000 times. Thanks, Ellie." Lane stood up then, and Ellie said, "Well, you were always listening to music, so I thought. Anyway, I've got to get going, and I expect you've got a train to catch." She was looking at both of them. Lane said, "Well, at least one of us does." It was going to rain at some point during the day. You could feel that, even on Camden High Street. They stood outside the entrance to the tube station, close against the wall because the pavements were still busy with people arriving for the markets and stalls that lined the streets. Nick watched it for a few seconds before he said, "This is a crazy place, isn't it? I've heard of it, but never been here. It's all a bit alternative? That's what they like to think." "Who does?" "The people who live here, and the people who come to gawp at them." "This is where you lived, though, isn't it?" It was a fair point. Lane said, "There's lots more to it than you can see from here. I can show you around if you like, while you make up your mind what you're going to do." Across the street and opposite where they stood, a passage led off the high street and behind the branch of Barclays Bank that Lane had used in her time living here. There was a locked security gate, but the few square feet in front of it was a regular pitch for the homeless. A man sat in there now, under a blanket, a flat cap on the pavement in front of him. He wasn't old and didn't look obviously disabled, just thin, with shoulder-length hair and a scruffy beard. Maybe he was ex-forces,
A surprising number of them are. Nick felt for his phone, took it out and read what had appeared on the screen. From Rashi. They're all okay. The family stepped up and found them places to stay. He's driving Robbie back to Glasgow tomorrow. Will he be all right, Robbie? Totally. No better man to have at your back when there's trouble. And when there isn't? He didn't answer, and she thought, he gets it. He understands. Surely that's halfway to getting past it. Nick said, Right, show me around. A bit of a walk and then maybe an early lunch. She stared and shook her head at his apparently inexhaustible appetite. And you could do with some feeding up, woman. You look as if a good breeze would blow you off the cliffs at Polcombe. You need to eat more pasties and get some of that Cornish cream inside you. He was playing up the Cornish accent and the country boy, and it was difficult not to smile. This was the lightest she had seen him since they met. Nick Pascoe could probably be a lot of fun. Lighter, though, because he had unburdened himself to her before the grey dawn broke this morning, and now she was carrying some of the weight. Because he had told her what he thought was the worst of himself. There was nothing to hide, and he could be himself. But it was a weight indeed, and she didn't want to think about it now. Lane said, I'll start with some skim milk and a coffee. That's the spirit. You show me the flesh pots of Camden Town, and then I'll escort you to your train. It'll be safer for the muggers that way. Chapter 23. They waited until the hand of dawn was colouring the sky east of Kabul, so that they could see the English soldiers when they came. The one they had was English, and that made them think that someone would come for him. Not so much the other nations involved in the occupation, but the English would probably come. When there was enough light to see across the dry gully where they had surprised the officer yesterday evening, they tied the first ligature around his left ankle, tightly so that the blood supply was cut off, and his eyes rolled in his head with the pain and the terror. It took 4 of them to hold him down, before the commander drew the peshkabs from its elaborately decorated leather sheath, held it aloft, said the words, and then cut off the man's foot with 3, 4, 5 hacking blows. They let him scream, and watched closely the roofs of the low buildings beyond the gully. The other Englishmen were near enough to hear the screams if they were still there, if they had not slunk away during the night. And sure enough, 2 of the men saw a head appear above the far ridge of the gully, just for a few seconds. They reported this to the commander, and he told them not to fire at such distant targets. If they waited with patience, they would have them all. Then the commander examined the wound, and he was satisfied that the man would not bleed to death from this. He spoke harshly, looking into the eyes of the man on the ground, and a soldier brought him a second ligature. The commander held it out, so that it was hanging between him and the English officer. He said, "Call them. Tell them to come." The commander's English was good. He understood the terms of abuse that came back to him. The soldier at his side said, "How long?" And the commander thought, still watching the eyes of the man on the ground, before he said, 15 minutes. Something like that anyway, thought Lane. She had taken a seat facing forward, towards the engine, but there had been plenty of choice because the mid-afternoon train was almost empty. She had all 6 seats to herself for now, and could slide down and put her feet up if she so desired. Her phone lay on the table where she had put it 10 minutes ago. She picked it up and checked that the message had been sent. There was no way of telling whether it had been read, of course. Sergeant Nicholas Pascoe, 16 Air Assault Brigade, Pathfinder Platoon, had kept his nerve and followed procedure to the letter. Obviously it was a trap, an attempt to weaken their resolve and draw them into the open. The steep sides of the gully made their position defendable, but if they left they would all be killed or captured. Private Robert McKendrick offered to go out alone, south and then around, while his sergeant and corporal occupied them with rapid fire, but he had been told to hold his position. When under pressure, McKendrick wanted to argue the point. The sergeant had said, "If he's screaming, he's still alive, isn't he?" It was a troops in contact situation, the highest form of alert, but ground alert close air support would take 35 minutes to reach them. Lane remembered the look on Nick's face as he told her that. Every one of those minutes must have been an eternity, and he could remember it all, the words he had used to the GCAS control. "Don't use the paveway, don't use the brimstone, use the Mauser. We've got a man in there, that's his best chance."
10 minutes after the call, and the confirmation that support would be coming, the screams began again, shorter and more desperate this time. Lane had asked Nick whether he knew that it was Captain Newey they could hear. He said yes. The old job, the old habits had intruded then, because she'd said next, "How could you be sure?" The answer, with a momentarily stony face, had been, "You just know." 15 minutes later, more screaming, accompanied by shouts and jeers. Nick knew that his next problem was going to be Robbie defying orders and leaving their position. How would he have handled that? It was exactly what the Taliban fighters wanted, of course. But then the field radio broke the silence, warning them to take cover. The 2 tornado jets were 10 minutes earlier than promised, and Nick Pascoe thought there was still time. The noise of strafing at close quarters is appalling, and the effect of 2 Mauser cannons firing hundreds of 27mm rounds into the desert ground at close range is to raise a dust storm like one had never seen. The accuracy was remarkable. He'd told her that with pride even now. And the shells must have struck within feet of the GPS coordinates he had given GCAS control. They were supposed to wait for a Chinook bringing troops, but when the tornadoes went up into their circling pattern, awaiting further orders after the initial run, Nick had looked at his 2 men, shouldered his SA-80, and walked out into the fog of desert dust. A few more people were making their way along the platform now. Lane looked up at the great domed glass of Brunel's roof, at the soft grey light of a quiet English autumn afternoon, and rested her mind there for a moment. This is the point, isn't it? We don't know we're born. We watch it on the news. We hear vaguely of another scandal involving poorly equipped troops, of armoured vehicles that can be blown apart by pipe bombs, of children used as improvised explosive devices, of another soldier or 2 coming home in pieces or in a coffin. At the end, the newsreader tells you how many since the conflict began. This brings the total number of British troops killed since the conflict began to... as if it's the score in a test match. And now, the weather. But those who survive bring all of it back in their heads. In bars and on streets, out of the uniform now. They look normal enough, but inside the storm rages on and on, the storm in the desert of all our hopes and dreams. We fought, and some of us died in the East to keep you safe in the West. We gave up our lives, even those of us who did not lose them on the battlefield. What we saw and heard and felt will never go away. We don't want thanks. We don't want handouts. We just want recognition? A moment of our time and our full attention? Maybe. But Lane knew that she hadn't found an easy answer. There isn't an easy answer. Best to go on a case-by-case basis. Each one will be different. Not that it's actually a case, Emily, so don't get carried away. And she knew enough about Nick Pascoe's inner situation now to explain the surreal scene that had met the gamekeeper's eyes in Huntsman's Wood one sunny May morning last year. 3 of the Taliban had been killed outright. There are few non-fatal injuries if one has been struck by Mauser fire, and one of them was the commander. Enough remained intact for Nick to see that. The rest had fled under cover of the dust that had allowed Nick, Rashid and Robbie to cross the gully. Nick had told Lane that he was grateful for that they were dead, because if they hadn't been, he would have had to decide what to do with them. And then the sad, rueful smile which she understood only when he told her what they found next. Julian Newey was still alive, lying just a few feet away from the body of the Taliban commander. They heard him call out to them, and then they were by his side. Robbie had looked at and then looked away from the horror. He turned his back, raised his rifle and stood guard, because he would rather face the enemy than what they had done to his captain. Both hands and feet were gone. Blood seeped from these wounds into the gritty sand, but the ligatures had prevented him from bleeding to death. Nick pulled open the camouflage shirt, because he could see more blood, and there was a gaping wound in the abdomen. Without a doubt, the Taliban commander had heard the planes coming, and in those few seconds he had tried to ensure that the English officer died a slow and painful death. Nick examined the wound, and saw that there was extensive and probably irreversible damage to the internal organs. But he said, "Sir, hold on. You're not done yet. There's a Chinook on the way. They'll have a medic." As Nick described it to her, Julian Newey raised one wrist where his hand had been, to silence him, and then he said, "No. You finish it, here and now.
You understand me, Sergeant? You finish it. Here. And now."
Nick had said to her, under the plane tree by the canal at Camden Lock.
"What do you do?" I could see he was dying, but what frightened him was living. Living on like that. He wanted a clean end to it. He was a mad keen golfer, handicap of 4 or something. We used to take the piss about it. See what a sick joke that all was, him lying there. What do you do? Dying man's last wish and all that.
After a long pause, Lane had said, "So, what did you do?"
I took out my pistol, and you know what that clever sod said then? He said, "Not your weapon." He took mine, meaning the dead Taliban nearby. "Use that," he said, "and then you'll be in the clear. The Board of Inquiry will work something out to fit the facts." So I found his gun in the belt of what was left of that piece of shit. I knelt down by Captain Newey, and I said I was sorry we hadn't got there sooner. He said, "I couldn't have asked for better men. Now, pull yourself together, Sergeant, and then pull that bloody trigger."
Lane was still about 3,000 miles away when a cup of coffee appeared in front of her on the table. Then Nick followed it, another cup in one hand and what seemed to be 2 or 3 sandwiches in a bag in the other. Before she could say a word or even look amazed, he held up the bag and said, "For later. Long journey." Then he settled himself into the seats on the other side of the table, but not directly opposite, so that they could still both stretch out their legs. He smiled briefly and said, "Took ages, didn't it? The coffee machine had jammed and the girl didn't have a clue. I had to help her out. I got these for free." This was him, the same man who had faced those horrors and who had relived them day and night for the past 4 years, helping the girl to fix the coffee machine. Lane had difficulty reconciling the two worlds, and she had only been told the story. What was it like for men like Nick Pascoe, who had lived and was still living each moment? There would be, she knew, more reminders for them than there are grains of sand in the deserts where they fought. A sound, a smell, a name, a game of golf on the television some Sunday afternoon. At least he was on the train with her, and going home. They had talked for a long time on the platform, and she hadn't been sure even then. She had mentioned his parents, the cottage, the job that seemed to have earned him respect on the estate. But still the hands had remained in his pockets, and the rucksack had stayed on his back, like a man determined not to buy the ticket home, a man who wanted to move on again. Lane didn't say it because it was a cliché, but there was no place he could go where things would look any different. That could not happen until something inside him changed. She had no easy answer, but whatever else he had to go through to achieve that would be better done in a place he knew and with people who cared for him. She'd said, "You have a daughter, don't you?" "Yes." And in the space after that, a woman in a hurry passed by them with 3 children. They all looked to be under 5 years old, and the woman herself was younger than Lane, not yet 30. She carried one, and the other 2 followed on behind like ducklings, each carrying their own tiny travelling bag. The young woman looked harassed, but happy. Lane said, "What's her name?" "Maisie." "How old is she?" 3 last August. That last August told her this was her best shot, and Nick Pascoe knew it too, because he looked away from her. She said, "Do you see much of her?" "Not enough. Not recently." "Does her mother keep you away?" He shook his head and looked back at her. "No. Only when I'm, down." "I'm no expert, Nick, but I'd say 3 is a bad age for a girl's dad to disappear from her life." Still nothing from him. Eventually the moment comes when you must decide whether to go all in and bet the farm, and it was now. Lane said, "Nick, you can't escape this with one-way tickets. Sooner or later we have to buy the return. We go back and face it, and then we get to move on." The woman had her children lined up at the ticket booth, and Lane wondered whether they were catching the same train. The man inside the booth stood up and looked down at them, and then he waved, sort of friendly and nice, as if he still believed in the railway children. Nick had said, "Don't have any of your own, then." "Seriously? Can you imagine me as a mother?" He looked at her oddly, and she didn't meet his gaze head-on. The woman at the booth set off again, making for another platform and another destination. It was an uncomfortable moment, but when she turned back to Nick, he was unclipping the rucksack and searching for his wallet. When the carriage jolted and they began to move slowly out of the station, in other words, when he couldn't get off, Lane said, "You could see a therapist, a proper one, someone who specializes." He had the professional soldier's ability to relax, at least physically, wherever and whenever the opportunity arose. Stretching back into the seat, he put one boot up on the seat beside her. "Did some of that not long after I came out. But you have to tell them everything, don't you? Otherwise it's pointless. Can't do that, can I?" "Why not?" "You were the copper. It's one thing to talk about combat stress, how you feel about killing men who have wives and children and all that. Something else to say you murdered your own captain." Strong hints of self-recrimination, but at least he was saying it to someone. Nick went on. "Mercy killing is no defense in the law. We put down suffering animals, and then we keep people alive to suffer for as long as possible. If I told that therapist what I'd done, where are they legally? Rocky ground, I'd say. Anyway, I wouldn't do that to anyone. Except me." He looked worried for a moment, as if the realization had just come home to him, but something told him that she wasn't too worried about the weight of the burden. Hadn't she said she would have done the same thing? He said, "What about you? Ever seen a therapist?" "Yes." "And?" "It wasn't a total waste of time." He shrugged, and the jacket fell open again. His bare chest looked ridiculous in the middle of October. They should have stopped in town and bought a T-shirt or something. Nick said, "Oh well, you'll have to give me his number just in case." "I will. Let me know if and when." "Thanks. Any other pearls of wisdom?" Sarcasm, naturally, but not of the most unkind sort, because behind it was the man, the decent, worried man, asking for help from a stranger. A perfect stranger? No, they were not that now. No one had walked down the aisle of the carriage yet, but if they did so, what would they see? Two people looking fairly relaxed in each other's company. Some might assume they were a couple. She answered him eventually. "I'm not saying you can ever forget, but you have to make a start by forgiving." "Who? The enemy? Forgive the Taliban, turn the other cheek? The only cheek I'd—" "No. You have to forgive yourself." Ellie had said you were always listening to music, but Lane hadn't, not for 18 months. A little piano in the background sometimes, but not listening, not letting it inside the way she used to do, because nothing hurts like the memories that come with music. Now, scrolling through the Nano's tiny screen, she could see not the names of songs and singers, but faces and places, dark streets and long nights of surveillance, runs behind the misty river on a Sunday morning. Her past life, caught up in lyrics and melodies, and, like butterflies in spiders' webs, one cannot remove the one from the other without breaking both. But she found what she was looking for. Wasn't today all about forgiving and forgetting? Pushed in the earplugs and touched play. Nick was alone with his thoughts, staring out of the other window. All this talking had brought it close to the surface again, and he would need time to process that. The thing was, she'd got him onto the train and heading for home. There were people who wanted to help him, and William Pascoe was a good man, if she was any judge. Nick should tell him everything, if no one else, and she would wait for the right moment to say so. Slowly the suburbs of West London let go of their hold on the view from her window. The green folds, the secret woods, and the lost lanes of Berkshire took their place, and the movement of the train was restful and soporific. Lane felt the lack of sleep, and her eyes half closing, but there was no headache at all, not like the horror on the way up to the city. Maybe just doing stuff keeps them at bay. She would never sleep on the train normally, but Nick was there and still awake, so she closed her eyes because she was tired and because that way he wouldn't see what hearing this again was doing to her. Then, as if he had guessed something anyway, she heard his voice saying, "What are you listening to?" She opened her eyes. "Where you live."
Sound recording of Bodmin, is it? I prefer a bit of heavy metal.
Want to listen? She took out the earphones, inspected them, and said, Sorry, I don't have a tissue. He reached across with one large hand, so she flicked the screen back to the beginning of the album and pressed play once more. Nick put in the headphones with a disbelieving but tolerant smile and began to listen. She knew the words by heart and wondered what he would make of it all. Change. She wondered how he would answer the question if she put it to him herself. If you knew that you would die today, if you saw the face of God and love, would you change? But when we share the music that we love, we are vulnerable, and so she watched him. That was all. After maybe 2 minutes, he took out one speaker and said, It's all right. What's his name? He's a she. Tracy Chapman. A surprised and then he put the earphone back in place. After 5 minutes, she knew that he must have listened on into the next track, and she thought, will he go to the end? He'll understand the lines about chaos and confusion all right, but what will he make of the black car cavalcade, lights on in the morning? Then the phone in her pocket began to ring. She took it out, silenced it so that Nick would not be disturbed, and saw who it was calling her. Lane suppressed a laugh, turned it into a smile, and looked at herself in the window, her face superimposed on the autumn colours of the trees that mark the winding course of the lovely River Kennet. She had sent that message earlier, but it said only, on the way back. What was she thinking? Surely she'd known that it could never have been enough. She pressed accept and said quietly, Hello, Emily.